Hi, everybody. Welcome to Hot Mic Election Night coverage. I'm your host, Bill Whittle, and let's bring our friends in over on Twitch. Hi there, Twitch. Welcome to our election night coverage for 2024. Hope everybody's doing well. Got a little color thing. I don't know what it is. The camera's having a little bit of problems, but we actually got this thing off to a decent launch tonight. I got, needless to say, I'm going to be here for a while, I reckon. Let me, what I can do with the brightness, maybe just sort of smooth that out a little bit. Just seems, I don't know, a little contrasty. Yeah, that's a little better. Welcome to the Jerry Todd Show. I'm Jerry Todd. Here we are live. I'll make sure from both our comment sections, looks like everybody can hear me. This is going to be more of a conversation than coverage, really. The reason is, there's no way I can really cover this election. I could just talk about it. But we're gonna have a fun night, and we're gonna have. I can't speak for anybody else, obviously. I'm planning on having a fun night, regardless of what happens. I'll tell you why. This is going to be my attitude, not only through the course of the night, but through the course of the well, I hope for the rest of my life, but certainly for the next foreseeable future. I have a favorite tonight in terms of who I want to win this election. Obviously, I mean, I think that goes without saying. And I like where we're sitting, and I'll get into the details of that now. But the thing I'd like to lead with, and the thing I'd like to close with, is something that's just been powerfully sitting on my mind for a long time now, and that is that this country and the ideas behind it are indestructible. I'm not preparing for. Well, I am preparing for bad news. I think that's what every adult should be doing. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. I like very much where we are. I like what we've seen so far, but I just want to get this off the ground this way, and I want to close it this way. I have traveled around the country and have spoken hundreds of times in various places all around this country. And the thing that I am utterly convinced of is the soundness of the American people and the soundness of the United States of America. I've come to believe that this is a divine experiment, and a bunch of commie weenies are not going to be able to destroy that, no matter what happens. The government is not the country. Tonight we're going to take a watch and see what happens to the government, but regardless of what happens to the government, the country is sound. You're not going to hear from me again, the country is doomed. I went through some of that after the 2020 election. Plenty of reasons why this is different than the 2020 election. But I have been so calm about this one. And it's not because of the numbers. I'm calm about this one because I've come to understand and believe that we live in a cyclical period of history, and that 80 years or so we go through an existential crisis. And the good news is that we come through on the other side. As Marisha Dark just wrote in the YouTube comments, America's an idea, it's not an address. This is an impenetrable, imperishable idea, America. So we hope for the best and we prepare for the worst. So even if the worst should happen tonight, you're not going to be hearing from me. That's it. That's the end of the country. That just means we're going to have more work to do. I don't know what these glitches in the matrix are. It may be that this camera that I've had forever is finally just going south. I tried to update the firmware on it and couldn't. It's annoying. I can play with it a little bit, but we'll get to that a little bit later. So that's what I wanted to open up with, folks. And if you can get to that place right now, all of the angst that I felt during the last 4 cycles, like, my God, these nail biting things. I'm just in a very kind of a serene kind of place. I am feeling very good about where we are, but I have faith that that this country is basically sound. And as I pointed out in my the outside inside video, which you may or may not have seen in the last hot mic video, this movement away from agreeing with these tyrants that want to basically tell us how to run our lives is enormous and ongoing, and the Democratic Party is shedding people as they get further and further left, and we'll accept all of them. I personally am quite convinced that there's been enough of a shift to make tonight a good night for us. But in any event, I have not seen large-scale shenanigans. Let me just mention that because 2020 was so traumatic. It took me a year or two to get over that, or at least get to the point where I could at least think about it coherently. It enraged me so much. We were in 2020. Republicans were not voting early. We were very, very suspicious about voting early. We'd seen what the Democrats had done with, definitely just start voting 4 or 5 months before the election, and a couple of weeks afterwards too. If we may need the votes, who knows? But what we've seen in this election cycle with largely initiated by Donald Trump's reversal on this is go ahead and vote early. These gigantic Democratic firewalls of millions of votes that were already in the bank aren't there this year. In 2020, Pennsylvania had a 1,100,000 vote Democrat bank. There was 1,100,000 more Democrat votes in the bank in Pennsylvania than there were in prior to Election Day. This year, that number is about 370,000. They only won the state by 60 or 80,000. I'm going to just continue to say won the state. My opinions about what happened in 2020 are pretty clear in terms of what I think went on. So I'm just going to report what the final results were. I'm not going to be too concerned at this point about whether I thought they're legitimate or not. I don't think they were, but nevertheless, that's 4 years old now. But that in the bank advantage has gone from 1,100,000 to about 300,000, 350,000. That's their firewall now. Pennsylvanians are kind of unique in the country in that they tend to vote on Election Day more than just about anybody else. And so there is a third of the thing to overcome. And the official final results in Pennsylvania were that the Republicans lost it by just tens of thousands of votes. So that's looking good. The early results, the polls have just closed now. It's about 9 minutes after 7 o'clock on the East Coast. But the turnout has been tremendous for Republicans and below 2020 for Democrats. We've got more gas in the tank, as they like to say. And I'm feeling just really, really solid. But like all adults, I'm prepared to face bad news. Oh, good for you. Sorry. I got my vote in early. Natasha just texted me with her vote. It's probably not going to flip California, but we're looking at the possibility of of a popular vote win. So that makes me very happy. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you what we're going to do tonight. I need a lot of help from you guys tonight because I'm here by myself. I don't even have a single producer. So I've got an interactive electoral map up, and I'm going to keep updating that, but basically I'm going to need your help for that. I've got tabs for Newsmax, Fox News, and The Blaze. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to update the map as states get called. So let me go ahead and bring up the election map as I've got it and explain to you why I went with the map that you're about to see, and we'll go over the states just in general. So here you go. So this is our hot mic election night electoral map. And hang on a second, YouTube. Sorry about that. I got to get the audio going there. Give me 1 second. Hang on, Twitch. Okay. Hopefully you can hear me now on the map, YouTube. So here's what I've done. I haven't done any leaners. You should have me back again now, YouTube. I had to upload had to just attach a mic to this image, and Twitch, you should be good too. Yeah, okay. Let me just check to make sure that I'm not talking into the darkness. Everybody good? All right, here we go. So what I've done with this is I haven't done leaners. I haven't done leaners. I haven't done tilters. I've done the ones that appear to be locks. And Minnesota, we are not expected to win. Virginia, we're not expected to win. But if it's a really good night, there are possibilities. And I didn't want to have to flip anything. These were the ones that just seemed to me to be rock solid. And so that's the electoral map I've got. Now, when I said I need help from you guys, what I've decided to do is wait until at least two different sources call a state, and you guys are given the numbers out there. We got 200 some people on YouTube right now, and about 35 on Twitch. You guys are able to help me. So as these results come in, if you could let me know when any network or whatever has called a state, and when we get two different networks calling a state, I'll update the map. Right now, we're gonna run this live show tonight until we get 270 votes plus a state. I think that's probably what I'm going to consider to be a margin of victory. 270 plus one state on top of that, and we'll see. And if that turns out to be early, then we'll keep going. So here's why I'm feeling pretty good about the election. But again, I'm prepared for anything. The Republican ground game has been phenomenal. I mean, I really think in all of the states, the battleground states, I think the Republicans have outperformed the Democrats on the ground, and that is pretty much unheard of. Pennsylvania went ballot chasing, is what they called it, and they were able to close that 1,100,000 in the bank vote for Democrats down to about 350,000. That's about a quarter of what they had before. Florida. Mike asked about Florida. I think Florida's, without question, there's no question Florida's going to Trump. Florida's probably the reddest state in the union, and Texas, you guys have got some work to do. Hey, two fast super chats here, so let's just deal with those as they come in. From Ari Wasserman for $49.99, thank you. I love you, and I've followed you since your video, The Case for Israel, 10 years ago in 2014. You personally turned me into a conservative in college. I'm not really a hardcore Trumper, but he's our man. We have to win, period. Thank you, Ari. Thank you for the super chat. That's deeply appreciated. And John Wayne is back from the dead in order to get Republicans across the line here. Any idea why you're not in Nashville tonight? I wasn't invited. Do you think Boring would put in a good word to Tim Pool about having you on Tim's show? I don't know. I was hoping for Tim Pool's show on Empire of Terror, and I didn't get it. I got a 6 or 7 minute call in to Ben Shapiro, and I honestly, for the life of me, can't remember whether I did the Klavan show or not. But that's beyond my control. Jeremy and Ben were on Tim's show last night. Tim and the crew are at the Daily Wire. Oh, then now we know why I'm not at Daily Wire, I guess. But in any event, yeah, I was a little disappointed about that. But it's not my call, so here we are. It does tell me that I've spent the last 3 years, mentioned this a few times on the Stratosphere shows, I've spent the last few years doing an awful lot of work for Daily Wire. Virtually all of my time has been consumed by the Cold War, America's Forgotten Heroes, and An Empire of Terror, plus the script for the Frank Luke screenplay. And all of my free time and really hard creative work has gone mostly into the researching on those. The writing has been each one of those things was, gosh, I don't know, 100,000 words at least, and probably more than that. But most of it took months and months of research. All of those shows, Cold War, America's Forgotten Heroes, Empire of Terror, months and months of research. So all of my focus has been on content that ended up being on Daily Wire because, to be perfectly honest with you, I just needed the money. But I'm not going to be doing that going forward. I'm going to be. That's interesting. Bill, watching Daily Wire Live now cast on the TV and yours on the laptop. For your information, your name came up on the Daily Wire cast. Well, that's nice. Would have been nice to be there. But I'm having fun here, so, tack with it. I'm not liking this camera spaz thing. I might be able to do something about that in a minute. But anyway, going forward, I've been neglecting my own audience. I've been doing it because I felt that not only was the cash important, but because I felt that the work that I did for the Daily Wire was important, and I have nothing like the means of producing the kind of stuff that we did do for Daily Wire. Nothing like the resources to produce the Cold War, Empire of Terror, America's Forgotten Heroes. But I am going to be doing a lot more work independently. Since Daily Wire was brought up, I had been told that the Navy, which is what I pitched to them next for the What We Saw series, 7 or 8 part episode on the Navy, mostly during the Navy in World War II. I'd been told that was approved and got the green light, and then 3-4 days after that, got a couple texts from the God Emperor saying he wanted to do conspiracy theories, and so that got changed. So that's what we'll do. But I will look very seriously as soon as the election is over at talking to a friend of mine who's a big part of Daily Wire, worked with them for many years, did not actually move to Nashville. A guy named Jonathan, who's a terrific guy. He was the producer of Apollo 11 and producer of Cold War, America's Forgotten Heroes, and executive producer on Empire of Terror. And I'll just ask him if we want to crowdsource the thing and do the Navy independently, and then sell it as a homeschooling history source material. So I want to keep doing the written history things because I think they're important. If they go ahead and we move fast on them, maybe we'll do them for Daily Wire. But me sitting here tonight after being on the last 3 or 2 or 3 of their shows is kind of telling me, all right, it's time to basically get going on building up your own membership and your own sort of independent channels on that. I'd like to see those history series that we did, especially in Empire of Terror. I'd like to see them out in homeschooling. Our friend Clay Bradley said Jonathan Hay is a terrific guy. So we'll see. But right now, it looks like we've got the commitment to do conspiracy theories, and we'll get on that as soon as the election is over. It's much, 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 much easier for me than doing the Navy, so it shouldn't take as much time. I'm really excited about Things to Come, which is a show we've talked about doing for a long time. Very excited about Major Mace Mattingly. Both of those shows I could have started episodes on maybe 2 months ago, but by the time I got finished with the Daily Wire requirements, we were looking at being about 2 months out from the election, and I realized both Things to Come and Major Mace Mattingly really depend on who wins this election in terms of whether they're going to be more about criticism or more about rebuilding and restoration. So we can expect to see progress on those starting effectively tomorrow. But both of them were dependent on on how the election turns out. I'm mostly excited about story mechanics, the set for which has been extremely challenging to build because it's essentially a webcam. And like the two spectators that we have back here, I really, really like the idea of things in three-dimensional space. It would have been super easy to chroma key in these guys in the background, but for the story mechanics set, I wanted physical cutouts that were lit with spotlights, and I wanted it to appear to have a sense of a stage, that there was real physical space there. And we're ready to go. So I've gotten approvals from a number of people. John Voight said yes. Gary Sinise said yes. Mike Rowe has said yes. Adam Baldwin has said, a lot of people have agreed to do it. I just haven't called them yet because the election has sucked all the oxygen out of the room, and and just continues to do that. So that's basically what's coming. So to return what I was talking about earlier here, if I don't want to interrupt the flow by me constantly hitting tabs trying to find out what's happening in terms of what networks are calling what. So as I said, I think this is more of an election conversation really than election coverage. So as people, if you can be my my producers for this one basically, and let me know when somebody's made a call, I'll go ahead and flip that map over. I want to go back to the map for a second just to talk about a couple things, just assumptions that I made. So here's the hot mic electoral map. We've got solid leads in Nevada, and a lot of states have already called Arizona as leaning, but I don't like the leaning, tilting stuff here. It's just too complicated for me. I'm interested in who's won what states. I'm watching for 270. So I've left Nevada and Arizona as open. I've left Georgia as open, although I think we're heavily favored to win Georgia. I left North Carolina as open. That's considered a battleground state. I left Virginia open, even though we're not expected to win Virginia. We're not expected to win Minnesota either. But if Trump is having a crazy good night, Minnesota, Virginia, and New Hampshire are possibilities. The big three, of course, are going to be Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Trump has to win one of those. It doesn't have to. There's other pathways for him. But if Trump wins Pennsylvania or Michigan or Minnesota, then that's probably it. I left the ones that you see open in kind of in the light gold color because on a great night, Virginia and Minnesota might flip. I don't expect that. I don't expect New Hampshire either. But what the heck? We'll see. So I figured I wouldn't commit to those, but I wouldn't commit to Nevada and Arizona either because we appear to be well ahead in those two states. But I thought, fair play is fair play. So there we go. Do I think Trump's going to lose New York? Yes, I do. If Trump is competitive in New Jersey even, then it's a blowout, and I don't think anybody's really expecting that. I'm going to be happy with any kind of a win. A 271-point win would be fine with me. But needless to say, what I'm hoping for is a 300-plus win, and especially a popular vote. If Trump wins the popular vote, and he's on schedule, on course to win it by 2 points last I heard, if Trump wins the popular vote, then Harris has essentially a 3 or 5% chance to win the election. Very, very difficult to do that. A number of people are making comments like, geez, I wish this thing would be over, and I certainly get that. But I'm just going to come back. You're going to be hearing me talk about this a lot tonight. I'm hoping that what I can do tonight for those of you that are sticking around listening is provide some kind of sense of just a calm. I would not describe myself as a calm individual. On the contrary, I am easily excitable, and the last 4 or 5 election cycles, I started paying close attention to politics in the 2000 cycle. The 2004 cycle, I remember jumping up and down at my apartment at home. I was doing eject, eject, eject by then, but I wasn't on PJTV. And when they called Ohio for Bush, I just shouted. 2008 was the first cycle that I was doing punditry on. We did election coverage at PJTV. Everybody knew that Obama was going to do that, and I was being gracious and saying, "Look, I think the guy's a communist, but congratulations, you know. I mean, there you go." Turned out he was worse than we thought he would be. The 2012 election, I watched with a bunch of conservatives out at Barney's Beanery, which is a restaurant here in Los Angeles, which is owned by conservatives. So that was at the height of the Friends of Abe moment. And we had a bunch of people there, and we could tell early that that was not going the way we were hoping it would go. We were looking at races that we thought we were going to be competitive in, and it turned out that we weren't. And the ones that we should have won easily were competitive, and the ones that were competitive we were losing. So we learned pretty early on the night of the 2012 election that things weren't going our way. And once it became called for Obama, I just shot out of there, drove back home, and put up a text, emergency meeting of the Stratosphere Lounge, and we had like 400 or 500 people, I think, watching that. So that was 12. 16, I was at Daily Wire. And watched the New York Times needles swinging more and more towards him. Natasha had moved from Russia 6 weeks earlier, and she had been amazed that we Americans were so treating it like a football game. Natasha went to the first debate between Trump and Clinton. We watched that at Barney's as well, and we had nothing but Republicans in the place in the middle of Westwood, which is where UCLA is, so that was kind of fun. But she was saying, "My God, everybody's taking this so seriously. Everybody's cheering and yelling." I said, "Honey, it's going to determine the course of the country," and she had a hard time understanding that the elections in Russia mean nothing. The idea that this was up in the air was really hard for her to believe. It looked like Hillary was going to win, that the power of the state and the media was going to steamroll her over everything, and turned out no. Turned out that the people got up on their hind legs and gave them something to think about. I was with Daily Wire, I want to say, for the 2018 midterms. I was there for the 2020 election this is just before they left for Nashville. And I came out around midnight, right as they'd stopped counting in the 5 battleground states, and that was when I had a disagreement with Ben about that, and Ben said it was irresponsible for Trump to say something was going on. I said, "Ben, they stopped counting in 5 states. That's never happened before. We'd never." The 2000 election was the first time we hadn't gotten the results on election night. As a general rule, we would know by midnight, and we'd all go to bed either happy or sad, but at least we knew. To me, the fact that they'd stopped counting in 5 states was the 5-alarm fire. I mean, it never ever happened. And then you wake up the next day and you see all these curves, and you wait this little jump. The 2020 election really traumatized me, and I was furious, really just quite remarkably furious for well into the first term, the first months of the first term. Yeah, it wasn't a little jump; it was a big jump. Watching the curves, and then all the states at the same time. So all of a sudden, oh, look at that! Here's an extra 70,000 votes or something, and I found that to be very suspicious. I found the results that were supposed to come in from Georgia. Trump was leading solidly in Georgia, and then all of a sudden, the most important Democratic precinct in the state, by far, downtown Atlanta, they've had to stop counting because they had a burst water main. I thought that seems unlikely as the news was coming in, but didn't give it any extra thought. I was standing next to Adam Baldwin, dropping names. I'll be doing a lot of that probably. And he said, we should switch to MSNBC so we can watch them cry, because it was looking great on the 2020 election. So let's see what's going on here. And then, the next thing you know, we all go to bed and nobody knows the answer. There was no broken water main at the State Farm Arena. it was a lie. And when 60 Minutes did a piece on this to reassure us that it wasn't fraud, somebody came out and said, no, we just, we got a call saying we should stop counting. And the 60-minute guy says, okay. So we cleared all the observers out, and then we basically sealed the boxes, and then we started counting again in the morning. And the guy said, so there wasn't any fraud. No, it wasn't any fraud at all. Well, we saw the video of them pulling the boxes out, but they were claiming, no, that's where we store ballots underneath tables with curtains down so nobody can see where they are. That's just standard procedure. But the question that the guy didn't ask, and the question that I'm screaming at the television watching the 60 Minutes piece because people said it debunked the fraud thing. I said, who made the call? Who phoned you? Who called you and told you, this is the director of that particular precinct saying, yeah, we got a call telling us to stop counting. From whom? Who called you? Who has the authority to call you and tell you to stop counting? Who made the call? And who called you again to tell you to start counting again in the morning? I found that to be reasonable suspicion. For that, I'm a conspiracy lunatic and an election denier, and I don't believe in the American system. But that seemed to me to be a remarkable admission. The thing about I learned how to think critically in debate back in high school. And one of the things I learned in debate, just so you know how debate works, as we wait for the first of these announcements to come in here as they start counting some votes, one of the things that we learned in debate, here, let me tell you how debate actually works, organized debate, not just the kind of stuff that they call debates. These presidential debates are just a series of interlocking campaign statements. But from debate, basically what would happen is you would have an affirmative team and a negative team, and you would have a topic. You couldn't just be about anything. Every year, I was a player for the NFL for 2 years there. That'd be the National Forensic League, and what the topic would be for my first year as a junior was it had something to do with energy. It was an energy topic, and then my senior year was prison reform. And so a debate starts with the affirmative team, and the affirmative team comes out and they make their case. They've got, I want to say, 8 minutes if I remember correctly. So first affirmative, there's two guys on a team. First affirmative comes out and says, we've got a terrible problem with our prison overcrowding, and the situation is unmanageable, and it's absolutely catastrophic, and we have to do something about it. That'd be first affirmative. Then first negative comes up, the other guys, and they say, no, the situation is fine. There's no problem with the prison system. Prison system's working absolutely great. There's no need for a plan because there's nothing wrong. Then we go back to second affirmative, and second affirmative comes back and says, my partner told you about how this horrible problem we have. Here's how we're going to fix the problem. We're going to mandate the death penalty for everything from parking fines up. Then second negative comes out and says, not only do we not need the plan, it's an idiotic plan. So first affirmative makes the case. First negative denounces the case. Second affirmative makes the plan. Second affirmative attacks the plan. And then you get into rebuttals and so on. But that's basically it. Here's the case. Here's why the case is nonsense. Here's the plan. Here's why your plan is nonsense. And you never knew whether you were going to be affirmative or negative. It was a genuine coin toss right before the debate. So if you're affirmative, you have a case. You've got the case that you've worked on. You might have a backup case in case you've already dealt with a team that beat you, or you don't want to, you just don't want to give anything away. But you had your primary case. So if you're affirmative, you know what you're going to talk about. But if you're negative, you have no idea what the other team is going to present as their case and their plan. Sometimes they would come up with something we would just call a squirrel case, where they would just say something like, well, the way to get rid of our problem with prisons is to eliminate all laws. That's our case and that's our plan. We got too many people in prison, and our plan is to decriminalize everything. That'll empty the prisons and get rid of the problem. We would call that a squirrel case, but it's interesting. I had to be prepared for all of this. But one of the things I learned, and this is what applies to to the numbers that we're seeing and the projections and all the rest of it. One of the things I learned is you can tell a lot about a person's position by the strength or weakness of their rebuttal, and this goes to the State Farm thing as one example of what happened in 2020. When they came to rebut the charges, this is clearly fraudulent. What their answer was they didn't address the broken water main. It just didn't even come up. You stood in front of the entire country on all three networks and everybody else saying, we can't count because we're underwater, we're up to our knees here. It didn't happen. Do you care to answer that? When they avoided answering that, that's telling me that was a fraudulent call. And that fraudulent call was made for a reason. And I think there's no other explanation for there might be another explanation, but we know it wasn't a broken water main. So my default position then becomes, well, they needed time. And what did they need time for? Then you get into speculation. But when it turns out they claim there's a broken water main and there's no broken water main, the lack of rebuttal is evidence. It's evidence. And here's the thing about the 2024 election. I tried to think of the cleanest way I could to put this. Because there's been so much advanced early voting on both parties' parts, but especially since Republicans have instead of sitting there and waiting and going out on Election Day, because we're traditionalists, Election Day is Election Day. The reason you have an Election Day is to keep down cheating. You can't be in four places at the same time. That's why you're supposed to go to a place where your name is in a list, provide ID, get your ballot, and vote. I'm in favor of going back to that, but I didn't break the system. I'm just tired of playing by the rules that handcuff the people who play fair. So this year, it's like, no, get your vote in early. So I mailed mine in, and I confirmed that it was received. I got did a little website thing where you can check a box, and I got notification that my ballot had been received by the post office and had been forwarded to the local county or whatever does the counting. And then I got an email telling me your vote has been received and counted. And I felt, good about that. But my point is, in 2020, the Democrats had this enormous early advantage. And when the Republican wave started coming in, they froze the machine. They just stopped it. They just hit the emergency brake button and stopped counting in 5 battleground states. These states are all supposed to be independent of each other, right, in their electoral systems. That's how our system is set up. So if it turns out there's a problem with the counting system in Georgia, that shouldn't affect Pennsylvania or Michigan or whatever the other states are. It was Wisconsin. Shouldn't affect them at all. The fact that all 5 states stopped counting is telling me that they're seeing numbers they don't like, and they just plain somebody hit the emergency stop button. Now, if there's another explanation for this, I'm willing to listen to it. And if it's a simpler explanation, then I'll change my mind. But no one has explained it, and when they refuse to go to it, that lack of rebuttal is telling me that this team doesn't have that covered. And that's basically what I have to say about that. But since so many of the votes are already in, and since Republicans are leading in virtually all of the battleground states, it'll be much, much, much more difficult to do this. Now, Roadrunner says, according to NBC, Trump is ahead in the popular vote 5.8 million to 4.8 million. If he's ahead in the popular vote, there's still a lot to go. California is a big hunk of the popular vote and all the rest of it. But since so much of the voting is already in there, even if they freeze the machine now, they're freezing the machine while they're behind, not freezing the machine while they were ahead. They were way ahead in all of those battleground states. So I'm feeling pretty good about this being a relatively fair election. And folks, that's all I wanted. There were people who were saying, no, there was no cheating. And I realized in 2020, I want to believe that so much. Because if it turned out that we'd lost 2020 fair and square, and maybe we did, but if it turned out that we'd lost 2020 fair and square, then I would simply say, well, we lost an election. We didn't lose the system. We didn't lose the premise even. We just lost an election. But nobody ever made that case to me, and that's what I think the Supreme Court basically should have done. where else is it going to go? When the Supreme Court punted on that, I just thought, thanks a lot. You could have settled this. You could have settled it. And that, by the way, it's another piece of evidence. Because if it turned out that there was no compelling evidence at all, the Supreme Court simply could have said, folks, we've taken a look at the evidence. There's no compelling evidence. We're not going to overturn an election for no evidence. But they didn't do that. So I just thought, well. Anyway, I am not seeing what I saw in 2020, and I am feeling, pretty solid about that. So let me do something real quick here on Twitch. I'm not gonna do anything radical. I'm gonna go into the camera settings here, and I'm gonna turn the preset off and on and see if that stabilizes the picture. You should still be still getting audio. So there's Logitech Brio, and now we're gonna go to see, it doesn't even show the picture without the preset, which is nope. Let's try it again. I'm just trying to stabilize this thing. Use the preset. Come on, Brio. There it is. Whoop. Well, we're zoomed in, but let me just see if its picture's more stable. The preset, we'll set the preset to 720, so it's not working so hard. That's kind of where we were before. I'm hoping it'll stop the, hoping that'll stop some of the jittery, but it's just beyond my control. Maybe it's just time. Maybe it's just time for me to. I mean, I've had this camera for 5-6 years. It's a really good camera. It's a Logitech Brio. Nope, still there. Oh well. I'm going to do the same on YouTube just to see if it. No, it's just not making any difference. I think the camera's cooked, so I'll just have to get another one. I should have had one by tonight, but it's only a recent thing and only started happening a week ago or so. Yeah, picture's very saturated. Let me turn down the saturation a little bit. I could do that. It seems to be a little oversaturated. That's a little bit better. Maybe that'll help. Who knows? And I want to make sure the autofocus is off. The white balance. If I turn the white balance off, I look like Jim Gaffigan. It's got it back on again, and then maybe it's the autofocus. I'm going to turn that. Should be off. Let me turn that off. Does that make any difference? I'm looking at it. Haven't seen a glitch yet. Maybe it was the autofocus just nope, there's another one. Oh well, sorry about that. There's nothing I could do. Michigan polls close in 15 minutes. We've been 45 minutes into it. I've got a red nose, everybody's saying. I'll turn that saturation down some more then, by golly. Doesn't look that bad to me, but this is why we do audience feedback there. Okay. So people are saying it looks better, and it must have been, again, Trump leading 54% in Florida with 75% reported. Yeah, Florida's not up for question. Trump's going to win Florida. What's interesting in Florida is two things. First of all, I think it's Duval County, which is where Jacksonville is. Duval County has voted the same way as Georgia has voted, although Georgia votes a little to the right of Duval, and Duval has been looking good for Trump. But the real story is Miami-Dade. I heard coming into the broadcast tonight that that Hillary Clinton won Miami-Dade County by 33 points. She won the popular vote, but she lost the state. Biden won it by either 10 or 12, and Trump is up 3 in Miami-Dade. And if I recall correctly, the person who wins Miami-Dade County wins the popular vote. Doesn't mean they win the state, but they win the popular vote. So, look, I'm feeling really, really good. But if things go south, I'll be feeling... I won't be in a state of despair. I'll be in a state of, all right, so the beatings will continue until morale improves. If Kamala Harris wins this election tonight, then boy, it's weird. It's just these flashes. It's like if Kamala Harris wins the election, then you'll get your first female president, and she'll be an idiot. You'll get your first female black president. She'll be an idiot. She's such an idiot and so weak that that you're going to get you're going to see what the result of your preferences are. I think the last cycle has been enough to show us that. I really do. But if it takes more beatings to continue until morale improves, then that's the case. But I am not giving up on the country again. Let's see what they're saying here. It says election betting odds is going nuts. 64% for Trump, 35% for Harris. Trump's up 9.3% in the last day. What's he up in the last 4 hours? He's up 6% in the last 4 hours. So, look, it's looking good. Is the New York Times still doing the needles? I always thought those kind of things were kind of cool. Man, this camera's bugging me. I got to just get over this. There's just nothing I can do about it. So anyway, how's everybody else doing? Did you guys get some sleep last night? I slept like a baby. Yes, it's the ghost of Max Headroom. What exactly? Yeah, I loved Max Headroom. I was so disappointed when I found out that Max Headroom was not actually CG, that it was a guy wearing makeup. I was really quite bummed out about that. I do have over on the other desk a really amazing webcam. I don't know if I can just plug it in and play it. I've been saving it for story mechanics, but I think it's Opal. It's state of the art. I suppose we can take a break and I can just put the map up or something and see what happens. But in any event, there you go. Slept terrible and been terrified all day. Ari, I feel your agony, buddy, but I'm telling you, we live in cyclical history, and this country's been through 3 or 4 existential crises and has come out on the other side and come out stronger than we were before we went in. We will come through this one too. This is the crisis. If you're thinking it's going to be World War III or an economic no, this is it. And we were so traumatized by 2020 and so sure that the system was corrupt. They haven't thrown the lever yet. Right now, the electoral system appears to be working. So we'll see. If Kamala Harris wins this election, then over the next 4 years, the Democrats will lose everybody except for the trans movement and the real villains in this, which is white liberal women. Those are, by far, the biggest constituency that is driving this country to ruin, is white liberal women. They're nuts, and this is why I didn't get into the details of this. I will when this thing is over. But white liberal women are not happy. They are reaching. They're starting to age out in terms of their ability to have kids, and they are miserable. They've got the girl boss job, and they've got the expensive car, and they own their own house, and they've got their cats, and they live alone, and they're miserable. Nothing that the left is doing is working. Reality is the side to be on. It just takes a while. We've become so prosperous and so luxurious and so wealthy for so long that we thought we could get away from reality, but we can't. The feminist movement has created miserable women, and men, instead of just going into a state of despair, men have just said, you guys, you know what? You fishies go along, and we bicycles will just stay here and play video games and hang out with the bros, and we may go looking overseas for women who are, still have some semblance of femininity about them. I didn't do that on purpose, but that's what ended up happening to me. I got really lucky, and but not nearly as lucky as she got, obviously. So, oh, and yeah, I almost put this whole Peanut thing, Peanut the squirrel, outside inside to show how out of control the government has gotten. But the person who made that call has been identified, and she's pulled down all her social media. A woman who lived 1,500 miles away apparently said that she called the authorities on Peanut the squirrel because she didn't like the fact that Peanut was getting more social media views than she was getting. So they came in with like 5 people and interrogated this woman who's a German-American immigrant. And then they took away a squirrel and a raccoon. The squirrel bit one of them. I don't get the feeling the squirrel leapt across the room and landed on this guy's neck. I suspect he was trying to pick up the squirrel and it bit him. And so they put them, they murdered both of them. They were house pets. Somebody comes into my house and murders my 2 cats. I got to tell you, man, I'm going to, Roadrunner says it was reported 10 people raided the house. Steve Whoop says it was 18 in 5 hours. But and I agree with this too. Jeff Mark, hey, Jeff, I hope that's our Jeff Mark. Hey, Jeff, the person who made the call does not concern me nearly as much as the people who carried it out. So they sent people to let them know that the state is not going to be denied, and they went in there, and they took 2 house pets out of the house, took them away, left the family in a state of despair and trauma, hoping that their pets were okay. But then they found out, no, we had to euthanize them to test them for rabies. Neither one of them had rabies, of course, because if they had that, then they wouldn't have been house pets anymore. But I see this sometimes recently, and sometimes you'll see it when police will go to a house, either on a warrant or whatever reason, and a little dog will come out and start barking, and they'll shoot the dog. I just think I'd lose my mind over this. If somebody came into my house and took my cats away, and then I found out that they euthanized my cats, I'm going to find out the names and addresses of the officers that did this, and I'm going to make sure they never have any peace again. I mean it. I really don't know what I would do in a case like that. Hank Justice says, "Oh, what a great name, boy." Peanut didn't die. Peanut was murdered, and those murderers have names and addresses. Generally speaking, I think doxing is wrong. But when you, this is revenge of the people against the state. This is the state that did this. This is the state. Remember that somebody's going to give me the name. Remember that pastor during the lockdown who basically said, we are having church services, get out of here, you're not going to come in here and shut down this church service? Pulled him over on the freeway with like a SWAT team and something like 10 or 15 guys, got him and arrested him and threw him down on the ground and all the and that kind of state thing. Remember when Hillary Clinton, after Benghazi, said that the whole thing was a result of a movie that was made by a guy, and they sent like 30 troopers to this guy's house, arrested him in the middle of the night. He's doing the perp walk, keeping his head down. Did a year in prison for making a movie about Muhammad, that this corrupt, evil, horrible, nasty bitch of a human being, Hillary Clinton, decided to pawn her own miserable foreign policy and gutless response, blame it on this citizen, and they took this guy away and put him in jail. Remember all that stuff? I don't forget those things. So, yeah. This is a big deal, this Peanut thing. It's a big deal. And as one of the memes that I saw basically said, hey, look, man, if they can come into your house and take your pet squirrel, take it away and kill it, then they don't have any problem whatsoever coming after you. And I think there's really something to be said for that. Really do. Hey, look at that. Jesse Bushman says, going to pull out all-nighter again in the Netherlands. Well, welcome to the coverage, Jesse, and it's so amazing to me, whether it's the election coverage or just stratosphere shows or whatever, the people from all around the world are watching. We live in an age of miracles. We really should really appreciate it more. And hello, Quibo, long time no see. So good to see you, and good to see everybody else. Anyway, has anybody gotten, let's go back to our official hotmikbillboard.com electoral maps. Have I don't. I'm sure that I know Florida doesn't close. They can't call Florida for another 4 minutes because the Panhandle is in Central Time. But has anybody called either Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia? I don't think Pennsylvania gets called until they can't even report the results for another 4 minutes because I think Pennsylvania is also not completely Eastern Time. Or New Hampshire. Any word on the gold states on the East Coast? Florida's in the bag. All the red states are in the bag. Georgia is almost certainly in the bag, but there's breathable air in there anyway. So I'm waiting for. I'd like to hear how things are going, but I'm not going to change things until they get called. Statistics is an amazing thing too, you know. Obviously, polls are sometimes mistaken, and a lot of times you'll put together a poll specifically to skew numbers in order to intimidate opposition and so on. But statistics is amazing because some of these, like a big sample, is 1,000 people out of 350 million, and they're able to get within 2 or 3 percentage points. It's astonishing, really, when you think about it, how predictable our behavior is. And hey, happy election night to everybody else too. I'm feeling loose as a goose on Matus, man. I'm just grooving and ready for bad news and hoping and expecting good news. I will tell you that if this thing does get called for Donald Trump tonight, there will be a period of me shooting off some fireworks, rhetorical fireworks, in terms of the people that we've had to deal with for the last 4 years. But I'm saving that until later. Yeah, this peanut thing, I'm surprised Donald Trump didn't jump on that. I saw a number of people who said something to the effect of, you go ahead and say you're going to get justice for peanut and I'm voting for you. But justice for peanut sounds like a joke. It's not a joke. That is so anti-American that the state can just burst into your house based on a phone call from a person who lived 1,500 miles away. They're keeping squirrels there illegally. And I know this because they run an animal rescue shelter, and this squirrel's getting more views on social media than I am, so I want you to go in there and get that squirrel out of there. Okay, well, that person's name and address, or at least her town, she's a Texan, East Texan. Her name was released, and I think her life's going to get a little complicated for a while, and frankly, I think she deserves it. I don't want anything to happen to her. I'm usually against doxing, but sometimes you want to make a stand like that. You know, I've gotten death. I never get death threats. The only time I've ever gotten death threats was after I announced at a Ted Cruz rally where I was introducing Ted Cruz back in, so would it be 12 years ago? Yeah, 2012, I want to say. Sounds right. I introduced him in a rally, and I basically said, Texans, here's what I would do if I were you. You see cars coming in from the west on Interstate 10, give them a big Texas welcome, escort them to the state line on the Louisiana side. But if you see them driving around residential neighborhoods looking like they're trying to find a place to live and they got California tags, I would just open fire without asking questions, and I wouldn't restrict myself to firearms. If you have grenades, rocket launchers, nuclear weapons, I would just go all out. They're going to come here and they're going to ruin your state. Well, this was reported as conservative calling for the murder of Californians. That's how the news reported it. The first report said Californian conservative pundit jokes about killing Californians, and then the jokes about part disappeared as the story started to gain some steam, and then I got, oh, yeah, I see you, I'm going to kill you. It's like, okay, all right. So I've been on the receiving end of this kind of love, and it happened again up in Illinois, and it's not fun, but I don't ever get death threats of any kind. Ben gets them all the time, and I'm sure Matt Walsh gets them all the time, and I suspect Charlie Kirk does, and guys like that. I don't irritate progressives in the same way that they do. I certainly don't have the reach that they have, but I just generally don't do it. Vermont's been called for Harris, but Vermont's not on my list of. I mean, there's no question about that. Yeah, just go back again. What I've got here are I just got rid of some of these were leaners, and I just said I don't want leaners, I don't want tilters. The ones that are red are solidly red. There's no question that the red states are going red. There's no question that the blue states are going blue. There's a number of states on here that look strong for Republicans, but I left them open. That'd be Nevada and Arizona and Georgia. There are a number of states that look strong for Democrats, like Minnesota, New Hampshire, and Virginia. I left them open too, because if it goes hard one way or another, they might be in play. They're not expected to flip. So I could go ahead and color those in, but I'm not going to. But I am just, I'm just waiting for confirmation for Georgia, North Carolina. Virginia is not expected to go to Trump, but you never know. If Virginia is close, then she's in real trouble. And if she loses Virginia, it's over. Pennsylvania, I was feeling a lot better about Pennsylvania earlier than I have lately, but they've only got a 350,000 lead in early voting. In 2010, they had a 1,100,000 vote lead. They won the state by a few tens of thousands of votes, and Republicans are coming out stronger than they did in 2020, and Democrats are coming out weaker, especially in urban areas. It looks like the black vote is underperforming, and the black male vote is way underperforming. And those blacks that are coming out, 20% of the males are voting for Donald Trump. That's unheard of. So, we'll see. Carrie Hilton says, Bill, the ads for the Harris-Walz campaign are the worst I've ever seen. I couldn't agree more. They're appalling. Lately, the assumption of the ads is that the voter is ashamed to vote for Harris, but it's okay, you can do it secretly. Yes, that's so funny you mentioned that. I'm so glad you brought that up, because I wanted to talk about that. They've done two of them now. One of them is where the wife and the cartoon conservative husband, they're all got USA and flags everywhere, they got flags coming out of their ears, and there's, red, white, and blue eyes, and, cartoon conservatives. And the guy's the ultimate nasty-looking dweeb. He says, honey, are you ready to vote now? And she says, yes, dear. And she goes there, and she's looking at some other liberal woman, and they both look down, and they go, and the narrator says, in the one place where women still have a choice. Yes, there's no other choices left for them. They can't decide what kind of margarine they want. That's all determined by men. They work at the jobs that men tell them to work on. There's no other place where women have any choice at all in the country. The voiceover says, but the one place where you still have a choice, you can vote for Harris, and you don't have to tell your husband. And they both circle the Harris thing. They kind of wink at each other, and then the husband comes out. Did you do the right thing, honey? Yes, dear. And they walk out with this smirk on their face, and I thought that's got to be the lowest. But then they did the exact same ad with bros. These three Republicans go in. They're three MAGA Republicans. Ready, dudes? You ready to go out there and vote for Trump the way we're supposed to? Yep. And then one of them says, I don't know. I'm concerned about the future of my kids. I'm going to vote for Harris. And some other conservative guy over there, I'm going to vote for Harris too. We don't have to tell anybody. The two things I want to say about that are, number one, yes, it's like you're ashamed. What they're basically saying is you don't have to tell anybody you actually voted for Harris. But the main reason I'm so torqued about these ads is because I thought they were perfect ads for Trump. That was one of the things I would have suggested for Trump, is basically to say, look, you can vote for Donald Trump and not tell your friends about it. The reason I find this so agitating or interesting is because I don't know of any Republicans who have disowned their family members because they vote Democrat. We deal with this all the time. It's the Democrats that disown the Republicans. And we saw this in Friends of Abe meetings time and time and time and time and time again. We saw cases where people would come into these meetings and say that my lifelong friend, I was the bridesmaid, maid of honor at her wedding, found out that I voted for George Bush, and now she doesn't answer my calls anymore. I'm dead to her now. I don't know any Republicans who do that. I have family members who are very Democratic, and I just don't talk politics about them, but I didn't cut them out of my lives. And what I find also is that when I do hang out with Democrats who know I'm a Republican, not just a Republican, I'm a super, I am the whole way, man. I'm deplorable Nazi garbage for Trump. But when they find out about that, what I find is I am perfectly happy to go to a family reunion or a Thanksgiving or something and not talk politics, but they're not capable of doing it. They can't do it. They have to poke me constantly. Have to constantly bring it up. Okay, so Wyoming Homesteader says Virginia is showing 52% for Harris and 46% for Trump, so it's looking like, at least, I don't know what the percentage is, but it looks like Virginia's going to go the way that people expected Virginia to go. I don't know what the numbers are there, 4% maybe. So that's about what they were expecting. I would like Virginia to have been a little closer. Those are early votes. The cities still have to count and so on. So we'll find out. Google is calling Texas blue, are they? We'll see. 26% reported to Virginia. So when somebody calls Virginia, again, we weren't expected to win Virginia. I just put it up there in case Trump's having an out of the park night. I should have the Google map open. Well, if Google Map is calling Texas for Trump, I mean for Harris, then I don't see much point in having that open. Election betting odds, 66% for Trump, 33% for Harris. Trump is starting to really break away here. I'll look at the Google electoral map just to see. So Texas is leaning light blue now. So is North Carolina. Uh, 11% reporting in Texas. Now, does this include my question is, does this include the votes that are already in? Harris 49.6, Trump 49.1. I guess I might as well keep this open. Georgia is breaking real hard for Trump this is probably a good resource. Thanks, Marcia. 33% of Georgia reporting. Trump is at 56%. Harris is at 43%. Georgia's looking real strong for Trump. North Carolina with 7% reporting. Harris is up by almost 10. I don't know, but these are the vote counts. It doesn't show me what's already in the bank, though, right? That's why I'm kind of waiting for somebody to make a call. Virginia, she's up by... According to Google Map, Harris is winning North Carolina by more than she's winning Virginia, which just doesn't make sense. They say that she's up in Pennsylvania 61-31. I just don't see how, what happens about, where are the votes that are already in there? They've got her up in Ohio. They've got her up in Minnesota. I don't know. I find this to be, now Texas is leaning red with 16% of the vote coming in. Okay, so what this is doing is this is just giving constant updates. Can somebody find out if this is accounting for the votes that are already banked? Because I'm looking at Texas and it says, well, there's millions of votes counted in Texas. What about Pennsylvania? See, Pennsylvania right now is showing that there are 81,000 votes for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. But what about the early votes? Those aren't there. So, I don't know. Hard to say. Harris is winning North Carolina by more than she's winning Virginia. I really would appreciate if somebody could figure out what they're doing with that. What about, these strike me as the results as they're coming in. What about the stuff that's already in the bank? That's what I would like to know. Anyway, we'll see. You would think so. Raven's Eye Off-Road says the early votes should have been tallied and included. But if that were the case, then, I mean, North Carolina's showing 193,000 Republicans have voted, but that can't include the early votes. You just can't. Pennsylvania shows that 81,000 people have voted for Donald Trump, but that can't count the early votes. So this whole thing is just kind of misleading, I think. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Key races. Trump is winning Florida. Georgia's winning. Trump is winning Georgia. Harris is ahead in Michigan with 2% reporting. Trump is looking 55.8 in Florida with 87% reporting. So Florida looks like it's pretty much, I'm surprised nobody's called it yet. Marisha says likely mail-in are included in the live update. What about the early voting? That's not likely mail-in. Those are votes. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it's all tea leaves into the end. I couldn't agree more. And let's see what else. Anything else here? The electoral votes, Trump's leading 95 to 35. Obviously, the West Coast goes real strong for the Democrats, but we'll find out. Florida's been called. Okay, well, I already called Florida, so my predictive powers are unmatched. I called Florida for the Republicans. What an incredible genius I must be. Florida, and this is another trend. Florida gets more and more. We won't have another reapportionment until 2030, so that's another whole election cycle. But people are moving fast. Jeff Mark's got a Bloomberg graphic, so let's have a look at that. Wow. Florida's called for Trump. Alabama's, this is on Bloomberg. Alabama's called for Trump. Mississippi's called for Trump, and they haven't even got a vote count in yet. South Carolina's called for Trump. Georgia got Trump ahead 56-42. North Carolina's got Harris ahead 52-46. I like this better than Google. Virginia's got Harris ahead 50-47. That's pretty close. Pennsylvania's got Harris with 0. There's 0 in yet. Yeah, she's running away with New Jersey. That's not a surprise. Rhode Island is pretty much walk away. So are Connecticut. We expected all of these things. So, wow, they're updating data every second pretty much. I'm looking for colors to change. Yeah, this is Bloomberg.com/graphics/2024 U.S. election results. North Carolina, what's switching down here? So Harris has a big lead in Pennsylvania right now with 5% of the votes counted. Trump's got a solid lead in Georgia with 36% of the votes counted. Oh, okay. So hey, thanks very much, Jeff. This is much more useful, I think. Michigan's got 2% of the votes counted, so we're not even going to worry about that. That's nuts. Georgia's looking solid. With 41% of the votes counted, Trump's up by 12 points. So Trump's closing in North Carolina. Harris is way ahead in Pennsylvania, but that's probably due to that firewall. Yes, see, now this I'll buy. In Pennsylvania here on Forbes, Harris has a 348,000 votes already in the bank. That's what the firewall was supposed to be, I think. So, well, votes are counting. As long as they keep counting, I'm feeling good. I want, it's when somebody throws a wrench into the system and says, "Wait a minute, hold on, we stopped counting in this state or that state." That's when I'm, a little concerned. How are they announcing Texas? Is it because the whole state's in Central Time? I guess that's it. We're 15 minutes past the poll close for Central Time, so I guess that's why they're reporting Texas. Oklahoma's wildly locked. Kansas is leaning Harris, but there's only 6% of the votes counted, and that's going to be solid Republican. So be interesting to watch the time lapse of this thing when it's all over. Yeah. So who knows? No, El Paso's in Mountain Time. Then they can't. How can they be announcing vote counts? Oh, that's got to be what's already in the bank, I would think. I don't know. The states are getting redder, though. So I think Florida's locked. Georgia is looking pretty good at 42%. This is useful. Let's see what election betting odds have to say. The site went down for a while. 65-34 for Trump now. Well, how's everybody feeling? I'm feeling sanguine. I'm Mark Twain, because there are practical reasons, the cyclical reason, my faith in the country and the indestructibility of this idea of this experiment mostly keeps me positive. Is when I come back to this, the government is not the country thing, is that nobody is buying progressivism. All right, it's failing. Feminism is failing. Their pop culture is failing. Nobody wants it. Whether this election goes our way or their way, they are losing. They're losing. I missed a few super chats. Thank you, Marisha. Let me go back and get those. I wouldn't want to do that. I take those so seriously. I missed one. Let's see if I missed another. Going back up. Well, we got a silver skater. Sorry, silver stacker. Sorry, yeah, super chat for $49. Thank you for that very much. Marusha Dark with a $20 super chat. Bill, the Jubilee show Surrounded is doing open casting calls. You should apply. I'd put you in front of millions, and you're already used to the format. Also, too late to put a call in to show us that you're not alone tonight. Set up a call-in show. Yeah, I can't set up a call-in show, but thanks for that. And Marusha, can you remind me about that on Thursday night? I'm going to forget it, but it sounds like it'd be fun to do. So I always appreciate all the help from all the fine people out there and all of the help with marketing and promotion and all the rest of that stuff. Darth Bobcat says, thanks for the coverage. The super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Darth. And looks like we're caught up there. Let's see. We're about halfway there in Georgia. Trump is ahead. We were expecting to win Georgia, so there's no big surprise there. North Carolina Trump is catching up fast. She's still got a solid lead in Pennsylvania. Those Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, if he wins any one of those, it's over. Ohio's got 36% of the vote counted, and Trump's just down by 2 points. So I suppose what's happening here is that the mail-in and early votes are already counted. Republicans come out strong on Election Day, so the states are showing blue now because they had an early voting lead, not anything like the lead they had in 2020. And as the overwhelmingly Republican Election Day results come in, those states fade from dark blue to pale blue to pink to darker red. Texas is showing 29% in. Trump's up by 10. Yeah, I'm not too worried about Texas. Georgia's not at halfway yet. So we'll just wait a little while and see what's going on. I do like this better, but back to the Google thing. Starting to look more like what we were expecting. North Carolina surprises me. Although Trump is closing that gap rapidly, they're about 20,000 votes away with only 9% of the vote reported. North Carolina is considered a battleground state. Virginia, he's within 3, with a third of it reported. I don't know. I'm feeling overall pretty good. So, no reason to change the electoral map yet. This is what we started the night with. And I'll switch it over on YouTube here. And so far, no surprises. The toss-up states, no one's called either Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Michigan, Wisconsin. Needless to say, don't expect to win Minnesota, don't expect to win Virginia, and don't really expect to win New Hampshire, but they were possibilities in the same way that I expected to win Georgia, expected to win Arizona and Nevada. We're just kind of going with these. Marisha says you can't just look at the lead, you have to look at the reporting. It's meaningless until more than half are reporting it. Yes, fair enough. I mean, I'm just, look, I like I said, this is a election night conversation. I am not an expert at this. In fact, I would say I am a poor representative of this kind of thing. Trump in the election betting odds, I can just read the numbers. Trump's up by 30 points in terms of likelihood to win the elections. 65.2 to 35.2. He's up by 31 points. So, feeling good, man. I'm feeling pretty confident. And obviously, as Heretic points out, it's not meaningless if you look into what the counties are coming from. Obviously, if cities haven't reported it yet, that's enormously big deal. But right now, I'm feeling solid. Trump's up 7 points in the last 4 hours in terms of how the betting odds are going. Overall, I'm feeling pretty good. Wow, the comment stream on Newsmax is just a blur. Senate and the House are looking good so far also. Okay, let me go back to the live camera because I'm not putting much stock in these maps. I've just put them up there mostly for giggles. Be perfectly honest with you, I am really amazed at how calm I am about all this. Not amazed at how confident I am, just how calm I am. I'm looking at it as if it's an election, not as if it's whether or not the asteroid is going to strike the Earth. And this gives me some comfort at night too. What is that? Can I get a channel? On YouTube says, Civil War would be a walk in the park. The Blues don't have guns, LOL. Honestly, that alone gives me a lot of peace at night. Is just, well, you know, there are limits to how many squirrels they can take away with them. So, if all else fails, we can all vote as much as we want in California. You know, California, 54 electoral votes. If California were in play or flipped, just think about how different. If California, this is not realistic. I'm not saying this is likely or even possible, but just given the size of that chunk, if California were to be Republican, the Democrats would never win again, ever. And if California keeps governing itself the way it's been governing itself, then it's hard to leave this state. It is an astonishingly beautiful place to live. I'm not seeing any signs of, you know. It looks like the election is actually functioning the way it's supposed to. Updates, you know, and nothing being, you know, frozen or canceled or, you know, that kind of thing. All right, so Georgia's got 48% counted. Only 11% in North Carolina. 36% in Virginia, and it's a dead heat in Virginia. Trump just took the lead in Virginia. 36%. If this was, look, I'm a long way from an expert at this, but one of the things I do know is that Virginia was supposed to be safely Harris. If Virginia goes to Trump, then she's really in trouble. Same for New Hampshire, and the same for Minnesota. The battleground states are battleground states, but if she loses Virginia, then I think it's going to be a great night. That would be just so nice. So what happens if Trump wins this thing? I don't know if any of you got to see it. I put it up pretty late. Actually, only got it up half an hour before we went live with the coverage. But I released a Right Angle, which if you want to take a break away from all of this stuff, there's a Right Angle called What If Trump Wins? And Mark Halperin said that if Trump wins this election, it's going to be the greatest mental health crisis in the history of the country. I think that's absolutely true. If we lose, we're going to be upset, and we'll be facing despair, and we'll be dealing with the depression and the anxiety and all the rest of it. But we're not the ones that go pull yards signs out of strangers' property. We're not the ones that knock off hats that say Harris on it. If the left loses this thing, they're going to lose their mind. Fully a third, if not more than that, maybe 45% of the country genuinely believes that this is an election that Hitler's going to win. They're going to lose their frickin' minds. They're going to lose their minds. Steve Whoop said Reagan ended California as an option due to amnesty. I hate to say it, but I think you're probably right about that. So, we'll see. Marisha says, I've been predicting since the first term that if Trump wins twice, the left will go feral and violent. Look, I don't want anybody to get hurt, but that's what I want. I want these people who claim to be all about our democracy, I want them to get feral and violent. I wish I could say I want them to get violent without anybody getting hurt. That's what I would like. I want people to see what they are. Because if Donald Trump wins this election, you can write this one down. The single most important thing about Donald Trump winning, if he wins, is not the border, it's not the economy. The single most important thing is if Donald Trump wins this election, we will have a federal Department of Justice again. There will be a Justice Department with an Attorney General who's on the side of the people. And that's when Antifa gets listed as a domestic terrorist organization. I was thinking about this before I came over in the shower. I was thinking, I don't even want the government to protect me from these lunatics. I just want the government not to prosecute me if I end up defending myself. You know what I mean? That's all I really want. I just want a Justice Department. I want to live in a world like that Florida sheriff, I forget what county it was. He said, if somebody comes into your home in whichever county it was in Florida, this is the sheriff of the county saying, and you shoot him, we'd frankly be grateful. It'd save us the trouble. If somebody breaks into your house in the middle of the night and you shoot him dead, good for you. Thanks for saving us. That's the country I want to live in. I don't break into other people's houses in the middle of the night. The reason I don't do that is because I feel like if I did that, I might get shot, and more importantly, I would deserve to be. So as long as the government is not going to persecute me for defending myself, prosecute me and persecute me, then I'm perfectly happy being the side that has the guns to defend ourselves against these lunatics. I was been watching, what's his name? Found somebody on YouTube that's been taking my mind off of the politics. He's a comic. What is it? It's got to be here. Yeah. Joey B. Tunes. Joey B. does commentary on TikTok, and he's hilarious. He basically just constantly commenting on TikTok, and he talked about what people are doing for views now and how they're blocking traffic and they're doing selfies on the railroad tracks at Auschwitz, and he just basically comes down and burns TikTokers. And I'm thinking, this is all I want. It's like all I want is if a bunch of these Stop Oil people are barricading the freeway, I want to be able to get out with other citizens and, without hurting them, lift these people up and take them off to the side. And if they get back in again, then when I say take them off the side, I mean over the edge of the overpass. I just want to be able to get them out of the way and have me not go to jail. That's all I'm saying. Marisha says, Bill, did you see the one where the leaders of the BLM came out in favor of Trump while Richard Spencer came out for Harris? This is not the same world. It is the outsiders versus the insiders. And when you see people that are ostensibly conservatives like Bill Kristol and Dick Cheney and those guys, when you see them come out and endorse the Democrat, what they're saying is, I would rather give up my principles than get turned outside of the machine. I am so happy being inside the machine and going to all the cocktail parties and getting all the invitations and all the perks. And I'm so happy being inside the machine that I'd rather change my entire so-called moral code than get kicked out into the regular world of the outsiders where all those knuckle-dragging, mouth-breathing savages are. Trump's now leading in Dave Big Booty says he's leading in East Virginia. This is what I certainly didn't come up with this, but the first time I ever heard anybody refer to the People's Republic of China as West Taiwan, I just thought, man, you just win. You win the internet. Let's see what's happening here. It's been a couple minutes. Let's go back to Bloomberg. Let's see what we got here. Georgia's got 50%, 52% counted, looking good. 48% counted in Texas. Trump's ahead in Texas. North Carolina is only 13% counted, and it's very close. It's within 4,000 votes. Virginia has got Trump ahead with 38% counted. Spencer also endorsed Biden, says Darth Bobcat for a super chat. Yeah, well, okay. Off you go. Trump is... That's funny. How are they doing that? Just a curiosity how the map works. When I roll over, this is on the Bloomberg map, when I roll over Maryland, it's showing it as dark blue, which is expected, but Trump is winning with only 0.3% of the votes counted. I guess that's what it is. You would think that it would, it doesn't matter. It's going to flip in just the next update. Pennsylvania's got Harris well ahead, but they're only at 8% of the vote counting. So the Republicans knew that we were down by about 300,000 votes, and that's the margin now. So Republicans come out strong on Election Day, and we'll see what happens in Pennsylvania. Same thing for Michigan, and Wisconsin is not reporting yet. Where do I think they'll shut it down tonight? I don't know if they can, Caledon. I don't know if they can shut it down tonight. I think there's too many votes already in the bank for them to shut it down. They don't have the kind of lead that they had to protect before. You know what I mean? They had enormous leads. They had million-vote leads in 2020. So when Trump started gaining faster than they thought he would, they just plain stopped the presses. Georgia is 51% counted. Let's get these votes counted, folks. North Carolina is pretty much dead heat, but there's only 13% counted. So it's just a question of time now. It's 5:30 here in Pacific, 8:30 Eastern time. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm having a fun night. 327 viewers on YouTube. Welcome to all of you. We do live shows on Monday and Thursday nights right here at this very same spot, and we'd love to have you come in and talk about. On Monday night, we talk about pop culture things and entertainment things. I've got a show starting called Story Mechanics, which one way or another with the election over is going to start getting into gear. I've got commitments from John Voight, Gary Sinise, Adam Baldwin, Mike Rowe, Kelly Carlson, Tom Dreesen, a bunch of others. And we're going to be just talking about how stories work, how do movies get made, how do you tell a story, how do you tell a joke, why is a joke funny, why what is comic timing? I also want to get into specific things with Jon Voight. I want to talk about The Heart of Gold. He's played a couple characters in Midnight Cowboy and The Champ, where it's a person who ostensibly is not a very good person, but they've got the heart of gold, and you end up loving them. I want to talk to Gary Sinise about the idea of Lieutenant Dan being Orpheus, who descends into hell and comes back out on the other side. So if you're watching live and you want to stick around and come back to this channel for the live shows, we're going to have some fun things happening at BillWhittle.com that are way overdue. I've been talking about them for, if not almost a year, maybe even over a year. But they're all on their way, and we're excited about that. We're working on a science fiction show called The Colonies. We're working on a sci-fi horror movie called Big Bat Problems. All of these things have been on hold for my number of commitments I've had for the last 3-4 years at Daily Wire. They're not going to be there anymore, and at least not to the degree where they've just basically taken all of my time and effort. So we'll start seeing some motion, and I think that'll be fun for everybody. So if you're just watching here for the first time, stick around. We'll see you on Thursday night for Stratosphere Lounge at 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern. Got a couple super chats here. One from Patrick George. Habi, your hot mic is on fire. Thank you. I'm feeling good about it. Thank you for succinctly expressing my thoughts in your videos. Well, you're welcome. It's great to be on the Team Righteousness. McGillis with a $10 super chat says, no presence on XY. Best conservative voice, if not counting Friedman, Soul, E. Williams. Hire editor, no shorts on YouTube, for example. Cut the long intros and get to the punch. You need highlights. Yes, I agree with pretty much all of that. And then there's a Black Dynamite with a super chat called for Whittle Gabbard 2028. I don't know where your screen name came from, Black Dynamite, but I saw pieces of a movie, Black Dynamite, on an airplane. Somebody was playing it a couple seats in front of me. I went home and watched it. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. I just absolutely love Black Dynamite. It's a satire on the blaxploitation films from the 70s, and I really, really love that movie. I think it's absolutely fantastic. Here's an interesting super chat from Naveen Nevin. Says, Donald J. Trump repulses me, but his flaws in corruption pales in comparison to the Democrats' flaws in corruption, so voting DJT first time to keep Kamala out. My friends say that this is incoherent. Can I be a voter without being a supporter? You can, and welcome to the DJT family, where what we find here, Naveen, is there are a lot of people who feel the way that you feel in varying degrees. I don't know a single person I don't even the most rabid Donald Trump supporters, Naveen, be the first ones to tell you that there's some real serious problems with that man in terms of sometimes his thin skin and his arrogance about things, his constant showboating and biggest ever, best ever. A lot of us here have some serious problems with him. But as Lincoln said about Grant, when Grant was given command of the Union armies because nobody else fought and won, people said Grant's a drunkard and he drinks on the job. And Lincoln said, I can't spare this man. He fights. So I just want to say on behalf of Trump supporters that I know, welcome to the family. One of the points I made in Insider Outsider, which is if you search for Bill Whittle channel on YouTube, which is where you're watching this, you'll see a video I did just yesterday called The Outside Inside. And basically, my entire point is we're not voting for Trump. We're doing exactly what you're doing. We're voting against the state. We're voting against this shadow state. Clearly, Kamala Harris is not the president, or neither is Joe Biden. There are people behind the curtain that are making those decisions. So I just want to welcome you and say he no longer repulses me. When I first saw Donald Trump enter the race in 2016, we did a show on it, and they said, what do you think about Donald Trump? I said, I like his hat. I've grown to like him better and better and better over the years. You may find that many of the things that you've been told about him aren't true, but whether you believe it or not, I just want to welcome you with open arms and say, I used to be a Democrat when I was younger. Took a while for life to beat the stupid out of me. And the man I really worship as a politician who really genuinely adored this country and who won the Cold War, that'd be Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan spoke for me and maybe spoke for you as well, Naveen, when he said, I didn't leave the Democrat Party, the Democrat Party left me. That's, I think, the story of our time. So welcome to the big tent. And I would encourage everybody else in the comment section to welcome this person to the big tent as well, because whether you like Trump or not, it's not about him. It's about stopping the elites from telling us how to live our lives. Here's a super chat from Evil Otto saying, my father and mother voted Democrat until the day they died, and they still do. Yeah, it's a great joke. My dad voted Republican until the day he died, and then he started voting Democrat. Darth Bobcat with a super chat says, here's a question I've wondered about. How would election results and voting patterns change if every state split their electoral votes like Nebraska and Maine do? What's your take? My take is that would get you much closer to what the popular vote looks like. Let's talk about the Electoral College for a minute for people who may be relatively new to the channel here. Many people have wondered, especially people from overseas, saying, this doesn't make sense. How is it possible for Hillary Clinton to win the popular vote but lose the presidency? Well, the short answer is that the people do not elect the president. The states elect the president. And to understand why this is, you have to understand the genius of the Electoral College. The United States is a continent. The people that live in New England are vastly different than the people who live in Alabama. The people who live in Arizona are very different than the people who live up in the Pacific Northwest. We are a continent. There's probably 6 or 7 identifiable tribes in America. There's the New Englanders, there's the Midwesterners, there's the Deep South, there's the Southwest, there's the Northwest. They're all very different people. If we went with just the popular vote, then the cities would determine the presidency every year. And the entire country would be governed. The executive branch would be a product of the cities because that's where the population mass is. The genius of the Electoral College is, it means the President of the United States has to appeal to the entire country. He can't just appeal to city people. He has to win states, not win people. We have representation for the people in the House of Representatives. The Senate used to work the same way that the presidency worked. The Senate used to be set up so that the states elected the senators. That's why the House of Representatives and the Senate are different. But those were changed by progressives in order to concentrate power in Washington. If it weren't for the Electoral College, a candidate would only have to win New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Dallas, Atlanta, and Detroit. And that urban population would control the entire country forever because that's where most of the people are. The Electoral College protects farmers. The Electoral College protects rural people, protects suburban people. In order to become president of the United States, you have to appeal to the entire country, and you do that by states. If you voted only based on population, all you would have to do is appeal to the cities, which is, here's more welfare, here's more funding for subsidized housing, and all the rest of it. The genius of the Electoral College is it keeps this enormous country that is an entire continent composed of all of these different opinions. It keeps them together. If you don't like living in the Bible Belt and having people, then you can leave Montgomery, Alabama, and you can move to Portland, Oregon. And likewise, if you don't like Antifa smashing buildings, you can get the hell out of there. People are getting the hell out of California about as fast as they can rent the U-Hauls. So that's the genius of the United States. It's the United States. And the more power that is passed down to the states, the freer the country gets. Everything the Democrats do and the progressives do is trying to concentrate power in Washington. And if all they had to do was vote for the cities, then it'd be over. But it's not over. So let's go back to the map and see what's happened since I've been yapping for a little bit. Well, now, 42% of the votes counted. Donald Trump has a very slight lead in Virginia, of all places. North Carolina, his lead is expanding with only 23% counted. But Virginia, at the moment, is pink. West Virginia is good. I don't see any other changes. Ohio is going red as expected. Pennsylvania has still got that 300,000 vote lead, but there's only 12% counted there, so it's still showing blue. Michigan is showing 7% counted. That's pointless at this point. Wisconsin and Minnesota haven't even opened up yet. Slicka Poland says that sick of Poland. Yeah, me too. Says rural people help each other. City people don't even know each other. That's exactly, precisely correct. You got that in one. That's why there's so little crime in small towns. If you mug somebody in New York, you simply disappear into the subway and you're never seen by the person again. The person you mugged, you'll never see them again. That's how you get away with crime. You mug somebody in a small town, somebody's going to walk up to you and they're going to say, "Jonathan Edwards, you low-down dirty dog. I'm telling your grandparents about this and your grandmom, and you wait till you get to school on Tuesday." You know each other. Oh my God. John Eden, who's consistently coming in with $99 super chats, decided to break his tradition and came in with a $200 super chat. Nothing attached to it. John, you are just the most remarkable person, and I don't think we've done a show where you haven't donated $100, and I can't tell you how much it means to me. Not just the money, which is really useful, but just the show of confidence and the generosity and the vision is just. I'm blown away every time. I'm double blown away, completely knocked out by it. Thank you very, very much. Naveen again says, why won't Donald Trump and GOP talk about Democrats surgically and chemically mutilating children? We do. We talk about it all the time. It's one of our biggest issues. Is because it's too uncomfortable and unbelievable for voters to believe this is real because it sounds made up. What else? No, Naveen, I don't know if you're relatively new to the Republican camp, but that is really one of the major issues that has us voting against people like Kamala Harris. This idea that you can chop body parts off of children because they've been pressured into doing something. There's no question that the pressure on children in liberal areas is to be trans. And this gets to the vanity and the narcissism of the parents. Because the parents are basically saying, well, I'm parents of my kid's a normal kid. How hard is that? But if my kid is on the autism spectrum and also trans, then think about how special that kid is and how special does that make me? Now, we talk about this all the time, Naveen. This is one of our major issues. We're for the same reason, we're so strongly opposed to having trans men in women's sports. Leah Thomas won a long-distance swimming event by 30 seconds. Not by 3 seconds. You had enough time to get out of the pool, go and take a shower, have a coffee, come back, and then see the second person come in and win. It's absolutely key part of the Republican. Look, let's just get rid of the word Republican for a minute. Conservatives are simple to understand. We believe that common sense and trial and error, who am I kidding? Billions of individuals over billions of times over hundreds of years making decisions, billions and billions of personal decisions, is trial and error on a massive scale. And common sense is the result of all of these billions of trial and error experiments. They tell us that certain things work and other things don't. They tell us that men are stronger than women because it's true. And if you want to have a political party that tells you there's no physical difference between men and women, you are no longer based in reality, and reality is going to win. Whether reality wins tonight or not, I don't know yet, but reality is going to win. There is no future for modern progressivism. It's designed to destroy the country by having all of these little small groups criticize the center. They can never criticize each other. You never hear black people criticizing homosexuals, and you can't have Hispanics criticizing transgenders. It's all got to be going against the middle. But that's what critical theory is. And it takes the most beautiful idea in the history of the world, which is e pluribus unum, out of many one, the idea that you can come here from China, or you can come here from Russia, you can come here from England, you can come here from Madagascar, you can come here from Australia, you come here from Mogadishu, you can come here from Ecuador, you can come here from anywhere. And you come to America and you become a new person. You bring your culture flavors with you, but you don't maintain that identity. You become a new person. Out of many one. That's what this country was predicated on. And the modern progressives are determined to break that and smash that apart and divide it up into tribes and put the tribes at war with the biggest tribe, which is the kind of the conservative tribe. So we're just in favor of what works. We're in favor of one mom, one dad in a family, because that has been proven to produce the happiest people. If it turned out that other systems produced more happiness, then we'd be in favor of that. This is kind of how my personal philosophy goes. I like to brag about how I'm never wrong, because when somebody points out the fact that there's the truth is somewhere else, I move. I change my mind. I was a Democrat. My first vote was for Walter Mondale because he said he would raise taxes. You know why I voted for Walter Mondale, saying he was going to raise taxes? Because I thought I'd get something out of it in terms of student loans, and I wasn't paying any taxes. I'm paying taxes now. Now that I'm paying taxes, I'm not in favor of taxes being raised. So this is the natural progression of things. And like I said before, welcome to the club. You're certainly not under any obligation to stay, but I think you'll find that the more you talk to and listen to conservatives, the more you'll come to realize, as so many other progressives have come to realize, that most of the things that you've been told about us just plain aren't true. I've spoken to a large number of both black conservatives and gay conservatives who have said that the welcome that they got from conservatives blew their minds, and all of the hatred they got was from their gay friends or their black friends who couldn't believe that they left the plantation and changed their mind. I've had gay conservatives say they've come out as gay at Republican events, said that they've decided to vote Republican and get met with nothing but handshakes and hugs, and all of their gay friends who had been Democrats their entire lives suddenly call them traitors, and how can you possibly be call yourself gay if you vote for Republicans, and all of you're gonna be surprised, pleasantly surprised, I would say. Let's go back and see if there's been any progress in this giant goat rodeo we're calling an election here. Okay, so Florida is pretty much done. 92% of the votes counted. We don't have to change anything. Trump won that by 13 points. That's a big win. That's a big win. I'm curious to know if he won Dade County or not. Mississippi's locked. Alabama's locked. Georgia is Trump ahead. Is only 63% of the votes counted, but Trump is ahead by 5, so that's looking good. South Carolina's locked. North Carolina, with 25% of the vote counted, has Trump ahead by 8, which is good. Virginia, with almost half counted, has Trump ahead by 1. If Virginia is close, Kamala Harris is in real trouble. Real trouble. Maryland is obviously, New Jersey is doing what they're expected. Pennsylvania is not even 15% counted, and Trump is still down by about 300,000 votes, so we need to start seeing some motion there. Same for Michigan. Trump's down by 50,000 votes. No word on Wisconsin yet, although we're about 5 minutes away from starting to see some results from some of these other places. So far, as we sit here at this moment, with only 44% of Virginia counted, Trump is ahead in Virginia. If Virginia is close, Harris is in trouble. And if Virginia goes to Harris, she's in big trouble. So we will see. We will see. So far, I have not had to alter the map. We are now almost 2 hours into the election night coverage, and my starting map, which left a lot of room for surprises both ways, we really can't make any changes yet, but I think we can. I think the first change will be to color in Georgia for Republicans. I think that'll be the first thing that seems like is going to be clearly the case. Any word on New Hampshire? Maine is going as expected. Maine at large is going to Trump, and Maine's first district is strongly going to Harris. New Hampshire, with 30% of the vote counted, Harris is up by 10, but that only comes to 25,000 votes. So, the 30% of the votes counted. New Hampshire was never really expected to go to Trump, but if it's close, it's not good for her. Right now, on Bloomberg, it's 101 for Trump, 71 for Harris. Harris is going to pick up 80 electoral votes or something once the West Coast votes. It's all going to go blue, so I factored that in already. On the map that I'm showing with without any toss of being filled in, it's Democrats have 199 safe, Republicans have 219 safe, and we'll start making some changes on that soon. Can I get a channel said it'd be so awesome if we can bet on the election? I don't know if you're being facetious, but you obviously can. You can bet on pretty much anything. Election betting odds is down again. Let's see if we can get it to reload. Okay, it's breaking hard for Trump now. Trump is now on what people are putting their money, not what they want to have happen, but what they expect is going to happen. Trump is now at 70%, 71% to win, Harris down to 28.6. I'm feeling comfortable with this evening. I'm not cocky yet. I want to see the battleground states in the Rust Belt, but people who know more about how things are going to go than I do and put their money where their mouth is. Trump's up 12% in the last 4 hours, and he's looking 70.9% versus 28.6% on election betting odds. That's averaging a number of them. Polymarket is probably the most reliable of these, and Polymarket has Trump at 73%, Harris at 27%. So that's looking good. Hello, Virginia, my friend. How are you? Veronica, beg pardon. Virginia's on my mind. So I'm having a great time. I don't know about you guys, but as for me, I'm having myself just a fine old time. Let's go back. And nobody wants to look at this map. Everybody wants to look at the host. I mean, let's not kid ourselves here. Obviously. Calling Virginia for Harris. Who called it for Harris? I'm not surprised, but I'm wondering how close it is. I didn't expect to win Virginia, but if Virginia's close, it looks good on other ways. Vivek on Carlson says we won't know about Wisconsin until tomorrow. Why? Why? This makes me very nervous. The votes that have gone into Wisconsin are already in. The voting is going on now. I wonder, says Vivek on Carlson, says won't know about Wisconsin until tomorrow. Could somebody tell me why? Because I find that very suspicious. Because Fairfax County is heavy Dem and it's only 43% in. So keep counting. Keep counting. I can wait. Oh, he didn't say why. Well, if it turns out that they've stopped counting in Wisconsin, if for whatever reason they've stopped counting, then that should be a nuclear bomb of a warning for people. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm not saying that they stopped counting, but if they did stop counting, then that should be an absolute get out the pitchforks and the torches moment. Marisha said he might just be speculating. Yeah, maybe. It doesn't take forever to count these votes, you know. Paper ballots, you know, where you just mark in the little black dots on a paper card, slide it in there. Those things, it wasn't until 2000 2000 was off for a legitimate reason because Florida genuinely came down to a couple hundred votes. So I'm ready to give. They should not have done all the recounting for weeks, but I can understand not getting it that night. Wow, look at that. Patriot in the Dark says, with a super chat says, as president of the Blind Guys for Bill Whittle, I wanted to say thank you. Well, thank you very much, Patriot in the Dark, and you certainly have much clearer vision than many, many, many people I know. So thank you. That was very, very kind. That was very sweet. Let's see what we got. Back to, let's see, check out the Google map for the giggles. Okay, so looking at the Google map, which shows us kind of the whole thing in a picture, the whole Sun Belt is looking pink, including Virginia, but we're still early. Virginia's only halfway there. Trump's only got, 20,000 point lead or something, 20,000 vote lead. Zachary Baker for $300. Good Lord, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Love your channel. My wife has been a paid subscriber for years. Yes, please keep doing the historical documentaries. God bless. Zachary, thank you. Thank your wife for me. That's very, very kind of you. Really deeply, deeply appreciate that generosity. Really remarkable. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. So with the exception of Florida being as close as it was in 2000, in 2004 we knew that night, we knew 2008 that night, we knew 2012 that night, we knew 2016 that night. It's 2020 when all of a sudden 5 states stopped counting. I'm telling you, it's just, what more do you need to see to at least say this is suspicious? I'm a little sus on this, man. Little sus. New Hampshire is 32%, and Harris is up by 10 points. It's not looking like it's going to happen, but that's, again, expected. So far, no surprises. I've stated it many, many times. I'll state it again. On my electoral map, I never seriously expected to win Virginia or New Hampshire or Minnesota. And I did expect to win Nevada and Arizona, and I didn't color those in, so we'll see. But it's 6 o'clock now, which is 9 o'clock Eastern, so that means a whole new set of reporting is going to start coming in for other states. It'll take a while until those things start to get, above 50, 60, 70%. Georgia's at 68%, 65%, but Trump is leading by 200,000 votes, and that's a 52 to 47% lead. Let's see if the odds have changed. Now it's still about 70-30. I'm feeling good, man. Feeling good. Veronica, are you sure about that? Veronica said Trump won Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this is that whoever wins Miami-Dade County for the last 50 years, whoever wins Miami-Dade County wins, not the election, because Hillary won it and so did Biden, but they lost the state. But whoever wins Miami-Dade County wins the popular vote for the last 50 years. So if Miami-Dade went to Donald Trump, then Trump's, if a 50-year track record holds, then Donald Trump's going to win the popular vote. If he wins the popular vote, then Harris has almost no chance to win this thing. Almost no chance. Let's see. Ohio got called for Trump. Well, I didn't have Ohio in doubt either, but I remember when Ohio was a toss-up state. I remember when Florida was a toss-up state. So things are much, much redder than they were before. Let's see. Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin, she has to win all 3. If Trump can peel one of those, it's pretty much over for her. So, it's like, I want to come back again to facing bad news tonight, just in terms of the long view of it. The thing, yes, if Kamala Harris is president, then it's going to be a catastrophe. But just stay with me for 1 second, okay? Stay with me for 1 second. The thing that's dangerous, the thing that's really scary, would be that the first woman president, Democrat, is extremely capable. That would be scary. If you're gonna have, if the first woman president is this idiot who was selected specifically because of her gender, she is a DEI nominee. If it turns out that the DEI nominee wins, then we're going to see what a DEI president performs like. And for those people out there who still haven't come to the conclusion that DEI generally should be rearranged DIE, if it takes having somebody that incompetent as president to teach the country what it needs to be taught, then that's what we need to. Then the beatings will continue until morale improves. I'm feeling good, and I'm feeling very calm, which is shocking for me. Shocking. I'm excited, but the word I'm looking for? Here's the word I'm looking for. I am sanguine. I am sanguine tonight, and I'm never sanguine, but I'm just feeling like we're on the Ferris wheel, and we're going to get the hard landing, or we're going to get the soft landing, but the wheel will turn, and nothing I see out there at all, nothing is telling me that these people are going to win this thing long term. The government is not the country. They're not changing this country. They're just changing the government. People in this country are so sound. And by the way, here's something besides just going out and seeing regular people. We're told on a regular basis about this giant race war, and how the races have never been further apart. I say this all the time on the shows, but I mean it. There's a 7-Eleven not far from where I live, and I often get out of here after 11. I'm usually here till 11 at night most nights, and sometimes later. So sometimes I'll stop at 7-Eleven on the way back just to get a snack or something. And time again, I'll either open and hold the door for a black guy, or a black guy will hold the door for me, and whenever this happens, be like, thank you very much, hey, no problem. This hatred and this division that they constantly tell us is there is not there. It is forced down on us from above. It's like the pandemic. It's like, you're all going to die. It's like, no, we're not. No, we're not. We're tired of you. We're tired of being told by people who are stupid how to run our lives. You elitists are not smart. You're dumber than a box of hammers. How stupid do you have to be to believe that 10 people in a room in Washington know more about running a gas station than the guy that actually runs the gas station in Oklahoma City? How stupid do you have to be to believe that? We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, VSE0 says, I hope Scott Presler gets a reward in Pennsylvania for how hard he worked there. Is Scott Presler the guy that went out and did all the ballot chasing? Because he said we need to have 30%. We need 30% of the votes in early to take that state back, and he got it too. If it's the person I'm thinking of. So will California turn back red? It'll eventually turn red because there is no blue future, right? There's no blue future. It doesn't exist. Well, let's see if we get some new numbers here or anything interesting happening here. Georgia's at what percentage? 66% called. Michigan is only 9%. And Trump is within 40,000 votes in Michigan. In Pennsylvania, where they have this enormous firewall lead, it's down to about a 300,000 point lead, but there's only 17% called in Pennsylvania, so I'm feeling good. Zachary Baker for a super chat says, my wife Jen just told me she's known you longer than me. We've been married almost 20 years. She said she's been with you since eject. Wow. For those of you who are relatively new, I started this with a blog. With Steve Green, Scott Ott, and I all had our own blogs. We all started in 2002. I got there like end of 2002. I had a blog called Eject, and I named it Eject because this is when I started thinking about politics seriously, and I realized I was a conservative. I had not been a conservative before. When I say I'd been a liberal, I wasn't an activist. I didn't give a damn about politics. Never, ever entered my mind. I just didn't care. Didn't care. But I started thinking about it, and I thought, it's time for me to get out of this airplane. It's on fire. This philosophy doesn't make sense to me. And Steve had Vodka Pundit, which he still has, and Scott had Scrappleface, which is a satire site. And then we all three got hired by, then we went to CPAC in 2008, and we'd all been fans of each other's blog work, and we met for breakfast, and we said, I should do a show. So we did a show called Trifecta on PJTV between 2009 and 2014, and then PJTV closed. We moved over to BillWhittle.com. We've been doing it as Right Angle since then, and there you go. Ari Baker with a super chat says, what terrifies me and should terrify all Jews is that God abandons and destroys nations which harm Israel. How there can be an American Jewish vote after this, after the way the Democrats have handled this, is beyond my understanding. But nevertheless, there it is. Georgia's at 67%, but still nothing to call, so we'll see. No real changes yet. We're about 10 minutes past the closing of the polls in Central Time, so, or is it Mountain Time? Yeah. So they're starting to come in. Ohio is deep red now. Called for Trump. Well, I already had Ohio. But on the topic of DEI, the racist UK Tories just made Kemi Badenoch, a Nigerian woman, the leader of their party, and she might become PM one day. Meanwhile, Labor keeps electing white dudes. Yes, they're the racists. The whole idea of DEI is racist. The whole idea of DEI is racist because what it's saying is you have to hire more black people or you have to hire more gay people or more Hispanics. It's like, how about if we just hire the best people? No, you can't do that. Why not? That's what conservatives say. Why can't we just hire the best people? We believe that if you hire the best people, you will get blacks, Hispanics, gays, and all the rest of it. We're not but when you say no, you're saying you have to make exceptions in order to make this thing balanced. You're just showing how racist you are. No conservative that I know believes that. So Harris is, since 5 p.m., the gap between Harris and Trump has widened in Trump's favor. So as the election results come in, it's gotten wider. It's more or less flatline now, but a couple of them just took a big dive. Trump took a big dive on some news, 69 to 30. It's still 70-30. I don't see any news that's been released that changes anything particularly. Let's see what Polymarket has to say. They're usually pretty good about these things. 72% for Trump now, 28% for Harris. It's still got a long way to go, guys, but I'm feeling pretty darn good. I don't know, but how are you all feeling? Everybody more or less happy? Gummin says, Bill, if you're interested, I posted a question on Bill Whittle about gutless politicians. I might go to the comments in the forum, depending on what happens if we get some calls, going out there. So far, so good. Anybody else having a good time? I'm having a good time. I'm not having a good. I'm happy with the way the night's going. Maybe I'm just completely infatuated with how hysterical I am this year, because I was just chewing the paint off the walls the last several election cycles. This time I'm just feeling like it's going to be okay, man. It's going to be okay. And besides, I don't talk about this too much because I don't like excluding people in conversations, but I've become much, much more religious over the years, much more as I get older and wiser and find out that not only the best people I know are deeply religious, but the smartest people I know are deeply religious. I find that to be remarkable. Not making any comments for any of you who aren't, but ultimately, if you are a religious person, then this really is. It's not like the Democrats are going to outsmart God on this one. You know what I mean? It's not like they're going to pull one over on the Lord of the universe. It's not like they're going to sneak one in and loophole their way to victory. If we need 4 more years of smacks in the face, then we need 4 more years. And if we don't, we don't. One way or another, you're not. I've said this. This is the most important thing to say about this peace of mind I've found, guys. I'll just tell you from the bottom of my heart that I have come to believe that these people cannot win unless we surrender. That's the only chance they have. And because I believe this, if you look at everything that happens in society and everything they do and everything they say and all the things they make us agree with and how they handled the pandemic and the whole thing with the trans thing and the transgender athletes, all of it is designed to demoralize us and get us to the point where we say, well, that's it, the country's gone, we've lost the country. That's the only pathway we have to losing. If we don't surrender, they lose. I'm never surrendering, ever. It's never going to happen. I'm never going to give up. If I am the last American standing, then I'm going to stay standing, because as long as there's one of us, they will not win. They will not win. Janet says, I'll have restored my faith in fellow Americans if Trump wins. I want to take that statement, Janet, and tweak it. I will say that believe that the majority of Americans will have learned their lesson if Trump wins. If Trump doesn't win, that doesn't mean, look, the country is not becoming less conservative. The country is becoming, there's no question that the country is not as healthy as it used to be. I like to describe it as the sane, America-loving, I don't want to call them even conservatives, just the sane American patriots. used to consist of a bowling ball that was 95% of the country with 5% foam around the outside. And now it's 80% of the country with 20% foam around the outside. But the bowling ball there wasn't less of the bowling ball. It got smaller, but it got denser. We're not giving up. We're becoming more conservative. The more they push us, the more conservative we come. Do you see what I'm saying? We're getting denser in our belief system. We're becoming more and more convinced we're right, more and more passionate about the fact that we're right. We're not caving in. It's the more they do to us, it's not like all of a sudden I'm less conservative than I used to be. Every time they push us, I get more conservative. They can't crush this thing. They can't beat it. They know it. They know it. So, screw you guys. There you go. Well, right now, back to the Google map, Virginia is pink with 51% reporting. Trump is up by a point. North Carolina, Trump is up by a much better 5 with 42% reporting. So I'm expecting to get North Carolina. If Virginia happens, I think she's cooked. Wisconsin now is leaning pink. Remember, Trump has to win one of these. There's only 2% responding, so that's ridiculous. It means nothing. But if Trump wins one, if he wins either Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, then she's pretty much cooked. She has to win all 3. New Hampshire is, 36%. She's up by 10. But that's only 20,000 votes. We were not expected to win New Hampshire. It was an outlier. New Mexico is starting to come in. Only 7% reporting, but Trump is ahead significantly in New Mexico. I had New Mexico blue. Did I? I think I did. New Mexico is one of those states that, New Mexico is one of those states that is not expected to go. It wasn't even expected to be in play. Now, there's only a small percentage of people that are calling in, so it essentially means nothing. Almost certainly New Mexico will stay blue. But the reason I put these states like Minnesota up there is because I wanted to gauge where the swing is. In other words, if it's right down the predicted center, looking at this map, I'm sorry, YouTube, let me switch to the map. Here's what the conventional wisdom says. Looking at the gold states on my map here, conventional wisdom says that the Republicans would get Georgia, that North Carolina was a genuine toss-up, that Virginia was definitely blue, Pennsylvania was a toss-up, Michigan and Wisconsin both toss-ups, Minnesota was definitely blue. I put that in a possibility on a great Trump night. Nevada and Arizona were both expected to go red, but I put them there in case Harris is having a terrific night. So far I'm not seeing her having a terrific night. And calling Miami-Dade for Donald Trump is a very, very, very big deal. Miami-Dade and the popular vote have been locked together for more than 50 years. Hillary Clinton won Miami-Dade by 33 points. And she lost the election. She won the popular vote. Biden won it by, I want to say, 10 or 12 points, lost Florida, won the popular vote, and I've already said all I need to say about whether or not he won the election or not. But nevertheless, history is history, and those are the numbers, so there you go. McGillis says, Kamala has botched everything for a month. I feel good. Older women might be going for Kamala, but young women feel the vibe. Wow, I would have thought it was the other way around, but that makes me happy to hear. Lily Gazzo says Washington State is shameful. Don't take it personally, Lily. So is California and so is Oregon. There's a significant percentage of Oregon and I think in Washington that wants to become part of Idaho. Idaho is my favorite state. I just love Idaho. I absolutely love it there. That is my favorite state in the nation. If I hadn't married a girl from Siberia, I would have been there a long time ago. She just doesn't want to be cold again. Northern Idaho, which is where I've spent most of my time, as you can see, is right there on the Canada border, which means you get a little chilly. Kukulin says, says Washington, Oregon, California need to fall into the ocean. Yeah, I think maybe if we could just if you lose, if you instead of chucking California, Oregon, and Washington into the ocean, if you chuck Seattle, Portland, and Los Angeles and San Francisco into the ocean, the rest of the states are blood red. Did you know that? Most people don't know that. California, you look at California by district, it's a red state. It's just that the number of people voting in Los Angeles County is overwhelming. By the way, you may not know this. The largest single group of organized Republicans in the world is the Los Angeles County Republican Party. LA County Republican Party is the largest single number of Republicans in the country, I've heard. It's just that there's so many damn idiots here. Kamala Harris is a dolt. Joe Biden was always known as being a stupid guy, but he's been cognitively off the table for his entire presidency. But Gavin Newsom, on the other hand, Gavin Newsom is smart and he's slick. If Satan were to return to Earth in human form, I cannot imagine a more perfect vessel for him than Gavin Newsom. Because Gavin Newsom just looks like the devil to me. Handsome guy, very charismatic, very, very good on camera, charm the stripes off a tiger, Those are the people. See, if Gavin Newsom, this really helps me with what I've been trying to say all night long. If Kamala Harris wins, that's one thing. If Gavin Newsom were to win, that would be something entirely different, because that guy is dangerous. He is dangerous. He is a really, really bad man. He caused Elon Musk to move SpaceX headquarters, which was in and still is in Hawthorne, California, which is south of LAX. When Gavin Newsom said, if you come to California and you're underage, you can have a sex change operation here, and we won't tell your parents. We will protect your right to have your sex change operation if you're a minor, and pass that legislation. And Elon Musk said, all right, I'm taking my other company out of this state. Took Tesla out. Now he's taken SpaceX, which is good. He needs to get out of it. He needs to get out of SpaceX. Okay, Pennsylvania's still got a pretty big Harris lead, but it's closing. It's down to 250,000 votes. We knew they had a 350,000 vote in the bank. It's only 27% reporting. I'm liking the way that Trump is surging in Pennsylvania. That's looking good to me. Virginia, 52% reporting. Trump's got a 1-point lead. It's close, but it shouldn't be close. That's my point. That's why I put it there. Shouldn't be close. What do we think about Nevada? I think Nevada's going to go solid red. I think Arizona's going to go solid red. The reason I was interested in New Hampshire is because if Harris wins all three of the Rust Belt states, the blue firewall states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, then Trump still has a pathway there, but he needs Nevada, Arizona, and he might need New Hampshire as well. I don't remember. Those are people who know what they're talking about. I'm freestyling. Yeah. Yep. Hang on a second. That's the one I have to answer. One second while I call the central office. Hi, baby. What's up? Oh, okay. Well, we're having fun here with 400 people, and it's looking good. It's not anything to jump up and down and celebrate yet, but things are going better than we expected, and so everybody's having a good time. Okay, I've got to be in early tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. We're doing a live right angle, or nearly live right angle at 6. But just text me when you get home, okay? All right, sweetheart. Everybody here's waving and saying hi. Hi, everybody. She got, and I'm so proud of you for getting that vote in there, baby. I'm just wonderful, wonderful. All right. Well, there's lots to talk about, sweetheart. Have a great time, and I'll see you a little later on tonight. Okay. Bye bye. I married a Russian, but that was my first wife. My second wife is an American. It's the same person. She just voted for Donald Trump and wanted to go down there on election day and do it. I mailed mine in, because I thought I might be busy today. Here's a super chat from Logan Darknighter. I've seen a most excellent representation of Gavin Newsom done by street artist Sabo, our friend Sabo. It's Sabo, isn't it? He shows his features as if they are stretched and obviously clipped back over something reptilian and monstrous. Let me have a look for that, because that's the way I would describe him. Hang on. Yes. Exactly. It's a human face stretched over a devil mask. Oh, that's brutal. That was back in 2020, apparently. Okay. Illinois is going the way we expected. Wisconsin and Minnesota are both showing pink, but the numbers are very small, 7% and 1%, so that's not really telling us much of anything. Is Trump catching up in Pennsylvania? So, yeah, he was down by, they have a 300, Pennsylvania has a 350,000 vote lead going into the election. But in 2020, they had a 1.1 million vote lead, and they won it by just a couple 10,000 votes. So we are seeing what we expected to see. Republicans vote on election day more than Democrats do, and as the in-person election day votes are coming in, that 350,000 firewall is shrinking, and it's 350,000, not 1.1 million. If Pennsylvania goes to Trump, I think it's time to break out the champagne, which I didn't bring, and I should have. I wish I had brought some champagne. Damn it, that would have been fun. Somebody bring me some champagne and the head of a pig. Let's see. Hey, Bill, a pic from Sabo is on your Facebook page. Says here are the links. Yes, got it. Yeah, I could grab it, but I just don't feel like I'm gonna. It's on your Facebook page. It says here are the links. Well, might as well just grab it since we're talking about it and we're waiting for numbers to come in anyway. Yeah. Sabo designed a T-shirt of mine. Let's see if I have a copy of it in the back. Hang on. This can hide. I don't need this anymore. In fact, I can save this. Hold on a sec. 1 second, please. I don't want to. Last thing I want to do is drop out. I'm going to do this the safe way. Quit Premiere Pro. Save, yes. You come over here. And then here's what my friend Sabo did with Gavin Newsom. There it is in Twitch. I'll put it up in YouTube, and then I'll get rid of it. Yeah, this is the guy in a nutshell. Not you. Nope. Come on. Yeah, look at that. Isn't that great? What a lowlife. He is really, really nasty. Darth Bobcat says it's a 13-point lead in Florida. That is, I think, better than we were expecting. So there's your Gavin Newsom thing. I'm going to delete this now. Goodbye to you, you miserable lowlife reptile bastard. And then over here, you French laundry eating, locking down son of a bitch. I hate his guts. Boom. Yeah, so the results from Florida tell us two things. First of all, it's a big. We knew Trump was going to win Florida, no question about that. But it's a big win, and if he won Miami-Dade, then that has determined the popular vote for 50 years. And if Trump wins the popular vote, then there's very little chance of Harris winning the election. Oh my God. Yeah, I'd like to win bigly too, Jeff. Would be nice. Let's see if there's. We'll just go back and check the numbers again here. The states that are red are red. New Mexico's gone back blue. Still close, but there's only 11% reporting. Georgia, on the other hand, 75% in. Trump has got a 5-point lead. There's no way that Harris is going to come back from that. Has anybody called Georgia yet? Let me have a look. Because Georgia's would be the first. EJ says Miami-Dade by 10 points. That if that's the case, if he won Miami-Dade by 10 points, then this is over. New York Times predicts 287 electoral votes for Trump. If that's what the New York Times is predicting, I'm feeling better and better. Darth Bobcat says for Super Chat, if the Dems had a proper primary this year, either early or after Biden dropped out, who do you think would have won, and who would they be doing better? Yes, they couldn't ditch Harris because she was picked because she's a black woman. They cannot bypass her. They knew she was a weak stick. If they had a primary, and it would have been Gavin Newsom would have walked away with it. Gavin Newsom would have been an absolute danger. If Gavin Newsom were running against Donald Trump, I would have been genuinely worried, because this is what I was talking about when I was saying if Kamala Harris wins this thing, then the country gets to see what they're selling. I had hoped, and I still believe, that we'd already seen what they're selling, enough to convince people to not buy any more of it. But Newsom would have rocked. He's very, very good. I think if Donald Trump wins this, the improvement in the country will be so great that there will not be a Democrat winning again for another 30 years. But yeah, if they see, that's why, I don't know. It was the beautiful thing. If Harris goes down, the beautiful thing is she went down. She got there because she was DEI, and because she was DEI, they couldn't ditch her. They just couldn't. They couldn't put a white male in front of a black female who was the sitting vice president. That's why they didn't have a primary, because they known that the primary would have gone to Harris. I mean, to Newsom, and then their entire philosophy's done. All right, Darth Bobcat says that North Carolina's been called. Let's see. 56% reporting. Trump's up by 4 or 5. 57% in Virginia, and Trump is up by 2. Okay. When I say he's good, TBA 113 says Gavin is smooth. Newsom is smooth. He's not good. Well, what I meant to say, he's good at being smooth. He's slick. He's not a good man. He's the most evil man on the map. New Mexico is, it's only 12%. Texas is dark red now, so that's done. So the only thing, we still haven't made any changes to our map, and we've been at this for 2.5 hours. So I would like to call Georgia. Somebody said North Carolina's called. New York Times says 69% chance of victory for Trump, and I bet that's going to get higher and higher as the night goes on. Polymarket is now saying 72-28. Election betting odds is still looking at 70-30. All right, I'm perfectly happy with this, man. I could do this all night long. Yeah, Ted Cruz. Let's talk about Ted. Steve Whoop says he heard that Cruz has won this. Anybody have the numbers on has it been called for Cruz? The reason I'm interested, especially in this, is that Ted Cruz is the only national level politician that I know relatively well. Ted Cruz came up to me in Fort Lauderdale Airport when we were at the same event. He walked up to me to say hi. I love the guy. I think he's terrific. And he has, Ted Cruz suffers from Ted Cruz is very stuffy. He was stuffy when he was running against Trump and stuffy on the campaign trail, but in person he's just a charming, very funny, very humble guy. Very different than what people were thinking about him. 52.4% for Cruz with 61% reporting. Well, we'll see. Fox called it for Cruz. Okay, good. He's a good man. I think Ted Cruz would be, Ted Cruz was the law clerk for Scalia, I think it was. And I think Scalia said he's the best law clerk he ever saw. Ted Cruz would be an excellent addition to the Supreme Court. And frankly, this senatorial election was closer than it should have been. I think if there's another opening in the Supreme Court, I think Ted Cruz would be fantastic. And as Chief Justice, my God. Let's get Virginia's right, says T-Money. Or Muni. Okay, so what's happening in Virginia? Virginia is now at 57% reporting, and Trump has got a 1.5 lead. It's only 50,000 votes. But it shouldn't be this close. She was supposed to win by 5%. John Wayne, with 100% precincts reporting, Osceola County, Florida has gone to Trump by about 3,000 votes. Osceola County is a Dem-run county. I guarantee you that my beloved Alachua County didn't go to Trump, though, did it? I know Alachua didn't go to the University of Florida's there. They can't help themselves. They're filled with idiots like me. New York Times says 285 for Trump. If the New York Times is saying that, that's more than 270. Richard Le Pen says, my coworker thinks the big steal is coming. I quoted my fave conservative author, Larry Correa. Cheating isn't a magic easy button. Cheating is a process which takes effort. And as I've said for 4 years now, 2020 was Pearl Harbor in this war of narratives. This is not a shooting war, this crisis. It is an ideological war. 2020 was Pearl Harbor. You don't get two Pearl Harbors. I have been so impressed with the Republican ground game, and so far I haven't seen any signs of cheating at all. I haven't seen anything that looks suspicious to me. So we did what we did after Pearl Harbor. The day after Pearl Harbor, we shot down 4 of our own airplanes because we put so many anti-aircraft batteries up, and they were so quick on the trigger, thinking the Japanese were coming back. Charles, thank you. Charles Breedlove says it went 59-38 for Harris in Alachua County. Could have been worse, but that's still a big win for her. It's a 20-point win. But that's because they're college kids and they're idiots. Let's go back to Bloomberg and see what he has to say. Oh, I see what's going on. No, I thought those were downward trends. Those are actual arrows. So in the live market odds, Polymarket has 77.23 for Trump. Kalshi has 75.27 for Trump, and Predicted has 73.29 for Trump. But it's Trump all the way. Let's see. Harris is leading in Wisconsin with only 20% of the votes counted, but it's close. How's Pennsylvania doing? Pennsylvania is the one I'm worried about. Okay, Trump has closed the gap now to almost 100,000 votes. It was 350, then it was 250, now it's about 100. Pennsylvania is heading. They've only counted 30% of the vote. If this surge continues, Trump's going to win Pennsylvania, and that should do it. I don't know. I almost said it, but I'm not going to say it because I still have this jinx thing going. Any news on Michigan? He says, right now in Michigan, Harris is up, but she's only up by 70,000 votes, 45, 53, 50. She's winning 53-45, but the percentage counted is only 13%. So remember, these votes are counting the mail-in ballots and the early voting. Republicans vote on election day. The map should be nothing but blue and then surge. And the question is the election day surge of Republicans who vote on election day because we're traditionalists, is it enough to turn the tide, yes or no? And so far, so good. So far, really good. We were expecting to lose Virginia. The fact that Trump is still leading with 60% of the vote counted, Virginia was supposed to be +5 for Harris. So these are the reasons why I put these things in there, is because if we went straight down the middle in terms of prediction, then that'd be one thing. But is it more Trumpy than predicted, or is it more Harrisy? And everything seems to be showing it's more Trumpy. Thank you very much for that, for John Page. Best of luck to Mr. Trump from Melbourne, Australia. And then Can I Get a Channel says, excellent live tonight, Bill. Thank you. I'm just having a good time. Hope you're having a good time too. We got almost 400 people on YouTube. About 400 people total watching when you throw in Twitch. If you're new here on YouTube, those are big numbers for us. We do live shows every Monday and Thursday nights at 6 o'clock, and we've got all kinds of new content coming out, including non-political content with talking about how we make movies and character archetypes and all kinds of things. So if you want to come back on Tuesday night, on Monday night or Thursday night, we'd love to have you back if you're just kind of dipping in. But we're real glad to see you. So everything is looking real good. Will we see a concession call tonight? I don't know. I love the fact that Hillary Clinton didn't concede that night because she was too drunk. I love it. I love it. This was the first woman presidential candidate, and she was too emotional to face her fans and admit that she lost. She literally left them out in the cold. That's not figuratively speaking. There's a group of people out there, a huge group of her supporters in this open air thing, waiting for the big balloon drop and the glass ceiling to shatter and all the rest of it. And she was too drunk to go out there and tell them we lost. She was too drunk to go out there and say we gave them our best fight. Everybody on the ground should be proud of themselves. We did the best we could, and now it's time to support the new president. Nope, she was blotto. Multiple reporters. She just couldn't walk. Had to be poured into a car. And then she didn't show up for like 5 days or a week or something. Somebody made a slightly off-color comment, which I'm not going to reproduce, but I certainly agree with. But something that I saw on Instapundit, it was Kamala Harris's husband. Sorry, Freudian slip there. Harris's husband was talking about what's it like being married to Kamala Harris. And you know what he said? He said, well, when push comes to shove, Kamala just puts her head down and gets to work. That's a direct quote. You can't write that kind of stuff. Well, party girl, may not be your night. Anyway. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Ken Davis gave me $5 for saying I understand the difference between literal and figurative. David Booty said she got her start on Willie Brown's staff. That's exactly correct. The material writes itself. What time is it? 6:45. Man, we're getting into the evening. We are getting 15 minutes away from polls closing on the West Coast, and this night has flown by. I've been at this almost 3 hours, and I'm having myself just a fine old time. Eric Blaketon says, and to this day she can't accept that she lost. Good. I thought that Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, I put in an even worse category than Gavin Newsom, only because she's done so much more damage than Newsom. Not that Newsom wouldn't give it a try if he gets a chance. But I thought, Hillary Clinton belonged in jail, and then I realized, no, the worst thing that could have happened to Hillary Clinton ever happened to Hillary Clinton. She not only lost the election on what everybody told her was going to be a slam dunk. She thought she was going to win right up until about 7 or 8:30 at night when it started all of a sudden to look a little funny, and she will never ever get over it. It makes me so happy. So happy. We still haven't changed the map. We've been here for 3 hours and we haven't had a chance to change one frickin' state on the map. So let's go back to the map and let's see if anything's been called yet. Back to the electoral map. Again, I went wider than the traditional battleground states because I thought if it's a real Trumpy night, we might look at Virginia or conceivably even Minnesota. If it was a real heresy night, she could maybe get Nevada or Arizona or even Georgia. But so far, I'm feeling good. Has anyone, has Georgia been called, North Carolina or Virginia? Somebody said I think North Carolina was called. I just want to change the map. I'm tired of looking at this. Trump has wrapped up 178 electoral votes in states called. New York Times calls 278 for Trump. That's more than 270, and I like the sound of that. I'm just trying to get the name right. Legend Arclighter says Kamala's mouth got her where she is today, and sometimes she even speaks. She does, but she doesn't say anything. That's the most remarkable thing about that person. Now somebody can talk so much, and this whole "it's dark at night, but in the but hope come in the church morning," whatever. You know, just stop. Daily Wire is calling North Carolina. Okay. What about Georgia? I can't do it till I get some confirmation. Tempting though it is. In fact, I'm going to go and prepare the graphic map that I've been using, so that I want some confirmation from somebody on Georgia and North Carolina. Let's go back and look at what these things are showing here. Georgia's only 78% counted. North Carolina's only 62% counted. Okay, they often make predictions. Remember when they called Arizona for Biden with like 11% of the vote in or something like that? Georgia's 80% reported with a 5-point lead. That sounds awful good, but we're going to wait. We're going to make it official. Not going to jump the gun here. We're going to just do it the right way. Georgia's still pink. On Forbes, it's showing a 5-point lead with 80% of the votes counted. They're not going to catch him. She's not going to catch him. And apparently, there's no water mains burst in State Farm Center. Trump is up by 1.5 in Virginia with 60% of the vote counted. That's really good news whether we win Virginia or not. She squeaks by in Virginia. We're looking good. North Carolina has got Trump up by 4.5, 5 with 63. We're going to win. We're going to win this election, guys. I really think that's what's going to happen. Virginia, Trump has less than a 1% lead with 61%. She was supposed to win by 5. So far, so good. So far, so good. Let's see. What am I looking at here? I'd love to win Virginia, man. I would love to win Virginia. That would be icing on the cake. Yeah. Well, things are going about the way we expected. Harris's lead in Pennsylvania now is less than 100,000 votes, folks. It went from 350, which is what it was in terms of the lag. Remember, it was 1,000,001 4 years ago. So they had a 350,000 lead. Then it was 250,000. Now it's down to less than 100,000. Darth Bobcat says if we win Virginia and 2 blue wall states, she can have Nevada and Ohio. Well, Ohio's already gone. We don't need Nevada. If we win North Carolina, lose Virginia, but win any one of the 3 blue wall states, then we win the election. Iowa, which had that weird outlier poll, 20% of the votes counted. Harris is leading in Iowa, which is a real surprise. But again, they're starting with a lead, I think. Is she 4'9"? No, she's not that small. I know she's small. She's 5'4". That's pretty small. Man, I'm really liking the looks of this here. So far, so good. Georgia's solid with 80%. Michigan, she's up slightly. Maine's District 2 is going away to Trump, but we knew that. North Carolina is solid for Trump with 64% counted. We need to win North Carolina. Trump's holding on to 1.5 points in Virginia. Get your face back. The map is boring. I like the way you think. Yeah, the map is boring. Sorry, I didn't even realize I left it on there. That's good news. Brendan Rapp says Trump's ahead in Virginia, albeit by a fraction of a fraction, but it looks like there's nothing but rural counties left, so he could widen that up a little bit. Pennsylvania's closing the gap. Richard Dark, Bill, can you explain what's a point means in this contest and how it's different from a percentage or a vote? As far as I'm concerned, a point is a percentage. So if I say that Trump is up by 2 points, it's like, for example, in Michigan right now, Trump is down by down by 5 points. So 5 points means 5 percentage points. There's a 5 percentage point difference in the voting. But that's only 14% of the votes counted in Michigan. Let's see what election odds are doing. Site is down constantly. 70-30 for the whole night so far. Let's see what's cooking. Did they crash the server? Well, let's see. Forbes has Polymarket predictions, I think, down here somewhere. Yeah. The gap is widening. Polymarket has 81% now for Trump. 81-20 for Polymarket. I like the sound of that. I do. I like the sound of that. Pennsylvania, her lead is now down to about 40,000 votes. It's getting smaller and smaller. Patriot in the Dark says, Bill, what are your thoughts on political ads? Do they work or are they more of a hindrance? As every election cycle goes on and we get further and further away from the industrial age, we get further and further away from network television, TV stars, movie stars. They all become less important every cycle. Political ads used to be almost all of it, but so few people watch television anymore. The Joe Rogan, I think it's been upwards of 60 million people watched 3 hours of Donald Trump on Joe Rogan has a far more effect, I would say, than any political ad. I just don't think political ads used to be make it or break it, and a good ad could turn the tide. The famous ad, the most famous case of that was in '64, where Lyndon Johnson put out an ad about a little girl picking daisies and a countdown clock, and if Barry Goldwater's elected, he's going to bring nuclear war and all the rest of it. He would have ended the Vietnam War pretty quick, but that ad destroyed Goldwater. So we'll see. I just don't think they're that important anymore. And we'll go check the other one real quick. Boy, Virginia is, well, I was going to say it's close, but he's up by 2 points in Virginia. And it's 60% reporting. This is much closer than she would. For the Democrats, this has got to feel like 2012 for us. It wasn't like an outright slaughter, but the races that we thought we'd win comfortably were close, and the races that we thought were close were not going our way. One of the things I said, and by the way, I think this is really important to talk about, so we can spend some time while we're waiting for some more data to come in. I think it was in the hot mic I did called "We Need This Man," which wasn't seen by too many people because it was almost 30 minutes long. But one of the things I said that I think is really, really worth mentioning is Donald Trump's second term could be a golden age because he had 4 years to think about it. Usually the difference between a president's first term and a second term is just the time it takes them to do the inauguration speech. And the tracks that they were on, they stay on. There's no difference between Reagan's first and second term. In fact, it's widely considered by most people who really look at these things that every two-term president got everything done that they wanted to get done within the first term, and usually the first 2 years of the first term, and often within the first 100 days of the first term. So imagine that Donald Trump had won in 2020 like he did. Not just me being crapulent. But let's just say that he ended up winning that election in 2020. He would have continued. It's only through the bitterness of the loss and 4 years to think it over, to reflect on his mistakes. He's going to be infinitely more effective president, having had 4 years to think about what he did wrong and what he did right. He's had 4 years of people who he trusted to either support him or to stab him in the back. He's had 4 years to think about who he would appoint for positions that he had no real experience with when he first walked in there in 2016. I think Elon Musk, this business of Elon Musk auditing the government, Elon Musk is the most important thing to happen. Donald Trump and Elon Musk together is a future that we can actually believe in. Things could happen. Think about what would happen if Donald Trump appoints the next FAA official, and instead of slowing down SpaceX by 5 months between launches, said, you guys go as fast as you want to. We're going to frickin' Mars if we win this election. If we lose this election, then Harris and the government are going to stick Elon Musk every single way they can because he put on a MAGA hat and turned traitor on him. So, there we go. There's a $100 super chat from Tuesday's Avenger. Thank you so much. I can't spare this man. He fights. Yes, he's got his flaws, but he's not as flawed as he was before. In fact, I think this whole election he's handled himself really, really well. I haven't seen the arrogance or the pomposity. He's been much, much looser. I think getting shot and hit really had a profound effect on him. He was loose as a goose. He was practically obsequious on the Rogan podcast. He's just a better man, and you could almost make the case that you want a president to take 4 years off because of reflection, right? Reflection. Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that too, actually. Kuda Baba says, I hate the idea of Musk wasting time getting involved with the government. One thing that Musk knows how to do, though, is he knows how to delegate. I mean, he put a woman in charge of SpaceX, and she is just kicking ass. Kicking ass. Keeping that company running, and so it's not like he'd have to do the accounting himself. Trump just took the lead in Pennsylvania? Did he? Because if he did, that surge is going to continue. That's not going to reverse. Well, folks, I've been sitting here saying Pennsylvania's gonna. He took the lead in Pennsylvania. I think this is done. Patriot in the Dark says, Bill, think about it. Reagan changed after getting shot and went a stronger direction. Same with Trump. Yes, exactly, Patriot. But Ronald Reagan got shot very, very early in his first term. It's showing now. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump with 49.7, Harris with 49.3, and his number, and he has overwhelmed her lead, which we thought he was going to do, and he just did it. He's leading in Wisconsin. She needs all three. 43% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania, but they started with a 350,000 vote advantage, and they don't have it anymore. North Carolina, Trump is 65%. Trump's at 51-47. He's going to win North Carolina. I want Virginia just to rub it in. Virginia is 61% counted, and Trump's lead is 1.5. Georgia stopped at 80% reporting. Yeah. What's taken so long? See, they can't cheat their way out of a 5-point lead. They have to manufacture 250,000 votes. That's not going to happen. But it did stop. We haven't seen any progress in Georgia. That's suspicious. That is suspicious. Yeah, thanks for pointing it out. Why are we still waiting for Georgia? Well, I guess for the same reason we're waiting for North Carolina. But Georgia got most of the stuff in quick. Iowa's surprising. What's the total? 30% of the vote count? Trump's catching up fast. It's 49-49. He's going to win Iowa. Maine at large is looking close for Trump. Maine's first district is strong for Harris, so that's where that stands. New York is called for Harris. Not a surprise there, 60-40. So that's never was really in play, although people were making, because of, well, what does she win by? Or at least what is she winning by? 60-40, she's winning by 20 points. Okay. I just scrolled over Pennsylvania and it says now Harris is up. They're neck and neck, but that's just because they're within like 200. They're within 200 votes, or 10,000 votes. Look, he's caught her. They're not even at 45% of the votes counted. He's going to win Pennsylvania. That lead is evaporating. Georgia just got updated. 80% of the votes counted. Polymarket now has it 85-14. Marusha says Georgia's currently mostly red outside of Atlanta. There's like half a dozen counties unreported. Marusha, has Atlanta reported for Georgia? Because those are the ones to be suspicious of. Man, Trump's all the markets are going hard now. They're going really hard. 86-13 for Polymarket now. My God. Atlanta, Georgia numbers haven't really changed in an hour. That's the slowdown. It's Atlanta. Okay, so there's something fishy going on in Atlanta. Color me surprised. Brian McKinney says Trump will win in Pennsylvania by a squeaker of 1.5 to 2 points, but I'll still be in the win column. If he wins Pennsylvania, I think that's pretty much it. Georgia Live showing Trump up 30 and Kamala hasn't moved 1 point. Polymarket's now 87. Man, I'm starting to like these numbers. And I'm having myself a fine old time. This is one of the best nights I've ever had. 7 p.m. The polls are closed in California. We'll start getting those big electoral votes coming in for Harris. But this was never going to be an issue. That means we should start seeing what's happening out there with Nevada, Arizona. Arizona, 34% counted. Close. Very close. But, yeah, it's within 500 votes. No, it's within 100 votes. But it's only 34%. What about Nevada? No results yet. California? No results yet. We should start seeing those soon. Oregon is going red with 0.3% of the votes. That's not going to happen. 198 for Trump, 99 for Harris. The Senate is right now 47 Republican, 36 Democrat. House is 118 Republican, 82 Democrat. It's looking like a good night so far. Boom, boom. Let's go back to Google and see what's going on over there. Georgia's still at 81% of the vote. North Carolina's at 66% of the vote. Trump's got a 5-point lead there. He's going to win North Carolina. Virginia's at 61%. Trump has got a 1.5. It's taken a while to count these things, man. These things, I mean, Florida was done. Well, 95%. They're not finished yet, so I suppose that's, understandable. But it's called. Texas is called. He won Texas by 8 points. No. Sorry, he won Texas by 12 points. That's a big win. He's doing better than projected. I want to change the map, man. Wisconsin, 40% reported. Trump is up by a 1.5. Michigan, with only 17%, Harris is up by 2.5. Fox is calling 205 electoral votes to Trump, and the New York Times has him at 198. Yeah, I'm not concerned about what's going on now. We all know that certain states like California, Oregon, and Washington, we know they're going red. I understand they're keeping real-time counts of the votes. She's about to pick up, what? 54 plus 12, 66 plus 8 is 74. Trump's ahead in Arizona. He's ahead in Georgia. He's got a it's going pretty much. It's going. It's the night is looking like a Trumpy night, Trumpier than the straight line prediction. Not out of the blue crazy, but Virginia was supposed to be hers by 5 points. If he loses Virginia, she's going to win it by 1 or less. Destiny is cuddling a security blanket. I'm glad you mentioned Destiny. I've seen him 2 or 3 times. I cannot I can't understand. It's an indication of how intellectually bankrupt the left is that this guy is a factor. He is the biggest nothing burger I have ever seen. I have never seen anybody who has risen to the rank of punditry with so little ammunition in the caisson. The guy is just a mental midget. He's nothing but attitude and outrage. Destiny is a frickin' joke, and the name, right? Destiny. I hope he spells it with an I at the end. Yahoo. Just checking the comment section, having myself a good time. Is anybody know what's happening? Is Kari Lake losing in Arizona the Senate race? Because somebody just said Kari Lake for press secretary. I think I think she was considerably down here. He's a manlet who said he enjoys being pegged and has been divorced like 3 times. And he's only, what, in his 30s? What a douche. Just a twerp. You know, he's not even a douche. He's not even important enough to be a douche. He's just a twerp. Queer. Steve will be a bunch of queers. I think he sounds queer. He is on the internet. 52.9% against Kari Lake at the moment with 34% in. So she's not out of it. I hope she wins. I like Kari. In fact, I'm surprised that she's not up. I'm surprised to hear that she was down on that. I thought that would have been a walk away for her. Georgia's still at, come on, Georgia, 81.5. Get your act together. North Carolina, 68. Virginia, 64. Trump's down to a point now. Pennsylvania, he's up by 2 in Pennsylvania. That lead is just going to increase. He's going to win Pennsylvania. If he wins Pennsylvania, he wins the election. Neck and neck in Wisconsin. What did the betting market say? Election betting odds is just down. Fortunately, Forbes has a real nice running. Thank you for this, Jeff. It's great. 89% for Polymarket, 87% for Predicted, and 84% for Kalishi. So he's in the 80s, pushing 86% for Kalishi now. 88 for Predicted. Did somebody just announce something? Harris is tanking. Kalishi has her at 15%, Predicted has her at 13%, Polymarket has her at 10%. The spread was flat, and then once the election started, it widened, and now it's really starting to go. Yeah, it looks like Harris is going to win New Jersey by 6. That's certainly not a surprise. It's close in Virginia, but he's still up, man. Come on, Georgia, count your frickin' votes, would you? Would you just count your votes? North Carolina is 70% now. Nathan Dreyer says Times is now predicting 245 for Harris, 293 for Trump. 293 is more than 245, and in fact, it's more than 270, so I'll take it. Well, Michigan. Harris is up by 2. Well, still no reports from well, it's not like there's any surprise in California or Washington or Oregon or anything. Nevada. What's happening in Nevada? We haven't gotten any reports from Nevada yet. Ari Wasserman says he saw North Carolina called. I think Daily Wire called North Carolina. Trump's at 56.2 in Arizona. It's still pretty early, though. Let's see. This is lagging on that. Google has Arizona with 50% reporting has got Harris up at 50, Trump at 49.2, so it's within 15,000 votes. I didn't know if they had I thought the Republicans had an advantage going into that, so that's actually closer than I was expecting it to be or hoping it to be, but it's still only, what, halfway there? We'll see. So, in terms of real time, Google's got 109 for Harris, 198 for Trump. Bloomberg has 109 for Harris, 198 for Trump, same numbers, but the betting odds are they're going 91% for Polymarket now. I like those numbers. Oh, Darth Bobcat says we don't see Nevada results until 8 o'clock Pacific. You know what the most important news here is? It seems to be some foot dragging in Georgia, but it's not out of the question, especially since North Carolina and Virginia are coming in slowly. I haven't seen any signs of cheating. You know, it's been coming in steadily. It's not all of a sudden like, looking back on 2020, I don't know why the country just didn't lose their minds when all of a sudden, we stopped counting. What? This election is proving to me that 2020 was very, very, very sus. Very. Well, NBC has 201 for Trump, 91 for Harris. I want to change some map stuff because my maps are already taken into account. The surefire ones. What's the story on New Mexico? Yeah, she's leading by 5 there, roughly 4, with 28% counted. We were not expecting to win New Mexico. We're expected to win Arizona, and that is neck and neck. Brendan Rapp. By the way, Bill, I sent you an email. My wife got a copy of Lost Moon by Jim Lovell. I got the email. Yes, turned out as a first edition copy, autographed by Captain James Lovell Jr. That's got to be something to own, Brendan. That's fantastic. Good for you. Good for you. But check out the NBC maps they show by district. Can you put up a link, Marusha, for me, please? You're kind enough to do the other one and let me know. Well, we're just sitting here having fun. Everybody else feeling pretty good? I'm feeling pretty good. They just tried to stop counting and start up tomorrow. The lawmakers jumped on them and forced them back to work. That would be nice to hear. Oh, you did it? Scroll up. Okay, let's see. Scrolling. Keep those mouses scrolling. Scroll high. I still don't see it. Could you redo it for me? I'm like halfway through. I just didn't see it. I got a bunch of kind of stuff that's going on distracting me here. If you could repost it, I sure would appreciate it. What do we got? Trump's up in Pennsylvania by 2 with 52% counted. Oh, there we go. Thank you. No, I do not want to leave YouTube. Maybe I do. Okay, here we go. Oh, what are you telling me? I have to ad block you? Okay, fine. Virginia. They're still counting Richmond, which is very blue. It's only 33% in. The rural counties are mostly in. I don't know. I'm not liking the fact that these blue counties are still only 33% in, some of them. Not a lot of gas in the tank. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, hold on. That's not for president. That's for the frickin' Senate. Sorry. For president, boy, it is 1/10 of 1%. Yeah, it looks like she's probably going to take Virginia, because the blue counties are not really fully counted yet. The red counties largely are counted. Yeah. But the red counties are breaking really hard. I don't know. It's going to be close. I really would like to win Virginia, but I'm not counting on it. Yeah, Virginia's gone blue now. Just barely. Let's see what's going on here. Trending back down now for Trump. Something is helping the Democrat vote. It's probably Virginia. Looks like they're pulling ahead, but let's see. Pennsylvania is the whole story. Trump's up 2.5 in Pennsylvania. His lead is increasing. I've heard from the get-go, the whole election was, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, he's going to win. Iowa's got Trump back ahead where he's supposed to be now at 40% counting. He's got a 8-point lead in Iowa. So that whole poll was a one-off freak. Arizona at 50%. It's within less than 1% what Harris is leading. Polymarket's back up again to 89%. Call some states, would you? Would somebody call some states, please? Yeah, Virginia was not supposed to be competitive. Virginia was supposed to be safe for her. Wisconsin, Trump is ahead by a point with half of the votes in. %87 of the votes in Georgia now. So Georgia's finally starting to get some votes in, and 74% in North Carolina, so that's coming along too. He's going to win North Carolina. He's up by 5 there. And he's up by 3 in Georgia. Arizona's achingly close with about half of the votes in. We need Pennsylvania. Well, now we'll see. I am about out of things to say other than just, the time is passing. We've been at this 3.5 hours, having a great time. I hope you guys are having a great time. I feel like I should be doing constant, nonstop commentary. Right now, we're just not getting a whole lot of changes in the picture here. Virginia is, yeah, there's a lot of, Richmond looks like it's in Henrico County, and it's only 33% counted, and it's not breaking crazy hard for her. It's 40 to 60. Some of the rural counties a lot of these are already counted, though, unfortunately, you see. Yeah, almost all of the red counties have been counted. The blue counties still have got some gas in the tank here. I'm looking for red counties that are still got. Rockingham County's only the vote numbers are small. I think she's going to win Virginia. Well, that was expected, but it's close. It's within less than a point right now. We'll see. Picked up 3 House seats and 1 Senate seat. That's cool. Border Jedi says, gotta head to sleep. Got an early morning build. Don't mess this up while I'm gone. I'll do my best, man. Thank you very much. Have a great night. Thanks for being here. Newsmax. I saw the word Newsmax. Where'd it go? Newsmax has already called North Carolina. So did Daily Wire. I'll call that 2. I need to update the map. Let me just take a final look. I don't want to undo something, but let me just look at these last 2 real quick. Just for North Carolina, Trump is up by. He's up by 6. 75% reported. Daily Wire has called North Carolina. Newsmax has called North Carolina. So you've heard it here, folks, at BillWhittle.com. We're calling North Carolina. They can ring the alarm bells. I get to change the map at last. Hooray. That means, including the safe states, Trump's at 235. I'm not doing what the networks are sensibly doing, which is only counting the eggs that are hatched. We all know how California, Oregon, Washington's going to go, and we all know how Idaho's going to go and all the rest of it. So I'm going to update the map for the first time. Hooray, we're going to put North Carolina into the Republican category where it belongs. And I get to update my map. I've been thinking I would have been doing this 5-6 times already. All right, so I've got to do it. I got to switch to it live while I do it. So here's electoral maps for Twitch. We're going to get rid of this guy. All right, you're going away. Goodbye. Okay. Go. Delete. I don't want to get them wrong. Just go. All right. Here's the first update. Earth shaking. So there's North Carolina in the bank for the Republicans, and that's the first change to our map. Hang on a second there, YouTube. We want to go to the electoral map, and we want to take. Is it you? It's you. You're out of here. Goodbye. Quit. And we're going to replace you with you. All right. Well, we've got one change to the map in what's it? 3.5 hours we've been at this. Well. All right. Back to the studio. Let's go back to our comments so I can read what you guys are saying. I missed I missed a bunch I had to refresh the chat. It was stuck on YouTube. Sorry about that. Did I miss any super chats? I don't think I did. Marusha says, Bill, this make you laugh. The GOP Senate candidate in Virginia is actually named Hung Kao. Can't make this up. Proof that we're in a simulation. Yeah, well, I guess that's probably true. Arizona just went red. Gap in Michigan's down to 0.3. CBS just said again we shouldn't expect results from Pennsylvania tonight. What do you mean we shouldn't expect results from Pennsylvania tonight? What does that mean? What does that mean we shouldn't expect results from Pennsylvania tonight? This kind of thing makes me lose my mind when they're announcing it openly like that, you know? Openly say, oh, we won't get Pennsylvania tonight. Why not? Why not? This has me very suddenly agitated. Election betting odds has Trump at 86.1, Harris at 13.5. Back, yeah, there we go. Polymarkets, what's their spread now? 88. When it gets into the 90s, that'll be kind of nice. Trump is +4 in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I'll relax. You're right. Thanks. Mark Robinson says, hey, they announced that Michigan won't have all the results until Wednesday. Well, isn't that bloody convenient? Why? Yeah, Robert Johnson says take an Ambien, a couple shots of whiskey, and wake up and get your updates on Thursday. Well, there's something to be said for that. If they don't call this thing tonight, I'm going to be very, very, very concerned and really kind of angry. There's no excuse for it. Florida and Texas are big states. They're much bigger populations than Pennsylvania and Michigan. They got all their votes counted. How is that possible? Florida is showing the country how it's done, man. They had 96% of the vote counted within the first hour. This thanks, Jeff. This Bloomberg map is freaking awesome. It's really, really good. How about it, Georgia? You want to call it? 87% of the vote in. Trump's up by 3. He won Dade County, man. The Senate right now, 48 Republicans, 36 Democrats, 135 in the House to 91. Western states will come in with some big numbers that'll change that. 100% no result tonight, says Caledon Society. Well, that's just bullshit, frankly. Creepy Mofo says Georgia's been called. This is just disgusting. It's disgusting. People saying they're calling Georgia for Trump. I don't think that's out of the question. Let's see what they got in terms of votes. He's up by 3 with 90% of the votes counted. He's going to win Georgia. Charles Breedlove says the reason Georgia and Michigan counts won't be in tonight is because they use Common Core math. Yeah, that's not all they use. Trump's got a 2-point lead in Pennsylvania. And Michigan is neck and neck. Somebody just said Trump took the lead in Michigan. We'll see. What difference does it make if we don't get the answers tonight, right? So everything's going to get to what, 80, 85%, and then we all go to bed and we wake up tomorrow and we find out, oh, look, she won. Isn't that amazing? Well, they were saying, Iowa was going to go to Harris by 10 points in that last poll. He's up by, oh man, he's up by 12. Heads up, Obama sent out a statement about counting taking days. Really? Why? I want to know why it takes days. They're not going to get away. They're not going to get away with it this time. This is the first indication that I've had for the whole night that that has me genuinely feeling like, okay, all right, everything was just going like it was in 2020, right? Trump is like winning in all these races. All of a sudden, it's like, oops, well, we may not have an answer tonight. Really? Why is it that with all these electronics and all the rest of this stuff, we can't get an answer for 3 or 4 days, but back in the day when we were using paper ballots, we knew by midnight Eastern time? Reuters are calling Iowa for Trump. A lot of people are calling. I don't even think I had Iowa up for discussion. No. Iowa was never really in doubt for me. Well, that's interesting. Lady Jane Waterman says, I just got out of rehearsal with my ultra-liberal cast. We actually talked about the election, and it went so well. We were all honest with each other and called each other's names with great laughter, and we're a closer cast because of it. That makes me happy. See? That's good. That's good. Kevin Eric Small says they're going to need 500% turnout in Philly, and they may try, but that ain't going to happen. Yeah, I'm just looking at the map here. It'd be nice to call Georgia. New York Times is calling Trump the likely winner. See, this is the kind of thing that actually makes it much, much harder for them. And Polymarket makes it much, much harder. If 90% of the people that are betting money believe Donald Trump is winning the election, and then they wake up tomorrow and find out he's not, and they lose their money, then there's genuine outrage, right? That's how I look at it. They don't have. I think it was Eric Blake who said they had plausible deniability in 2020 because Biden was up by 10 points in the polls or something like that. Elon says game, set, and match. Is that did he just tweet that out, Copy Shinato? Because that guy knows how to read data. Back again. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, Iowa's called, so that's good. Virginia is. Harris is up by about a point now, so she's gonna pull Virginia out, I think, but it's gonna be by a percentage point instead of 5. And we didn't expect it. It was, I almost colored it in blue, but the reason I kept it open was because Because, like I said, I wanted to see if it was a real Trumpy night, a real heresy night. It's certainly not a heresy night. That she was expected to win that by 5. Still nothing from... No, Nevada can't get called for another 20 minutes or something. Can't get results. Trump is... It's a dead tie in Arizona right now. It's within 50 votes at this instant. I really want Arizona. I didn't expect Virginia, but I did expect Arizona, so we'll see. Trump is up in Michigan by 1 point. He's up in Pennsylvania by almost 3. He's up in Wisconsin by a point. He's up in Michigan. He's up in all 3 of the blue wall states at the moment. All he has to do is win one of them. 60%, 55% in Wisconsin, 21% counted in Michigan, 60% counted in Pennsylvania. Georgia's at 88%. Trump's up by 3.3. I think at 88%, somebody can call Georgia, man. Let's see if anybody's... What are the betting markets saying? 92% now for Polymarket. It's in the 90s now. 92% for Polymarket, 89 for Predicted, and 88 for Kalshi, or Kalshi, rather. The gap just gets wider and wider and wider. Yeah, maybe by Thursday. Well, if Elon said game, set, and match, Elon not only is a smart guy who reads data, Elon has resources that I don't have. I know that's a shock to a lot of people. But I don't think he says the game is over unless he knows something that other people don't know, including well, we may not know until this, we may not know until that. Well, there's just nothing to do but sit here and play pinochle, I guess. Wes says there's no way they're going to cheat their way out of this. He is in such... Not only was he in so much stronger position than he was in 2020, the entire electorate has shifted 5 or 6 points to the right. Jesse Busman says it's 4:44 a.m. here, and at this rate, I might be able to go to bed at 6. Yeah. Well, I'm back in the chair at 6 a.m. Pacific for a right angle. We're going to do the members-only show for the public. We're going to do an hour talk just basically on what's going on. Mainstream media says we may not know because they want people to watch all night. Well, that's a thought. That's a... Trump's up by 100,000 in Pennsylvania. He's going to win Pennsylvania. That's all he has to do. That's all he has to do. Come on, Georgia. 88.1% counted Georgia. Well, he's up in Michigan, he's up in Pennsylvania, he's up in Wisconsin, according to Bloomberg. These are coming in every second almost. In Michigan, he's got a 1.3% lead. In Pennsylvania, he's got a 3% lead. And in Wisconsin, he's got a 1.3% lead. So it's a close election. Harris is leading in Nebraska. How's that possible? That just can't be. Oh, it must be the first district. Georgia's now at 88.1%. Well, 93% for Polymarket now. It's getting wider and wider. Polymarket's at 93%, Kalshi's at 90, and predicted is at 89. These are strong, strong, strong numbers. Bill, NBC shows Trump is down 6%. What does that mean? I don't believe NBC. I don't believe anything that's got anything to do with any of them. Well, we're just sticking here watching. We're just letting the time. We knew this would take hours. I don't mind how long it takes. I don't mind being here till 6 o'clock in the morning. The question will be if they stop counting, right? That's going to be the issue. But really what they may be doing is just buying themselves time. Wow, that's something. Joey Arizona says, for what it's worth, Bill, I've had many chances of who to watch tonight, and I chose you. You're doing great. I'll be here till you kill the stream. Thank you. That's very kind of you. I feel like I'm just, I have to, when I see, the thing of it is, it's like, just like most other conservatives, I would feel if we lost fairly, that wouldn't bother me so much as signs of cheating. That it's the cheating that I just lose my mind over. And it's not even the cheating. It's not even cheating. Let's just say that they don't count the votes and we don't know until Thursday, and there's no cheating at all. It's just plain incompetence. Incompetence makes me sick. But I came in here saying I'm ready for anything, and I still am. I'm still. There's no surrender here. I'm just not going there. So, thank you, T. Mooney. So, 93% on Polymarket now. See, this is the thing I'm saying. That means that there are people that have bet a lot of money, and there are a lot of people bet a lot of money, and 93% of them think that Trump is winning this election. They can't just turn that around. Come on. Marusha Dark says, breaking news. Guess what? There's a gas leak in a Michigan polling place. I can't follow that link out. It takes me out of the stream, and I just don't want to do that. A gas leak. Well, that's easier to prove than a water leak, because a water leak leaves evidence. You see, they learn their lessons. How many times have you heard of a gas leak happening in a major building? How many times have you ever heard of a building having to be evacuated because of a gas leak? Well, we're just sitting here, just us chickens. 405 viewers. Welcome, everybody. It's good to see so many people. As I said, it's not so much election coverage as it's an election conversation. John Eden wants to know what were the betting odds at this point in 2020. I don't know. It's a gas leak. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'll tell you what, though. Nobody is going home. They're not putting up any poster boards this time. It's not like, we've stopped counting for the night. Y'all can go home. We'll just get starting counting in the morning. No, I think we'll stay here, if you don't mind. If we're just going to stay here. And we're here to observe the election, and so we're going to stay here, and we're not leaving. Dark Bobcat says if he wins Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, screw the other states, it's 272. Yeah. Marisha wants to know how do they expect us to gaslight us without a gas leak. Well played. Let's see what we got here. Go back again. We're just in and out of these maps. I'm going to close that tab, I think. And I'm going to close that tab, and I'm going to, let's see. Yeah, I'm going to close that too. All right. In Virginia, she's taken a 1.5 lead. Yeah, she's going to win Virginia by probably by 2. Come on, guys, let's get this. Let's just get this over with. Let's call Georgia. Let's call North Carolina. Let's just at least do that, can we? The Bloomberg map is awesome. I'm just practically living there. 94% for Polymarket now. He's got a 2.5-point lead in Pennsylvania. He's got a big lead in Michigan. That's nice to see. He's got a 2.5-point lead in Michigan. Georgia's at 90% of the vote in. He's got a 48 for 9, 50. He's got a 4-point lead, 3-point lead in Georgia. This is so fantastic, by the way. Hello, 400 viewers on YouTube. You know, it's like, thank you for being here. You could be anywhere else. It's really lovely to know that you're sitting here watching this. And I'm just having a great time. And yeah, Virginia was supposed to be a 5-point lead. So I wasn't expecting it. I just decided it was within the realm of possibility, and it was looking like it. It's not over yet. You know, we don't know. But we never needed it, never expected it. It was a blue state, and I just decided to leave it that way until they call it alternate blue. So I would like Georgia and North Carolina out of the way, if you don't mind. 90% of the vote in Georgia. And I already flipped North Carolina. That's 85% of the vote. Looks like he's comfortably ahead there, too. Charles Breedlove says the Michigan gas leak was at 3 p.m. Eastern time, so they had to move the polling location. Wasn't that convenient? And Darth Bobcat says this is resembling the Rasmussen 2-point Trump national environment. This is exactly the way it looks, man. Harry from the UK, go Team Trump. Hey, Harry, good to see you. Harry Hill, what a wonderfully British name that is. I'm 50% British myself, Harry. So it's, it's just creeping along. The numbers continue to creep along. We're not getting a lot of, changes, but things are going well. I mean, he's leading in all 3 of the blue wall states. He's leading in Michigan, he's leading in Pennsylvania, he's leading in Wisconsin. 66% in Pennsylvania, 58% called in Wisconsin, and only 26% counted in Michigan. In Minnesota, with 9% of the votes counted, he's ahead, but we don't expect to win Minnesota because of the power of Tim Walz. Well, you want to talk about rallying straight men. I can't believe I'm hearing these kind words. Bill, this is one of the best election watches I've ever been on. I'm so happy to hear it. I feel like I'm just lame. New York Times is not predicting anymore. They were predicting a Trump win earlier. How come they're not predicting anymore? See, this kind of thing makes me nervous. CNN says there's silence at Harris HQ. Do we have the House and the Senate? Well, right now the Senate is 48 Republicans, 38 Democrats. Those have been called. The House is 97 Democrats, 151 Republicans that have been called. Now, don't forget, California, Oregon, and Washington come in. California brings in huge numbers of representatives and all the rest of it, so there's always that. 5 minutes until the West Coast and Nevada. Oh, so California doesn't close till 8? I didn't know that. I thought they closed at 7. Thanks for doing this, Bill. Much appreciated. I'm having a blast, guys. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming whenever this thing is over, it's been in front of us for a year and a half now. One way or another, it's going to be over by the end of the week, I would imagine. And then we can get on with the new stuff and build our membership back up and get you guys the stuff that you've been deserving this whole time. Polymarket's at 94%. All three are in the 90s for Trump. You can't reverse that. You can't reverse that. That's not like it's 54% for Trump and then suddenly you reverse it. You can't reverse 94. I'm saying cheating wise. If you have large numbers of people, like I said, that are betting and 94% of them say that Trump's winning this election, you can't suddenly reverse that and not expect to have a lot more angst than there was in 2020. Oh, thank you. The doctor says, Bill, it's calming to be hanging out on your channel tonight. Thanks for your commentary and presence. Last election cycle was traumatic, but I feel stronger together now. We are stronger together. J-Doc says, Bill, do daily commentary, daily news stuff, and your viewership and scripts will explode. Well, I'll tell you, the hot mics have been coming out hot and heavy. I've been putting a little more production work and more thought into them, but I'm going to start doing one a day. I'm really determined to get this membership up and this revenues up, and I don't want to sound ungrateful because it's been an amazing 3 years, and the stuff I did for Daily Wire I'm very, very proud of, but I spent too much time over there. And I am and I'm looking forward to getting back working at home. Bill, according to 270 to win, Georgia and North Carolina are confirmed red and Virginia is confirmed blue. Okay, that seems fair. I mean, that seems reasonable. Because the big Virginia counties, she's got a 1.5 point lead in Virginia now. She was supposed to win by 5. 74% of the votes counted there. I've already flipped North Carolina on our electoral map. That seems safe. Georgia is at 90% of the votes counted. Trump's got a 3 point lead. Georgia and North Carolina confirmed red and Virginia's confirmed blue. It's a total number count in Virginia. Well, she's increasing the gap in Virginia, so we saw that happening. It was close. I think I'll updo that. I'll update the map and I'll do that. We're gonna go with Georgia for Trump. We're gonna go to Virginia for Harris. I don't do leaners or any of that other stuff. That's the way it goes. It gets us to 264, kids. Make copies of this and we'll update the map and I'll show you what it looks like now. Oh, I need to do New Hampshire. New Hampshire is looks like it's pretty solid. No. Yeah, I'm going to count New Hampshire for Harris. She was expected to win that. I thought it was a possibility, but I'm going to give them New Hampshire. So there's some changes. Maine went Maine at large went blue. Yeah, I think I got Maine right as well. All right, so here's the new map. 264 for Republicans and 203 for Democrats. He's 6 away. He's 6 away. Can that be right? But am I missing something here? Because if he's 6 away, that's Arizona. Oh, I gave him Virginia. That's what the problem was. Okay, I knew something was wrong there. That's better. 251. Yeah, that couldn't have been right. All right, so let's go ahead and here we go. New map coming up. 216 to 251. Yeah, I thought there was something I was missing there. Got it. We'll put this in the blender so everybody can see what the national totals are. Again, these are ones with the safe states. We haven't done anything out west yet. Electoral maps, good, that's gone. You can go away. Here comes the latest into Twitch. Okay, and then we'll grab it for YouTube here. I just want an answer tonight, you know? Whoops. Hang on there, YouTube, almost got it. I sure do like the betting odds, though. Okay, there we go. That's the latest. 251 to 216. And we'll go back to studio. Back to studio. Go back to Bloomberg. Poly markets, 93% still. They're all in the 90s. So what's cooking? As I look at this right now, all three of the battleground states in the Rust Belt, they're all pink. Pennsylvania, Trump is up by 50. He's up by 1, 2. No, 48. He's up by 3. Pennsylvania, he's up by 3 and gaining. In Michigan, he's up by, wow, 4. And in Wisconsin, he's up by 2. These are big leads. He's up in Minnesota, but there's only 11% of the vote counting. What's happening in New Mexico is going to Harris as we expected. I didn't even put that as a swing state on the map. Arizona, halfway called. He's got a, boy, it's 0.2% lead. It's much closer in Arizona than it should be. We're expecting that surge, I guess, but still, that's not what I was expecting. And I'm curious about Nevada. Haven't seen much about Nevada. Keep coming back to Whittle. Hooray. Razorfist said you can't just print ballots from nothing. You have to be registered in order to steal them. Well, the voter registration is way up for Republicans. Everything is looking good. I just don't like this business about people, Barack Obama saying, we may not know for 2 or 3 days. You know, that's not, that doesn't fill me with joy. I'm not so much worried about the election results. I probably should have just kept Virginia blue the whole time. I was actually for a while thinking he was going to take it, but it's not the 5 points that she was supposed to win by. Right now it's 48.3 to 50, so 1.7. Yeah, big federal. Yeah, Virginia, and it's got Richmond, and it's basically right next to the seat of government, so all of the big government flunkies are living there. Well, we're still here. 70% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania, and he's got a significant lead. He's got a almost 3.5 point lead in Pennsylvania. Remember, we only need one of those 3 blue wall states, and right now we're leading in all 3 of them. All the betting indicators are in the 90s for Trump, and they've just been constantly, all night long, just been widening and widening and widening. Yeah, Barack's just mad because he had to leave the White House. You got that right. Live Daddy says, you have no idea how many of my fellow Virginians wish that Northern Virginia could just be ceded back to D.C. or given to Maryland. Yeah. 70% in Pennsylvania, and he's increasing his lead in Pennsylvania. He keeps increasing his lead. So, I think Pennsylvania ices it. Let me just see what happens. If he wins Pennsylvania, if Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania right now, that's 270 electoral votes, and that's the win. And playing with the interactive map, if I give him Pennsylvania, it says Republicans 270, and then below that on the road to 270, it says Republican candidate wins your scenario. No combinations remain for the Democrats to win. No combinations remain. In other words, if he wins Pennsylvania, Harris can take Nevada, Arizona, Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin and still lose. He just needs to win Pennsylvania at this point. That's it. That's all. Heretic says Pennsylvania is probably safe. The later counted vote will be Trumpier. If he wins Pennsylvania on this electoral map that you see in front of you, well, let me go back to the map. If he wins Pennsylvania, then he wins the election. Because it's got so many people in it. 19 as opposed to, what's it, 16, 10? Yeah. Pennsylvania's the jewel. He could win, for instance, Michigan and not win the election, but if he wins Pennsylvania, he wins the election. Polymarket's at 94% now. Call Pennsylvania and it's over. And there's 71% of the vote counted. He's up by 4, almost 4. And his lead is increasing. Heretic says, why can't I have my 269 electoral tie? Because you're a hellbound heretic, that's why. Silverback says, I'm so nervy. I was serene until this business about we may not know tonight. That got me irritated. But I'm still serene because, as I said at the beginning of the contest, I've said it in the middle, I'm going to say it at the end. The country is not, the government is not the country. The country is it's invincible. The country will always win. They are losing. They're losing the pop culture. All of their feminist white women are aging out and hitting the wall. And I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happens tonight. The country is going to be okay. They only win if we surrender, and we ain't surrendering. So they're just. I'm going to keep coming back to that. Oh no, we've lost Rhode Island. Come on, boys, you can do it. Let's see what happens just playing around here if he doesn't win Pennsylvania. But does win Nevada and Arizona. He's only at 268. So if he wins Nevada and Arizona, he can lose Pennsylvania, and then he only has to win one of the other three. What's happening in Nevada? Still nothing back from Nevada yet. Nothing. Arizona, he's only up by 0.2. That's still pretty close. Only half the votes counted there. So let's put Nevada back to undecided. Let's put Arizona back to undecided. And put Pennsylvania back to undecided. Now, if he wins Michigan and Wisconsin, but loses Pennsylvania, then he wins. So he can lose Pennsylvania, win Michigan and Wisconsin, and he wins. It doesn't matter what happens in Nevada, Minnesota, or Arizona after that. He needs to win. If he wins Michigan and Wisconsin, he can lose Pennsylvania. If he wins Pennsylvania, he wins. And let's see what's going on here. Minnesota's got 13% of the votes counted. Maine districts 2. I don't give a damn about Maine's district 2. Georgia. Well, we've already swung Georgia. 88% of the vote counted. They still haven't called it on Forbes. But he's up by 3 points with 90% of the vote in. He's going to win that. And right up again, he's up in Michigan. He's up big in Michigan. He's up 46. He's up 5 points in Michigan. There's only 30% of the vote counted, so maybe they haven't gotten to Detroit yet. Predicted dropped him out from 90 to 89%. I'm still liking those numbers though. What time is it? It's only 8:12. We've been at this for 4 hours. Okay, let's see. Yes, Harris should be a win in Minnesota. There's no question she's expected to win in Minnesota. I left it blank only because, like I said, I wanted to see if we were having a real Trumpy night or a real Harrisy night. So far, I would say if the predicted night was 50%, which predicted a Trump win, and a real Harrisy night was 0, and a real Trumpy night was 100, I'd say tonight's looking like a 60, 65, maybe a 70. Up 3 points in Wisconsin with 60. He's doing well in these. She's not winning these blue wall states, and Republicans turn out on election day. Marusha says supposedly Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan all vote the same way. I thought it was mostly Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I Wonder says, Michigan here, never met a Harris supporter. There is not a single Harris bumper sticker in Los Angeles County except for somebody who lives around the corner from me. That is the only one I've seen. There's not one on the road. In 2016, the Hillary stickers were everywhere. Not so many Biden-Harris stickers in 2020, but you still saw them. I have not seen a single one on the freeways, ever. Aussie betting still has Trump at a 96% chance of winning. I think so too. I think we just give up the election and turn it over to Aussie betting. I think Aussie betting should be just handed the keys to the country and just say, what do you guys think we should do? And I like the sound of that. Hey, here's a $50 super chat. Thank you from Christopher November. God bless you, Bill. You're an educator and a patriot. Well, those are two things I would be proud to put on my tombstone. So thank you for that. I don't plan on doing tombstones anytime soon, but thank you very, very much. I just can't believe it's finally here, man. This thing has been out in front of us like this. You know, it's just like, will it please ever be over? Dr. Dre says, longtime engineer, 513 viewers. My God. Hi, 513 viewers. It's good to see everybody. We're having a lot of fun here. We're just kicking the bucket around and having ourselves a fine old time. I started this broadcast by saying that the country is not the government, and they can screw up the government all they want to. You can't kill this country, and if it turns out we haven't taken enough of a beating in 2024, everything is moving our way across the entire nation, and nobody's buying their stuff, and Ray Skywalker action figures are not selling out, and feminists are not the happiest people in the world, and on and on and on it goes. Registration keeps going more and more Republican. They lose more and more of the black vote, more and more of the Hispanic vote, more and more of the young vote. So whether it happens tonight or not, it's all moving our way, and that should give us comfort no matter what happens this evening. And it's not like we're down. We're looking, good. Dave Rails, Dave Rails Area 51 says, keep hearing stories about gloom at Harris HQ. Well, that would be nice. Kevin Eric Small says, yeah, AAA gaming and entertainment streaming are dying because they're captured. Yeah. The country will be here. We will be here. We're not surrendering. These bastards are losing, and they deserve to lose. Reality is the ultimate pollster. Reality will not be denied. Young people are liberal, but they're not happy. Feminists are miserable. Unmarried liberal women are miserable. So that's the demographic. Everybody talks about peeling votes away from blacks and Hispanics, which we're doing. But this election is even, the only reason this thing is close is because of liberal white women. These emotional, dependent, neurotic, the neurotic vote is keeping Harris in the race and just preventing us from living in this wonderful world of peace, happiness, and security. But if Elon Musk says the game is over, that gives me a great deal of confidence. Dave Olson says you can ignore reality, but you can't ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. Yeah, that's pretty much one way of looking at it. And by the way, Canada, somebody mentioned Canada. Who is that? Lafelle said they should lose and hope Canada does the same. I feel so good about Canada that conservative in Canada, he's just terrific. He's terrific. Oh, we're just waiting. Make sure to save us for later. I can't click a link in YouTube right now, Marcia. You just have to send it to me on Wednesday if you can. Thursday, rather, if you can. Madison and Milwaukee will go blue, but there's no referendum on legalizing marijuana to bring the drug crowd out like there was when Mr. Evers won the governorship, so I don't know. Here's a Trafalgar Lawn super chat. Says, look like Trump did so good that even the DNC voter fraud machine could not stop him this time. It ain't over yet, folks, but that's how it's looking. Boy, Arizona is much closer than I would have expected. Only 50% of the votes called. Poly markets, all the betting markets are still at 90% for Trump. If I'm a Democrat, I'm not happy right now. And, you know, the votes keep coming in. 75% in Pennsylvania, and Trump's lead continues to grow. She's at 48. He's at 51. These are significant leads, and they're increasing. %30 of the votes counted in Michigan. He's got a gigantic lead in Michigan. It's 4.5, 5 almost. Wisconsin has 64% of the votes counted. He's got a 3-point lead in Wisconsin. He's winning in all these battleground states. He's winning them all by 2-3 points. That's real. He's still nothing from Nevada. Does anybody know what's going on with that? Nothing. That is just, I mean, it's got to be something legal, obviously. I mean, results expected soon. Is it 8:30 for Nevada? Maricopa County hasn't exactly bumped the needle in almost 45 minutes. Yeah, imagine that. See, this is why I love my crowd. This is why I've got such great viewers on YouTube. George's Kit says, Democrats at 216. 6 times 6 times 6 equals 216. Coincidence? I think not. Who is smart enough to figure that out? Who's smart enough to realize that they're at 216 and it's 6 times 6 times 6? That's amazing to me. Call some states, would you? All right, well, at least on Google, they finally called North Carolina for Trump. They still haven't called Georgia with 90% of the vote. I'm tell you what I'm going to do, if you don't mind. I'm going to just run up to the bathroom, haven't been in the seat for 4 hours and 43 minutes. Time flies when you're changing history, huh? I'm just going to run. Oh, I've been on the electoral map this whole time, have I? Sorry about that, guys. What I'm going to do is, if you don't mind, I'm going to leave the map up just for a minute. I should be back in about 2 or 3 minutes, okay? I'm just going to run up. They're renovating my floor, else I'd be back in less than a minute. I'm just going to run upstairs. I'll be right back. Everybody hold on. Don't let them steal the election while I'm gone. I'll be right back. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back live for our election night conversation. And sorry I was delayed. I had to run up to the bathroom. Unfortunately, there was a gigantic water leak. Also, a gas main had ruptured, and the entire hallway was on fire. That's why it took me longer to get back than I originally thought. So that was alarming and scary. Let's see what we got here. I'm going back to this Bloomberg thing. I just love it. I think it's just really good. 95% now for Polymarket, 94 for Kalshi, 92 for Predicted. The gap continues to widen. I will say this, let's go back to the whole cheating thing and some of those alarming statements that were made. Oh, we can't call it tonight or we won't know for days. Georgia, I'm convinced, this is my opinion, I'm convinced that they cheated their way out of Georgia in 2020 because of the All-State Arena was the most obvious example where they claimed there was a broken water main and there was no broken water main, and they stole Georgia, but they didn't steal Georgia tonight. 91% of the votes cast. They can be dragging their feet all they want to. Donald Trump is up by 3 points. He's going to win this election in Georgia. So if they stole Georgia last time, they didn't steal it this time. Let's see what's going on. Yeah. Looks like Harris is up by 2 in Virginia. Arizona is still razor close, and there's no results coming back. It's been 49% for an hour now. Harris is winning in New Mexico. That's to be expected. Nothing from Nevada yet. 16% of the votes counted in Minnesota. Trump is up in Minnesota, but obviously that doesn't include Minneapolis, St. Paul. That hasn't come in yet, so there's no question about that. But solid leads, man. He's got a 3-point lead in Wisconsin. He's with 66% of the vote counted in Wisconsin. He's got a crazy lead. 5-point lead in Michigan. There's only 32% of the vote counted in Michigan. That number's low, that percentage. 76% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania. He's got a 4-point lead, 3-point lead, with 76% of the votes counted. Like I said, folks, he wins Pennsylvania, it's over. Hold on, I gotta change things back. I gotta double check this. I gotta be careful now. Hang on. If Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, he wins 270 electoral votes. If he wins Pennsylvania, then it's over. New York Times just said an 89% chance of a Trump win. This is what I want. When the New York Times suddenly said, we're not predicting anymore. No, if New York Times says there's an 89% chance of Trump winning, they cannot cheat their way out of the New York Times saying that. This is what's so different. You know, this is why I'm feeling better. The Amish came through. Apparently they did. Well, wouldn't it be something if it turned out the Amish vote was what won Pennsylvania and won the country? That would be something. Wow. Is that J Doe? J Doc says with super chat, "Thank you for doing this, Bill. This is you at your best." Well, I'm flattered. Thank you. I'm very pleased. 541 viewers. We're just having a time of our lives here, guys. Darth Bobcat says, I'll make a super chat. Hey, you and your super chats. This is looking boringly like the RCP average with 2% underestimation of Trump. Fine. Underestimate him. Good. Yeah. So, boy, that would just make me... that would just tickle me to death if it turned out that the Amish vote was the deciding vote, because I saw an Amish buggy with flags on all four corners, huge flags that said Trump and American flags and stuff. That would just be so cool if the most conservative people in the country won Pennsylvania and then won the election. That would just be absolutely epic. I'm going to write down some numbers just to see. I want to write down percentages just to see how much they're moving by. In terms of like the updates, because some of these updates are pretty slow. So I'm going to take I'm going to write down as a record on the Bloomberg map what the reporting percentages are, so we can see what kind of progress, if any. Minnesota, I'm not worried about it. I'm not going to even look at Minnesota. We know how Minnesota's going to go. So Wisconsin is at 66.8 of the votes counted. These are just percentage of the votes counted. Wisconsin's at 66.8. Michigan is at 33.9. Pennsylvania is at 76.9. I might as well do Georgia just for the fun of it. Georgia's at 91, even. And then Arizona is at 49.8. It seems like they've been there forever. I don't understand why these things stop increasing. They should be incrementally increasing all the time. As the precincts come in, we should just be seeing incremental increases in voted. This is how it's supposed to happen when the machine is working correctly. Is there anybody else I want to look at? I just want to make sure that they're continuing to increase. See, I'm not even concerned with the rate of the increase, so long as the machine is not locked up. If it locks up and freezes, I start getting suspicious. So Trump is ahead in Arizona by a microscopic margin. Let's just go through these numbers again here. Let's see what updates. Arizona 49.8. Still Arizona 49.8. The updates were changing. This Bloomberg page is fantastic. Things are just changing all the time. Georgia just got an update. Wisconsin got an update. Georgia's now at 91 point something. It was at 91 point something. Pennsylvania is now at 77. So it was at 76.9. So there is an increase in the votes. That's good. Georgia's locked at 91%. So that's what I'm checking now, folks. Right now, Robert wants to know, what is Natasha doing? Natasha has yoga. Now, she's got yoga classes that she goes to on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday nights. It's been great for her. It's nothing but Russians. One of the most important things from the day she got here, I made an enormous effort to find her Russian friends and to just completely celebrate and enable anything she does with Russian friends. It's so important. So she's got yoga classes that she does on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night, and then afterwards they go out for a bite to eat. I've been with them once or twice, and they're just great people. So it lets her touch base, and Natasha's life has fundamentally changed when she started driving. She didn't drive for almost 8 years. Then 7 years. Then she did, and she bought her own car, and she's got her own credit rating, and she loves her car. She's got a little Buick Encore, which she adores. She's got all that American pride in ownership, that this is my car and we're going to wax it and keep it. She just loves it. When she first got here, we went through a drive-through car wash, and she got very, very nervous because none of the women she knew drove in Russia. But now she's an American citizen, got her own car, pride and ownership. She's just loving it. She's just terrific. Georgia's still at 91%. That hasn't changed. Michigan, 36.7. It was 33.9. So that's going all right. So they're counting. That's all I want. Pennsylvania, 77.2. Pennsylvania was 76.9. Good. Movement. I want to see movement. Georgia's still at 91. Nothing changing in Georgia. Takes a while to burst a water main, It's not something you can just do immediately. You gotta get in there with an axe and you gotta clear away all the other stuff. Then you gotta make sure the ballots are where they need to be so that they'll be flooded. It's not a simple thing. Bill Fox has it as 193 to 216. I've got confidence. Let me just bring these maps up and make sure I didn't make any mistakes, because what I did here. Oh, I see why it's different than what I'm showing. No, it's just Pennsylvania. Hang on. Yes, this is, so I've got an interactive version of this map. When I change the interactive map, I do a screen grab and I just stick it up in there. So this is not interactive. But right now, with this map that you can see, make sure I got it on both of them. Sorry, hang on, Twitch. There we go. You can see on this map, if he wins Pennsylvania, he gets to 270, and that is it. Game over. He has to win Pennsylvania. That's all. Betting says Trump is at 92%. There's a lot of different betting markets. Let's see what they're saying now. They were all in the 90s. Yep. Polymarket's at 94. Kalshi's at 93. Predicted's at 92. North Carolina's been called for Trump. Well, we've already got that covered. I'm interested in, are the vote totals increasing right now? Michigan is now at 37% counted. It was at 33.9, so Michigan is counting. 46.7 to 51.5 for Trump's got a solid lead in Michigan, and votes are being counted. Now, we don't know if Detroit's counted. We don't know if Minneapolis-St. Paul is counted. Obviously, bigger cities take longer to count. But our early voting is strong this year, and everything's coming down. Pennsylvania is the one that I've been watching carefully. Okay, Pennsylvania had a 1 point. I've said this many times, but it's the key to this, to understanding this election. In 2020, Pennsylvania had a 1,100,000 vote blue firewall in terms of early voting, and the Republicans vote on election day, and the Republican surge came within 20,000 or 30,000 in Pennsylvania. Didn't win it according to the official story of the election, right? But that 1,100,000 vote lead was cut to 350,000 because of the incredible Republican ground game and chasing ballots. What the Republicans did on the ground in Pennsylvania is insane. And they cut their lead from 1,000,001 to 350,000, and Trump started out below that, but as the Republicans started coming in on election day, they 250,000 behind, then 100,000 behind, then tied, then ahead, and then more ahead, and now more ahead. Now he's up by 650 to 850. He's up by 200,000 votes. And he continues to increase his lead. 79.2% counted in Pennsylvania. It's moving. It's not moving fast, but it's moving. 563 viewers. Welcome, all of you. I don't know if any of you are completely new to the channel, but we do live shows on Monday night. We do a show about pop culture and storytelling. And then Thursday night, we have our Stratosphere Lounge show, which we've been doing since, my gosh, when did we start doing that? 2014, maybe 10 years ago? Done about 400 of those. We just talk about politics, and we've got the smartest audience. We don't have the biggest audience. We got the smartest audience. You can't believe the quality of the people here and how much information they have. We got engineers, aerospace guys. We got entertainment people. And if it's your first time here, we're real glad to see you. If you want to subscribe, we'd love to have you come back and stick around, because we got some really cool programming, including some non-political programming that's going to be a lot of fun. So, there you go with that. So there we go. I can't get these names sometimes. I always like to get them right. Xdish, excuse me if I got it wrong. Can't catch you live very often, Bill, so I'm glad I can be here tonight. Me too. I'm glad you're here tonight too. Gorn and Kirk, 24. Yeah, 28, whatever. TM just popping in, not sure how good it is for my blood pressure. TM, I'm glad you said that. We started the night, and I said I'd end the night, whenever the ending the night is, by saying that the country will survive a Kamala Harris presidency. We can lose the election. The government is not the country. It doesn't mean that's good news. It doesn't mean anything, but she's an idiot, and if we need 4 more years of an idiot to shake the last of the Democrats loose and leave them with nothing but lunatics, then that's what it's going to take, then that's what it takes. The only way we lose this country is if we surrender, and that's why that's why you're never going to hear me say, well, we've lost the country, at least not say it again. I was saying that to some degree in 2020. But we're seeing what appears to be a fair election. The results are coming in steadily. The numbers are, we're not getting these weird jumps, We had a Pearl Harbor, and now we got our anti-aircraft up, and we're shooting them down like crazy. North Carolina is officially called for Trump. Okay, that's swell. It's not a surprise. Georgia, 91%. It's been at 91% forever, although it was at 80-something, so just looking for motion here, kids. I'm going to actually make a bigger piece of paper than this, and that way I can kind of track all of these guys here. I'll just kind of go down the list every 10 minutes or so and see how things are moving. So the states that we're watching for right now, the lead, the percentages of who's voting for who are solid. The thing we're watching now is how fast votes are actually being counted. And I'm tracking the following states. Not just tracking who's winning, but what's the percentage of votes counted. So when we started doing this about 10, 15 minutes ago, Wisconsin was at 66.8. Michigan was at 33.9% of the vote counted. Pennsylvania was at 76.9. Georgia was at 91 even. And Arizona was at 49 point, I don't know, was that a 6? Okay. Still nothing from Nevada. What the hell did Nevada get teleported off the map? Can anybody tell me what happened? Did they close the polls at what the hell's going on with Nevada? All right, so here's these are not winning percentages. That's just the percentage of the vote counted as of 10 minutes ago. So now I'm going to go through them again. As of now, Wisconsin has gone to 68.6% of the vote counted. So they're up 2%. Not much, but movement. This is all on the Bloomberg map, right? 68.6% counted. Michigan went from 33.9 to 38.2. That's still a pretty low number, but it's moving. Pennsylvania went from 76.9 to 81.2, so that's moving. Pennsylvania's feeling really solid. Georgia went from 91 to 91. No change in 15 minutes. And Arizona went from 49.8 to 49.8. No change in Arizona. That's suspicious. Don't you think? Is it just me? Yeah, some of these states do too much swinging and not enough counting. Exactly. I'm going to put Nevada down there for when Nevada finally starts. So we did that latest update at 8:45ish. At 9 o'clock Pacific time, I'm going to go through again and see what the counting is. Georgia hasn't budged. It's been 91% forever. They still haven't called it. But boy, the betting odds. Polymarket 95, predicted 93, Kalshi 93. These are overwhelming. I keep coming back to this, and I keep coming back to it because it gives me comfort as I hear stories. Oh, we may not know tonight. 95% of the people who bet on Polymarket are expecting to collect cash money. Let me rephrase that. People who are betting on the electoral outcome on Polymarket, expecting cash money to come back if Donald Trump wins. 95% of them expect him to win. So if all of a sudden he loses, they're out a lot of cash. That's different. Small movement in Arizona. Let's see. 50%, yes, counted. Hooray. Trump has got a 7,000 point lead. Sorry, I wish. It's a 7,000 vote lead. Yeah, Winnie Cash says, I want to stay positive, but it's hard after last time. Yeah, but Winnie, here's the one thing that hasn't happened. They didn't just say, we're stopping counting for the night. They can count as slowly as they want to. It is an indication that maybe it's just genuinely tougher to count. I don't know. Maybe they're playing for time. But in 2020, the 5 battleground states, all of them supposed to be independent, not connected to each other in any way, all of them said, we're stopping counting for the night. And we haven't seen that yet. So. Wonder what's going to happen with the popular vote. California's got 36% of the votes. And see, this is what's also suspicious. It's the battleground states that are taking forever to count. California, which has the biggest population in the country by far, should have the entire vote in just like Florida did. So no surprise there. California, Oregon, and Washington are all called for Harris. That took her up to 205 to Trump's 230. I've got her at 216 when you include New Mexico and Colorado. Colorado been called? Yes. New Mexico been called? Yes. They've both been called. All right, so where am I different than them? Because I've got Harris at 250. I've got Harris at 216. They've got her at 205. I've given her more credit. Did they not called? They called Virginia. They haven't called New Hampshire yet, and I have. I've given her New Hampshire. I don't know. We'll see. It still comes down to Pennsylvania. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, that's the election. 81.4. It's creeping in. He's got a good lead, though. He's got an almost 4-point lead, and there's 81% of the vote counted. It's pretty solid. Bone Canoe says, I hate to throw cold water on the party, but what hasn't come in from Pennsylvania yet? Expect 200,000 more Kamala votes than Trump from the outstanding votes. They're not counted yet? I thought the early counting had already happened. Marisha Dark says, hey, Project Veritas has reported that the Wayne County machine is pulling shenanigans in Michigan again. Boxes of ballots arriving in Detroit via cars with California plates. Well, this time they're on frickin' video. This time they're on video. See, this is what I meant by being prepared. That's the other thing too, you know. Not only are we watching these things now and Veritas and all the rest of it, but people are watching it digitally. You know, they're recording these things as they came in. TM says it's almost enough to make me hate elections. It make me hate cheating. Polymarket hit 97%. Well, see, here's the most important part about Trump winning. If Trump wins, we get a Justice Department back. We can not only look into these things, we can start putting people in prison, which would be nice. Currently, this is Bloomberg, Democrats for the presidency, 205 electoral votes for Harris, 230 for Trump. The Senate is 41 Democrats versus 50 Republicans. I think those would be called elections. That's a big lead. And then the House is 119 to 168 Republicans. But there's a lot of votes coming in from California, a lot of representatives, you know, going to that blue mecca that I live in. Arizona, 50% of the vote counted, hardly anything. Georgia has not moved at all. TM says, sorry, I'm just sick of doomers. I'm sick of doomers too. Philly, 70% reporting. Montco, 70% reporting. If we extrapolate the numbers out, it adds up to 200,000 net votes for Kamala. That's not enough. She's got 726 now. That would get her to 926. Trump has 943. That's assuming Trump doesn't get any more votes. Oh, sorry. Map is still on the screen. Thanks, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's not interesting watching the graphic. Sorry, gang. BBC has Nevada moving. Hey, that'd be nice to have some information from Nevada. Isn't this great? We got 700 people. Wow, 700 viewers. Many of you might be new. If you just happen to just stop in here, all I have to tell you is we're just having a fun conversation. We're having a good time. And the thing I can recommend most about this channel is we have the smartest viewers, and I might add the best looking, because I've met many of them, and most of the people here are simply breathtaking. Breathtaking. So if you're new here, we do shows live on Monday nights and Thursday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern. And I'm Bill Whittle, and I do a lot of historical commentary for historical series at Daily Wire. And I started out as a Democrat many years ago, and just finally decided it wasn't making sense to me anymore. And so I switched over right around 2000, I guess. And I've been doing political commentary for about, really since Eject 2002. So. But we got a really smart crowd here, and the nice thing about this place especially is you are more than welcome to disagree with us. If you, so long as you don't come in with a chip on your shoulder, you will get not only a fair hearing here, but you'll get a lot of respectful discussion, and I just couldn't be happier. And if you could hit the subscribe button if you're here for the first time, that would be just awesome. I appreciate that an awful lot. By the way, let's have a look at the right angle I put up just before we went live. Not many people got a chance to see it, but I remember it kept shut out of the gates, and it was called "What Happens If Trump Wins?" and it was questioning, what kind of reaction we would see from progressives. Let's just see what the numbers are on that, because it rocketed out of there. And I haven't checked it in 4 or 5 hours, so let's just see. Five 5.7 thousand. Yeah, it's 6 hours ago. It's not great. It's not everybody's watching the election. And outside inside's at 11,000. She's not very nice. Got to 19. So we're starting to build it back up again. I was so relieved. We did a video not terribly long ago. So for those of you that are new, I'm Bill Whittle, and we did a calculation. Somebody did a calculation for me, and I've been seen on YouTube about 100 million times. I have about 100 million views from videos that used to be called Firewalls and Afterburners. And we used to do an afterburner or a firewall, and if it got 400,000 views, that was a bad day. That was like a real failure. The last 4 that we did got 25,000. And I thought, well, that's just the shadow banning algorithm at work. All these other views went way down, but then we had one that kind of broke out and did 50,000 or something, which for me used to be a pathetically small number, but lately, for the last several years, has been a great number. And that's when I realized, this thing is not exactly sitting on my head unmoving, So we're just determined to really build our viewership back up to what it used to be. And if you're new here and you'd like to hit the subscribe button, we'd love to have you. So there we go. Still nothing from Nevada. Arizona, 50%, no movement. Georgia, 93.1. Holy cow, Georgia moved. My God, it's like it's like constipation, or passing a kidney stone. Georgia actually moved. I'm going to wait another 7 minutes, and we'll do a 9 o'clock update on the percentage of people that voted. But Georgia movement, and still haven't called it for Trump. 93% of the votes counted, 48.5 to 50.8. That is telling me that the precincts that haven't reported are Atlanta. And the fact that they haven't reported is telling me they're waiting for cars to arrive from Florida with the ballots for them to count. But I'm telling you, man, it's not 2020. We got. I guarantee you that James O'Keefe and a bunch of others have got video cameras on these buildings round the clock, and if they're taking boxes of ballots inside somewhere, then I guarantee you can tell. Wesley Bruce says Australian elections can give you outstanding votes. You can do a 50-50 split to see who won early. The advantage of having a real voter roll. Yeah. Here's the thing about voter registration. I learned this in 2020, and it really makes perfect sense. Nobody's ever put it so plainly as this. Voter registration tells you how many votes go into the box. If you don't know how many votes go into the box, then you can make as many votes come out of the box as you want to. In other words, if you have 100 registered voters and the election is 70 to 30, then you have confidence that that's a fair election. If you have 100 registered voters and the result is 620 to 430, then there's something fishy going on. Pallets of ballots. Well said, Fried Audio. Atlanta's all above 80% reported, estimated only 420,000 votes left, and 2 whole counties nowhere near Atlanta. Well, that's good. How many votes left? 424,000? Trump has, that's more than enough to tip the balance for Harris if they all go to her. But this is the thing. When they cheated on the Al Franken election, they turned up like 220 ballots in an election that was 50-50, and all 220 went for Al Franken. And the chance of that happening in terms of probability is 0. The chance is 0. It's just clearly cheating, and we just took it. We should have stood on that hill and fought until we won, but we didn't. I'm on the Bloomberg map, so there's that. I also occasionally check the Google map, see if there's anything. Still not a peep. What is the story with Nevada? I guess we'll know in 4 minutes. Arizona, man, it's close. I thought Arizona would be much wider than this, but they're not counting. It's 50% reporting. It's been 50% forever. There's no motion. There you go. Caledon Society says, gentlemen, there's no fighting in here. This is the war room. Let's go back to Bloomberg and see what their betting markets are saying. 97% for Polymarket, 95% for Kalshi, and 94% for Predicted. 97%. Let's see. Georgia, 93.1. Yeah, there's a tiny speck of movement there. Michigan, 43.8. Yeah, Michigan is counting. Michigan's at 43.8. Trump has a significant lead there for 5-point lead. Wisconsin, 75% counted, and Trump has a 4-point lead. These are big numbers. These are big numbers. But Pennsylvania is the come on Amish, 83.1% counted in Pennsylvania. It's moving up slowly. Trump's got 3.5-point lead. We're going to be here forever. At it's 9 o'clock p.m. Pacific time. At 6 a.m. Pacific time, I'm back in this chair with my friends Steve Green and Scott Ott. We're going to do an hour of our backstage show for members only, which is us just chatting, shooting the breeze. We're going to make that one available to the public, and then we're going to come in on Friday morning at 6 a.m. to get 3 right angles in after the election. So that's how that's going to go. The hot mics are going to keep coming fast and furious. I have been putting more production work and maybe even a little more thought into them than I originally wanted to. I'm happy to do those things every day if that's what people want to see, because we really want to get these membership numbers and these viewership numbers back up again. So I had a lot of fun doing those history series. I'm not saying they're done, but I am saying my focus is definitely shifting back here. Excuse me. Okay, in 2 minutes I'm going to update the percentage of people that are voting in the states. They're creeping in, but they're moving. They're moving. I still think it's ridiculous that they haven't officially called Georgia yet, but you never know. And it'd be nice to hear from Nevada. I guess it's because they were. I'll tell you guys a story about Nevada. I went to Nevada with 2 friends of mine this is absolutely true. Went for the first time in 1993. I was, so I would have been, about 92, 93, 92, somewhere in there. Maybe it was even 91. So I was 33 years old, something like that. And I had 2 friends named Don Starr and T.R. Durfee. And T.R. Durfee was a huge fan of Wayne Newton and been such a fan of Wayne Newton that Wayne Newton would call T.R. on his birthday, that kind of thing. So we drive to Vegas, and TR has had Wayne Newton has comped us rooms at, I guess it was the Hilton that Wayne Newton was performing at, I want to say. I think it was the Hilton. So we drive out to Vegas, and then we hit the Strip, and it's just so unbelievably exciting, and we just walked and walked and walked and walked till about 4 o'clock in the morning. Did all the casinos and all this other stuff. I thought, this is the most amazing place in the world. About 4 o'clock in the morning, we're walking back to our hotel room. We find this one little restaurant or something that's open. We'd been doing, I'm not a gambler, thank God, but we'd been to so many casinos that at 4 o'clock in the morning, we were just bleary-eyed. And they finally, after waiting for 40 minutes at the table, they bring this nasty old Denny's hamburger out, And I'm sitting there and I'm looking at this thing, and I take the top of the bun off and I say, where do I put the quarter in this? And that's how much that we'd been doing that. We all thought that was fully hilarious. The second day in Las Vegas, we did a repeat of the first day, and it was a lot less interesting because none of it was really new anymore. And we realized, it's mostly just casinos and stuff. And by the third day, I was crawling off a glass to get out of that place. I just couldn't stand it. I'm not going to sleep until it gets called either. If I have to stay up all night and do the the show at 6 Live, then I'll do that. I'll tell Natasha she can either come here and snooze on the couch, or she can go home and snooze, and she knows where to find me. Yeah. California, all of the western states have been called for Harris, so she's already got those electoral votes in the bank, and it's 9 o'clock. So now we're going to check to see how the counting is proceeding. It looks like, finally Harris has taken the lead in Minnesota, and it's a significant lead. So we never expected Minnesota anyway. Did I put Minnesota on the map for as a possible toss-up on a real Trumpy night? Let me have a look. As if I did, I think we're gonna. Did they call it? I didn't call it yet. I'll wait till they call it. Oops. But I think I said that Minnesota was a possibility and a crazy out of the world. Yeah, I'll go ahead and update that. I don't think that's going to change. So let me go ahead and let me finish up the counting thing, and then I'll give them Minnesota, which again I just did mostly in case it was a blowout night. Okay, so let's see what we got here. When we started. Well, I won't go when we started. At last count, 15 minutes ago, Wisconsin had counted 68.6, and now it's at 75.9, 76. So they're moving. 76% counted in Wisconsin. Trump has a 51.2 to 47.3 lead, so 4 points. That's good, and it's holding. Michigan, when I checked last, it was 38.2. Now it's 45, so they're counting. It's still a pretty low number, but it's moving. At 45 even, yes. And at 45 even, Trump has a... My ability to do math has vanished. It was never good in the first place. He's got a 5-point lead in Wisconsin. If he gets Wisconsin and Michigan, he doesn't need Pennsylvania to win it outright, regardless of what happens out west. In Pennsylvania, when we started, last time we checked, it was at 81.2. Now it's at 83.3. It's not much progress, but it's progress. Trump's lead is holding. I mean, he's got a 200,000 vote lead. It's 47.7 to 51.4. Georgia, 93.1. It was at least it's moved. It was at 91. It's 93.1 now. So his lead is. He's got a 2-point lead in Georgia. 93.1. Man, they are eating their peanuts over there. They're not doing much counting at all. And then Arizona, which was locked at 49 forever, 50% of the vote counted. An hour ago almost, it was 49.8. Now it's 50. Something funny is going on in Arizona. That's just all there is to it. And then Nevada, still nothing. Nevada's vanished. It's just gone. Results expected soon. Can somebody look up, tell me what Nevada, when the polls close for Nevada? Because this is I mean, it just seems so strange that there's nothing coming out of Nevada, especially since Nevada was showing Trump winning handily in the early voting, and everybody was thinking, wow, what a bellwether. Yeah, Kukulkan says Scottsdale and Phoenix are still busy printing votes. Nevada's polls closed at 10 p.m. Eastern, which would be 7, which would be... So why haven't we heard from Nevada for 2 hours? 10 p.m. Eastern, right? Nothing's coming out of Alaska either. Nevada is on Pacific time, yes, but do they close at 10 p.m. Pacific time? No, they close at 10 p.m. Eastern time, right? That's 7. That's 2 hours ago. We haven't heard a peep from them. Nothing. And nothing from Alaska. Huddy says Florida could have recounted their votes 12 times already. Yes, they could have, and they've got an enormous population. They close at 10 Pacific time? Nevada time. Leave it to Nevada to close the polls at 10 p.m., right? Huh. Patrol says we all knew this was going to happen. Well, what hasn't happened yet, Patrol, or look on the bright side of things, or look on the hopeful side, they have not say we're shutting down for the night. They're slowing down. William K. says, I'm in Washoe County, Nevada, and we voted enthusiastically for Trump. I think a lot of people voted enthusiastically for Trump. He is still winning by significant margins all three of the blue wall states he needs to win. I'm going to go ahead and flip Minnesota over. Just like I said, it was never expected to win. We weren't expected to win Virginia either, but Virginia was closer than people thought it would be. 87%. Yeah, she ended up winning by 4. So about what was predicted. Let me go ahead and update the map and give them Minnesota, which again was not exactly a surprise. And we'll update our election maps. Let's see. Donald Trump is one Pennsylvania away from winning the election, or he's a Wisconsin and a Michigan away from winning the election, and still Georgia's not called. There's something funny going on, man. I'm telling you. Everything around Georgia is called. The entire country is called. It's called all the way out to Utah, Idaho are called, and Georgia is still uncalled. Funny how that works. Sink called it for Trump, did he? That's kind of cool, to be honest with you. All right, so what am I going to do? I'm going to do this. It's not a big change. It's just giving the Democrats Minnesota, which we knew they were going to have anyway, so I'm just going to update the map just to get that right. Okay. So we'll delete the old one so we don't have any confusion. Goodbye to you. James O'Keefe is on the job, boys and girls, and we have a conservative Supreme Court, among many other things. All right, so let's go to the map just to show you that Minnesota goes the way it is. It's mostly just updated. It's not any big news or anything. Go into here. Yep. $261 for the Republicans. $261. Now we'll go back to the studio, and then I'll do this for YouTube. There's a $2 super chat from Steve Hoover. What that watermelon doing there? I'll tell you later. That's a Buckaroo Banzai and his adventures across the 8th dimension line. Okay, so let's see here. We're going to go to the map real quick, and I'm just going to update this by dragging this puppy in there. It's very persnickety, this. See? It moves the background. It's just so strange. One thing at a time. Come on. I'll move the background in a second. Let me just get this thing going because it's weird. It doesn't behave itself. You can go there. Good. Close enough. Background. Come back down. Hooray. All right. Back we go to the studio. Daily Wire says 1 or 2 more hours before calling it for Donald J. Trump. Okay, I can do 1 or 2 more hours. I'm here until they make a decision, or until we start recording for the right angles at 6 a.m. Pacific time, whichever comes first. Let's see. What are we doing? Every 15 minutes, I'm doing updates on the percentage of people voting, percentage of precincts that are, reporting. So let's see, back to Bloomberg again. What does Polymarkets have to say? 97, 95, and 94. Where's Nevada? Is anybody else talking about this? Did I not change Montana blue? Minnesota? I wouldn't be surprised if I screwed it up. I changed Minnesota. Oh, duh. Sorry. Idiot. My bad. Excuse me. Thank you. Let's try that again. Thanks for the catch. I was asleep at the wheel. Let's try it again. That's better. 19 electoral votes will do it. Pennsylvania will do it. 270 even. So there's that map, and then let me fix it on YouTube. Sorry about that. Thanks again for the catch, because that was just sloppy. Yeah, it's a little home-built kind of election coverage, just sitting here chatting, having ourselves a fine old time. If you hadn't hit the subscribe button, we'd love it if you did. We put out a lot of content here. We put out a show almost every day, and they're fun, and they're interesting, and people love them. And you could be a cool kid too. But nah, you probably don't have it in you. Probably don't have enough. Check your and Wisconsin. Oh my God, I did it again. I'm just losing my marbles here. Sorry, guys. I'm getting soggy. Brain sog. There's no such word as sog. There should be. It's a good word. Look at all that sog out there. It's a soggy map. All right, this time I got it right. Right? I got Minnesota blue. Yes, I got the other 3 states. Yes, uncalled. Virginia's good. New Hampshire's good. Nothing on Arizona and Nevada yet. So okay. I called Georgia, even though they didn't. Okay, here we go. This one we'll get right, by golly. All right, here we go. Hang on, YouTube. Oh, you bastard. All right. Come on. Marablu Dictu. Looks like you got it right this time. Yes. Okay. So there's that. Let's go back to Twitch. Sorry, Twitch. Okay, there we go. Hooray. 9:15. It's time to update whether New York. Let's play the "Are we counting or are we printing ballots" game. Let's see. Wisconsin. Last time we checked, 15 minutes ago, they counted 76% of the vote. Now they are up to 77.2. That's kind of slow there, Wisconsin. Michigan, last time we checked, they were at 45. This time they're at 48.6, a little better. Still a little slow. Pennsylvania, last time was 83.3. Now it is at 85.5. Donald Trump is up by almost 3 points, 2.8 points. That's a solid lead. Georgia, 93.1. They have not changed. Frickin' Georgia. I can just see what's going on down there, those bastards. No excuse for this. California, 42% of the votes counted, and they voted 3 hours after Georgia did. Arizona, 50.5. 0.5%. It was 50 15 minutes ago. This just has a bad smell to me. And nothing. Nevada's gone. Nevada's gone from the map. It just doesn't exist. I'm going to just do a Google search to see if anybody else is talking about the fact that we're missing a state. Nothing. Why? Why? Yeah, they counted California, Oregon, and Washington for Kamala the second the polls closed. Exactly. This is my point. 60% counted in Washington, 61% counted in Oregon, 43% counted in California, nothing in Nevada. Now, if somebody, I'm serious as I can be about this, could somebody give me a reason why this could be happening other than the one that I'm suspecting? Honestly, I'm serious. What could be an explanation for this? Marisha says NBC showing 2% for Nevada. Why is Nevada not showing 40%, 50%? Why? Oh, because they said its poll hours are till 10 o'clock? Is that what it is? Doesn't report until they're done. Okay, so they're open till 10, I guess. Okay. Well, if they're open till 10, we'll know in 45 minutes. I'm just going to play with the map here and see. Just want to check something real quick. Trump can win Nevada and Arizona, but if he loses all three of the blue wall battleground states, he loses. I just want to see what those numbers look like. Yeah, so if she wins all three of the blue wall states that are left out there, and Trump wins Nevada and Arizona, she wins 270 to 268. So we have to win one of those. We have to win. Let me see. Trump only has to win one out of these three. Well, anybody else talking about where Nevada might have gone? And Arizona is important too. Here we sit. Be an optimist. I'm optimistic. We're winning this thing. I just am very suspicious about why things are slowing down and why there's no word at all out of Nevada. Overall election betting odds have Trump at 94.3 now. I've been looking at the breakdown, but election betting odds has been where I've been watching for years now, years. Polymarket's at 97, Predicted is at 93, Kalshi's at 93. We should be liking these numbers a lot better than if we were Democrats, which would be 11, 7, and 3 if we're looking at betting markets. Let's just see what kind of movement. When I did the last one, Wisconsin is now at 79.6. They continue to count. Trump's got a 4-point lead in Wisconsin, 52 in Michigan, slow in Michigan, not even halfway there yet. But Trump has a sizable lead there. 5-point lead. Pennsylvania, 85% counted. Almost no, he's got a, Trump's got a 2.7 point lead. That's a big lead with 85% of the votes counted. Has Georgia moved at all? 93.1. Georgia has not added anything essentially in an hour and a half. Dr. Dre, relax. The fully counted counties are about plus 5R compared to 2020. Lawyers and poll watchers are on the case for shenanigans. Okay, that works for me. I love this. Michael Kinnery says the Nevada result is probably delayed because all the late voters are instead putting money down on a sure thing. Kevin Eric Snell says the sudden vacuum of news means that it's now a major story that Harris HQ is playing Diddy songs. Dr. Dre says Bellwether Erie has flipped to Trump. Oh, that could be nice. Come on, Amish. Ray Berry says there are 2 counties that have not reported at all in Georgia. Do you know what? Are they blue counties or red counties, Ray? Do you know? Prop 35 in California passed. Good. Right? That's the one that said actual penalties for shoplifters. It used to be like if you only stole $999 out of a Target store, you essentially were told naughty, naughty you. Well, I voted for that prop, so I'm glad to know that my vote put it over the top. I'm very proud of Natasha having gotten down and voted. She wanted to go on election day and got there relatively late, but I'm so glad she did it. Cruz was reelected. That's great news too. They're the southernmost counties in Georgia. That should mean those are red counties then. Hold on. No. 93.1 Georgia. Still won't call it, will you? Well, it's well. I wish I had more to add, but frankly, we're just all sitting here enjoying the weather. I wish I had amusing anecdotes to tell. Let's see what, in terms of the confirmed, these are confirmed. For the Senate, it's 42 Republicans, 51, and they've called the Senate for the Republicans. So we've gotten control of the Senate, which we expected. So there's a little check mark next to that. So we got the Senate. So that means that even if Harris wins, there's no more legislation they can pass for 2 years. Not that that helps much in the world of executive orders, which are anti-democratic. If I was Donald Trump, I would sign an executive order that voided all executive orders, and then I would pass legislation making executive orders illegal. That's what I would do. But, you know, Pennsylvania's at 86. Guys, it's looking good, man. We're just crawling across the line. It's like an endless series of penalties inside the 10-yard line. We keep marching halfway towards the goal line, which means we'll never get there. So we've got the Senate. That's a big deal. That's not trivial. God, California is such a huge block of I mean, it's just gigantic. It's fully 20% of the total, and it's a third of all the votes that Harris has in the Electoral College. Likewise, Florida and Texas are growing. Well, let's see. 2 more minutes, we'll do another count. California should be split up into 3 states. If you split California into 3 states, there would be no more Democrats winning elections. Think about that. 3 different Californias would mean you would have coastal California that could take, 20 electoral votes or something like that, 25. Oh, this is good to know. Wyoming Homesteader says the 2 counties that are at 0%. Oh, in 2020, you mean 2024? So there are 2 counties in Georgia that are at 0%. Is that the problem? And they're both red counties? Well, I'm not going anywhere until they either call it or I'm just going to stay. I'm just going to say. Let's see the MSNBC funeral cast. I'll see that. I'll start gloating when it's official. We need the great state of Jefferson. We're going to need your voice in the following days. Yes, thank you very much, because I am, if the country has not learned enough lessons from 4 years of a brain-dead animatronic, then we'll need 4 years from the first woman black president who has an IQ of 80, and if that's what we need, we need. It's only 9:30. It feels so much later, largely because of the phone change. Hold on. That's interesting. All right. It's 9:30. We'll do the update again on how the glacier is performing. We're watching, ladies and gentlemen, it's like watching Vine crawling up a building. Florida is the trendsetter. Florida, bam, they count their votes like that. The 2000 election got Florida's attention, and they just fixed it. It's just absolutely awesome. So down the list we go again. Last time we heard from Wisconsin 15 minutes ago, it was 77.2. Now Wisconsin is it's 81.8 for Wisconsin, and Donald Trump is leading by 4 points. We're getting there. Michigan, last time we heard from them was 48.6. Now it's 53.3. They're actually counting too. And it's Donald Trump by, wow, 6, almost 6. That's only 53% of the votes counted, but still, at least they're moving. Pennsylvania, 85.9. Last time was 85.5. Trump is ahead by almost 3 points. These are real leads. These are real leads. I know I've been talking about the cheating and you hear me get all excited about it, but again, I have to keep coming back to what we have not seen yet is we have not seen them stop. So, we'll see. Georgia stopped. But if it turns out that Georgia's not hearing from 2 red counties for whatever reason, maybe Cletus ran the General Lee into a ditch. That's possible. 93.1. Same. Still. Whoever counties these are, somebody needs to get them and shake a stick at these guys. Arizona, 50.6. 1.1% count in 15 minutes. Uncle Boomer says if they stop, they'll get stomped. Yeah, I guess you got to slow it down, man. Got ballots to print, presumably. I don't know. Clinton Brooks County, Georgia. Those are the two. Are those 2 counties missing? Kukokan, Wisconsin. Wyoming Homesteader says total registered voters in those 2 Georgia counties that are missing are less than 8,000 voters, so they could all go to Harris, every single one of them, not change the results. Call the frickin' state, for God's sake. Yeah. Thinking I should order some food here. Sorry for the momentary delay. I'm trying to get some food to the counting machine here. Let's see. Brennan Rapp says Daily Wire is reporting that Maricopa County will take 10 to 13 days to count. I say somebody needs to send the frickin' army into Maricopa. We need to. Surely. Well, it took them 10 days to count last time. This is starting to feel like 2020. Remember how things just slowed down and then we stayed up for 3, 4 hours with nothing happening and they wouldn't call Georgia and they wouldn't call these other states? Nevada's gone. It's just disappeared off the map. Veronica says, heard that Trump is about to speak. I might have to listen to that. Sorry for the playing this over the speakers here. I might have to listen to that. Hang on. When he goes live, I'll mute the mic and we can kind of listen to it over the speakers. So I'm looking at Fox News Live, and there's lots of people waiting for him to come out. Well, this is going to be interesting. What I'm going to do, they're calling Georgia for Trump. I'm not surprised. I'm very curious to know what he's going to say, because when he came out last time to speak, he said some fishy business going on. Now, he has access to information, obviously, that a lot of people don't have. So hang on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have to mute this mic, and I'm going to play. You won't see the picture because I'm not set up for that, but you'll hear the sound of him, at least if you're watching through me here. So waiting for him to come out on stage here. Beautiful. Beautiful venue they've got here. They finally got their act together on iconography, the Republicans, after forever. The second I see him step out, I'm gonna mute my audio, and I'm gonna play the. Oh wait a minute, I can't do that. I'll just stop talking, dummy. Duh. I've got to have the mic on. So when he comes out, I'll just shut up and we'll see what he has to say. Man, this is tedious. Boy, it looks like he's getting ready to come out there. I'm going to do another one of these counts in just a minute here. So while we're waiting, sorry about the lack of fascinating, scintillating commentary here. I'm just looking at the screen. It looks like they're setting up microphones. This, needless to say, is going to be really important. He's either going to say, well, it looks like we're winning, or everything's okay, or everything's not okay. But it's important that he says it while it's happening and not the morning after. And where is Nevada? I can't be the only person who's noticed that there's an entire state of the union missing. A state that was going strong for Trump, that was going to be basically saying, hey, look, this is how much the electorate is. It's the first time Nevada would have gone Republican since, 2004, I think it was? Nope. Nevada's gone. No, it's just disappeared. We don't know where it went. Just forgot it. There was a state named. There's only 49 states. There's always been 49 states. Come on, Mr. President, come on out here and give us some news here. Would you? Would you do that, please? Lots and lots of red hats in the building, that's for sure. This is like Christmas Eve. Do you guys ever have that happen to you, by the way, when you were kids on Christmas Eve, where you would wake up at like 5 or 6 or something, you'd go out in the hall, and you'd see that Santa had come to the living room, and all that stuff was under the tree, and then your parents would say, it's too early, you have to go back to bed for a couple hours. You ever have that happen to you? That's about as excruciating as this is. When's the last time Bill looked at the Nevada chat? They've said it about Twitch chat. They've said it about Nevada a bunch of times. Nevada is typically late, says Beefire. Lady Jane is back. Hooray! Oh, this is. I wish I didn't know that he was about to speak, because just sitting here watching people milling around, waiting for the man to step out, is driving me crazy. I'm watching him on Fox on the internet, so that's where I'm getting the news. There's a guy out there who looks like he's doing a mic check. There's a new slogan on the wall that says "Dream Big Again." Let me just turn up the volume here and see what they're saying. There's a new slogan on the wall that says "Dream Big Again."
Pennsylvania. I want to show you.
Let me just turn up the volume here and see what they're saying.
It's moved in every direction for the past 3 decades.
So we've got this whole lag thing going too. I'm looking at Fox News Watch Live. Donald Trump delivers remarks on election night. Now there's some young woman there and a guy. This is I don't know what to make out of this. But another 15 minutes have passed, so while we're waiting for that, I'm going to go back and check the progress on the progress bar for whether or not, just how fast things are moving on the counting here. So I do that every 15 minutes. We go back to Wisconsin. Last time Wisconsin was at 81.8. Now Wisconsin is at 82.9. And Trump is ahead in Wisconsin by 4 points. That's a good lead. Michigan, last time 53.5, now 56.5. Some progress there. Trump is ahead by, well, he's up by 4 points, 6 points at 56.5. He's well ahead in Michigan. It's looking good. Pennsylvania, last time we checked, 85.9. Now we're at 86.7. And Trump is up by, he's up by 3 points. We're winning this election, guys. We're winning this election. It says the Harris campaign came out to say goodnight. Oh God! If it turns out that she won't even come out and concede, then that'd be Hillary and Kamala. You know, maybe women are not capable of running for president. Maybe they're just not psychologically strong enough. I don't believe that. I know that somebody like Carrie Lake or Tulsi Gabbard, or if they lost, they'd come out and say we lost. We gave it our best shot. It's not your fault. You guys did everything. We just didn't quite get there. She's not conceding tonight. If she's going home, she's conceding. If she's not conceding tonight, the people are dancing at Trump headquarters. If it turns out that Trump is saying that she conceded or that this is over, and she just went home without conceding or speaking to her supporters, then that is the biggest chicken shit move I've seen in 8 years. But people are just dancing, man. They're looking real happy. Maybe they know something that I don't know. I might as well just finish this while we're checking. Georgia was it 93.1? Me, 94.2 in Georgia. My God, there's motion. Arizona, 50.6 last time. Arizona is now 50.6. Not a freaking drop. And then Nevada is still been beamed aboard the mothership. Okay, I'm going to be quiet now because we get a lot of feedback and stuff, so I'm just going to go with the audio. It looks like he's about to come out, but they sure look happy at Trump headquarters. Bone Canoe says slow counting is the new stop counting. But you'll notice that while they've slowed down, the margins are the same. It's not like they may be printing ballots, but not showing, their margins aren't changing. Come on, what is going on here? Is it true that the Harris campaign went home? I mean, if the Harris campaign went home, that doesn't sound like a winning campaign to me. That's telling me they know something that we haven't been told yet, right? $97 for Polymarket, $95 for Kalshi, $93 for Predicted. Is it true that the Harris campaign closed up the doors? Is that true? Yep, Harris went home. Well, then that sounds like good news to me. Michigan still has most of Detroit to report. That's not good. Thanks, Darth Bobcat. But blacks are not turning out the way that they did in 2020. They've been way down all day, and 20% of black men are voting for Trump. So. Well, that's a great point. Tacky83 says they're either very nervous or very confident by going home early to me. They can't be confident going home when they're losing all three of their battleground states. They have to win all three. Anybody have popular vote totals? All right, I'm just going to let Fox do the talking for a few minutes here because I got really nothing to add on any of this. I'm just going to let Fox do the talking for a few minutes here because I got really nothing to add on any of this.
Losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections, that didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, have this redemption in Georgia.
So now we are at electoral college vote, and 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk, welcoming Juan Williams as well, along with Carl Rove. Darren, we got you out here. We're going to say what happened. Are we calling Georgia, and then you push the button?
Are you here to tell us that we were right when we said you called Georgia?
I thought you were going to come down here early and we preempted that.
What else are we going to call?
You got to call Georgia in the nick of time for you, Darren.
While we have you, Darren, how do you see this night?
Well, I think two things. This is an election that is unprecedented by my standards because the more data I saw, the more possibilities seemed to unfold. There was stuff a couple weeks ago I didn't think could happen. I didn't think Trump could win.
Back to me because they're just not saying anything. Just a room full of people who are basically just milling around. But if the Harris campaign went home, I mean, we may just get the word, man, you know? Oh, come on. Ray Berry says 59,700,000 for Kamala, 64,400,000 for Trump. That's a gigantic win in the popular vote. This may be it. Trump won by 5 million votes. I mean, obviously, this looks on the verge of being crazy good, but I'm not going to do it until I hear it. Heretic says that's not including California, though? How can it not be? I mean, California's, it's got 43% counted. Trump picked up 3 million votes. Look, Harris is at 4,700,000 in California. Trump's at 3 million, so she's only up by 1.7 million in California. It's breaking 60-40. So even though she gets 60% of California, we get 40% of California. It's not like it's 100% for California. Come on. Well, you know, it's like I said many times about things that you really want. You know, if there's like a toy you really want or whatever, the worst thing you can have is instant gratification. The longer you wait for something, the longer you wait and the more you want it, the more it means to you when it finally comes. So I'm just going to take that attitude. I'm just going to relax here. Maybe I'll get to have dinner at home. Who knows? It feels like 2 o'clock in the morning. It's only coming up on 10 o'clock at night Pacific time. But people are, you know, I think I don't see how he doesn't win the popular vote. If he wins the popular vote, it's over. Not because we determined by the popular vote. Obviously, if Donald Trump wins the popular vote and loses the electoral vote and loses it fairly, then we lose the election. I don't change my standards or my beliefs just because things didn't go my way, obviously. Georgia's now at 94.2%. Yeah, that's what it was before. Bite my fingernails when I start getting antsy. Only my thumbs. I used to bite all my fingernails down to the quick, and my fingers look like I'd stuck them in a mechanical rice picker. But I leave my thumbs for my own. They're fair game for you know, when things get a little tense. Trafalgar Lawn for a $15 super chat says, so here we are again on election night. Trump leading in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona, yet the data seems to have slowed to a trickle. Anyone else feeling deja vu? I am, but the Biden campaign didn't go home last night. They stopped counting in states and told us to go home. This is a different thing. This is different. The states are slowing, but they're counting, and not only are they counting, Wesley points out that Pennsylvania, Trump's lead is growing. We got Nevada finally. We got Nevada. How much? 3 point, but at least there's numbers from Nevada anyway. So, boy, Nevada's coming in fast now. Trump with a huge lead, 71-27 in Nevada. How's Arizona holding up? I thought Arizona would be much bigger than this. Well, it's because they've still only counted 50% of the votes. Look, let's just speculate while we're waiting for some kind of answers here. If Kamala Harris went to bed, what time is it? It's midnight. Are you saying she can't stay up late enough on election night? If she went to bed, it's because she knows she lost. Yeah, I think I don't see any. Somebody give me an alternative explanation for her going home that doesn't amount to her realizing she's lost. If she still thinks she's in the race, then she's staying up. If she's gone to bed, that is her going to bed is conceding the election. She did not concede, headquarters shut down for the night. Okay, but I understand she didn't concede. I get that. That's just a sign to me of just plain chicken shit character. But if the campaign shut down for the night, that means she knows she's lost, because if she thinks she's still got any chance at all, she's hanging on until dawn. I'm here until they announce a winner. I'm not going anywhere. I will stay here through the day tomorrow as long as these things keep continuing. I'm not going home. What are the betting odds saying now? 98, 95, 95. Her going home is the big news. That's the breaking news. People leaving Harris H quarters in tears. Veronica, did you see that Did you see that directly? You see people leaving there in tears? She Hillaried it, says Mobile Moto. Come on. You know what's interesting is what's going on behind the scenes right now. Donald Trump is ready to come out. He's in the building. He hasn't stepped out on stage yet. That's telling me he's on the telephone. He might be talking to Harris. She might be phoning in her concessions. Well, that's how they usually do it, by phone. Well, I want to see video of people leaving Harris headquarters in tears, but I don't want to walk away from this yet. I believe you, Veronica. I just wanted to make sure. Andy and my cat says, like tears in the rain. Vanished. Like tears in the rain. See what Nevada's doing. 18% counted. Trump is up 56 to 42. Arizona is still stuck at 50. Maricopa County. Look, if they call Pennsylvania, then Then Maricopa County can take 4 years to count their bloody votes. And by the way, I predict that if this election is conceded, all of a sudden Arizona is going to come through like that. You're going to see 50% of the votes once they realize they can count forever. Doesn't matter. I guarantee you they'll get their votes counted. Georgia's got hash marks on it. Why is that? It's called for Trump with 94.2. Well, obviously. Pennsylvania, 90% of Pennsylvania is counted. Trump has got a 47, call her 48. 3-point lead in Pennsylvania. He's got a He's got a 6-point lead in Michigan with 60% counted. And with 85% counted in Wisconsin, he's got a 4-point. He's winning this election. Oh, hash marks because it's a flip? Come on. Come on. I want some. Fox is reporting 99% in PA, Trump up 1.4 million. Well, then the election's over and he's won it. Huddy, can you make sure I got that right? Fox is reporting 99% of the vote counted in Pennsylvania and Trump is up 1.4 million votes. That would be about the number you would expect. Guys, I think this might be a good night. Yeah, I'm sorry about those video glitches. I think it's probably time for a new webcam. Might be a bad cable. Nevada. 20% of the votes counted Trump with a 17-point lead. Funny how Nevada started to come through the second that Harris decided to call it a night, huh? Boy, it's okay. Darth Bobcat wins the internet, folks. We've been here for let's see. We've been here for 6 hours. That's crazy. It just has flown by. Darth Bobcat says, I wonder what box of wine Hillary suggested. So I salute you, sir. I salute you. Wonder what box of wine Hillary suggested. I'm going to tweet that out. Can I do that, Bob? Would you mind if I just tweet that out without attributing it? That would be our little secret. Because I don't tweet. I never. It's like me having a loaded pistol. Come on, guys. Nevada's at 70% with 3 points for Trump. 270 to win. Pennsylvania has 91%. Trump is already ahead by 3.3% with Alaska. He'll have the election. I'm going to wait until it's official. I think we won this election. I'm not saying anything until I hear somebody say it. If I hear him say, Frost just called it for Trump. Dave Reels, Area 51 says, Vice President Harris has been unburdened with her current job. Now, we're up in the House 151 to 183. If we win the presidency, the House, and the Senate, we have 2 years to rebuild this country and then lock the doors so they can't sneak in and undo it again. Arizona hasn't budged. Freaking Arizona. Maricopa County needs to be spanked. God, this is exciting. He's been keeping people waiting a long time out there. I get the feeling that there are big wheels moving behind the scenes here. Cheryl Simone says at least Hillary conceded. She didn't concede that night. I remember that night. Her campaign manager came out and said, Well, we're still counting. We won't know until at least tomorrow. We're just going to bed tonight. It's not over yet. We'll see you in the morning. Uh-huh. Trump's up 121,000 votes in Wisconsin with 86% in. Looks like a Pennsylvania win for the Donald. These numbers keep crawling up, but the ratio is not changing. 90% counted. Trump is up. Four and a half points. He's won all three of the blue wall. 60% in Michigan, but he's up. He's up 6 points in Michigan. Wisconsin, 85% counted. He's up 47, 48, 49, 50. 4 points. It's over. If she called him, that's what I want to know. Come on, Donald. Bunch of people filing in now. Moving up to the front of the room. It's just I got this. This feels like this is what it feels like to win. I don't know that he's won, but this is what it feels like. I love how the Republicans are all wearing suit and ties in this room. Every one of them. There's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. RFK Jr. is in the room. Man, I'm getting all I think I got something in my eye. Polymarket's at 99%, Predictit's at 97, Kalishi's at 97. I just want to know tonight, man. There's a super chat from DJ CJ. Any fool with a calculator can see Pennsylvania's gone, Georgia's gone, Wisconsin's gone. Please don't spank me for living in Maricopa County. I tried. Go Trump, Bill. I love you, man. Your votes will get counted eventually. The second they concede, Maricopa County is going to show the votes just like that. Look, man. I'm in California. I live in Los Angeles. I'm part of the 20% of Harris getting to the Oval Office before the election even starts. Show the Trump speech. Can I do that? I don't know if I can do that. Maybe I can do that. Hang on. You know what? I don't want to show it. I can't show it, and I'm not gonna screw things up now. I'll play it. You can hear it, but I'm not going to show it. Come on. Let's go, Brandon. RFK Jr. being there is a big bloody deal, man. I am watching Fox Live, Fox News on the internet, and it says, watch live, Donald Trump delivers results on remarks on election night. There's 300,000 people watching now. A lot of people filing into the room. Tucker Carlson is there now. Hang on 1 second. Be right back. Boy, it's like watching royalty file in for the coronation or something like that. Yeah, we need to hear it from the legacy media. I need to hear. There's Steve. Oh, there's Johnny Voight. I'm texting him. Now, if he picks up his phone now, I'll be mightily impressed. He's getting 20,000 texts a second now for sure. Well, while we're waiting, can everybody still hear me? We're good there. And we're good there. Everybody happy? Yes, I'm happy. I'm feeling good. Come on, this is excruciating, but it's also cool. Let's go back and check the numbers. Wisconsin, 86% counted. Trump is ahead by 51.4 to 47.1. 50, that's 4.3 points. That's with 90% of it in practically. Michigan, 60% in, but Trump is up by he's up by 7. And Pennsylvania, bless you Amish, 90% counted. Trump is up by 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. He's up by 3.5. It's over. I'm going to have some fun comments. I just want it to be official. That's all. I just want it to be official. And I'm also going to go to the interactive map and just see what the score is if we flip all of those states the way that they seem to be going. I'm not going to count Arizona, but while we're waiting, looks like Nevada's going heavily for Trump, so I'm going to give him Nevada. And then I'm going to give him all 3 of the battleground states. I just want to get a number. Without Arizona, if he wins Nevada and all 3 of the blue wall states, it's 292. If he gets Arizona eventually, I just want to know if that puts him over 300. It does put him over 300. Robert F. Kennedy is smiling. Everybody's milling around and smiling. These look like winning campaigns. And if the other people have gone home, I don't know what else to say about that. Dadwin Aether says, on an unrelated note, what is the best cabinet position for Alex Jones? Well, I don't know. Secretary of Defense would be kind of cool. Let's see if I miss any. J-Docs, Bill, relax and enjoy this. Yes, I will. Believe me. When he's finished talking, I got a few things to say. Darth Bobcat says Kamala's big mistake's not trying to team up with RFK when she's her natural ally. Picking Waltz instead of Shapiro, that really. Not coming up with 3 talking points about different choices she make different than Biden. Waltz instead of Shapiro was doomed her. Come on, guys, let's put an end to this misery. I'm happy to see John Voight there. That'll give us something to talk about when he shows up on Story Mechanics. Yeah, Alex Jones for CIA director. That's really brilliant. Go back to our. New York Times hasn't called it yet. The New York Times has not called Minnesota, but they say leans Democrat, no surprise. But Wisconsin, it's saying leans Republican. Michigan, it says leans Republican. Pennsylvania, it says very likely Republican. That's the game, man. All 3 of those are flips. Maine is flipped. Arizona's flipped. Nevada's flipped. Both of them are leaning Republican. Come on. Look at all those news cameras there. What time is it? 10 o'clock? All of the men are wearing suits and ties. All of the women are in evening gowns. Now, obviously, this is a fairly elite gathering, but I wonder what they looked like over at Harris HQ. I bet there's a lot more piercings there. Yeah, don't go away, folks. We're gonna play this thing, and then afterwards, I got a few things to say. That's actually what I do, is I say things, and I've just been making conversation, counting numbers for the night, but I've just got a couple things to say, so stick around if you're able. This is just amazing. Fox just called Pennsylvania. The people are jumping up and down and cheering now. Fox. It's because Fox called Pennsylvania. Which means 278 electoral votes if you count in Arizona and Nevada, but if you don't count them because they're not final yet, it's over. I'm going to turn Nevada blue, and Arizona I'm going to leave flip 50-50. And I haven't called Wisconsin or Michigan yet. But if Pennsylvania has gone to Trump, then 286. Already had the 3 for Alaska in there. So Arizona, I'm leaving uncalled. Wisconsin, I'm leaving uncalled. Michigan, I'm leaving uncalled. 276. Minnesota going to the Democrats. So he's if it called Pennsylvania, he's won the election. I'm still not doing it. And thank you. I'm still not doing it until I get it officially. Then I'm gonna blow the roof off of this thing. Oh, this is. Is there any movement in Arizona while we wait? Nope, still 51%. Nevada 75% counted. Trump's got a 3-point lead in Nevada. But none of that matters. What matters is the blue wall is now the big red wall. 87% of the votes counted in Wisconsin. Trump is up 4 and change. 63% counted in Michigan. That's a relatively small percentage, but Trump's got a huge lead there. He's got a 6-point lead in Michigan, and in Pennsylvania, 90% counted. Trump's got a 3 and change lead. He's won the election. I'm just not going to come out and say it yet. You're welcome, Jody. I'm on the verge of a big old emotional release here. I just want it official. You know what I mean? Come on, guys, just do it. Just come on out and do it. Let's see what New York Times has said yet. Sorry, I'm just seeing if the New York Times is called. Nope, they haven't called anything. 93% Pennsylvania. Trump is now very lit. I mean, I'm just waiting for the Times. Boy, they're showing the curtains. Pennsylvania did it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I just want it official. Nevada's 68% in, leaning right. Arizona is leaning right with still 54% in. Hang in there, kids. Come on, guys, this is really getting a little tedious here. Somebody in the Fox stream just said Jesus has America's back. Right, I need to hear somebody besides Fox. I need to hear I want to hear Donald Trump come out and say, I just got off the phone with Kamala Harris and she has conceded the election. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry about not talking here. I just don't know what else to say. I'm just, and the popular vote by 5 million. Come on, guys. I do like this new motto, dream big again. I wonder if Elon is there. Somebody in the comments on Fox said, goodbye New World Order. Bitcoin is apparently going through the ceiling. Election betting odds, which I've been following religiously for 2 years now, has Donald Trump with a 97.7 chance of winning the election. Polymarket puts him at 99% chance of winning the election. The betting markets are 99, 99, and 98. I still have not accepted that it's happened yet, and I won't until I hear it. I want to hear it from him, and I want to hear it tonight. Boy, there's a big crowd of people there. I can't believe there's so many people still with us. I just feel like I've just been sitting here doing nothing. But honestly, I'm gonna be on fire with this. You know, I don't think it's going to be very, very long speech, but it's going to be heartfelt. It's so weak. It's so, you know, it says so much about Harris that she couldn't face her supporters, you know. Maybe she'll come back out, who knows. Maybe well, they said they're closing down the headquarters. It's just such a chicken shit thing to do, you know? And that, what does that tell you about having that person as a president? You know, what does it tell you about having that person as a president that they don't have the moral strength to come out and say, we lost this and we just suffered this huge blow and we did our best and now it's time to rebuild. What does that tell you? What do you think her reaction would be if there was a nuclear explosion someplace? You think she'd go to bed that night too with a box of wine? We're still ahead in the House count too, 186 to 160. What is that? $346. Yeah, so it could still go the other way. But the Senate, the House, the presidency, and the Supreme Court, we could get some stuff done. Come on. Man, this is just so tedious. Just come on. They've called Pennsylvania for Trump. Come on out. Let's see. Yeah, they just won't do it, will they? They just can't bear to pull the trigger on it. The New York Times has Pennsylvania 94%, very likely are 94% of the votes in, Trump leading 51 to 48, and they can't make it red. They just can't do it. They cannot do it. They didn't call Maine either. That's, oh, you bastards. How long have we been waiting for this guy now? It's been half an hour or something like that. Will somebody please do something official? Although I'm liking this a lot better than I like 2020, I can tell you that much. Well, whoa, what happened? Too big to rig, baby. Yeah, this is good nervous waiting, exactly. Well, come on, guys. Come on. I just got nothing else to say, you know. That's why I'm feeling bad. I'm feeling like I'm letting you guys down. I'm just sitting here waiting like the rest of you. You got nothing to add to this. It's just like we're just on hold and just digging digging our own company, I guess. They can't put any more people into this room. That's what they were waiting for. They're waiting to fill this room up. It's shoulder to shoulder now. How many people watching? 400 and almost 450,000 people watching this live now. It's almost 2 o'clock Eastern time. This is ridiculous. Tell you what I will do. It's not quite as good, but it's almost as good. When he comes out and starts talking, I can't really put it in a box. But what I will do is I'll turn up the volume and I'll turn the camera around. I'll turn the mic around so you'll get to watch it with me. Still waiting for the New York Times. Nope. Boy, the comments are just screaming through on Fox now. You chicken shit cowards! Call the election in the New York Times. You bastards! Just call it. Call it Google. You wimps. Somebody's saying it's 312 electoral votes for Trump. That was the line I'd been following for the last 2 or 3 weeks, was that was what it looked like the final numbers were going to be. Well, CNN called Pennsylvania for Trump, but they didn't call the election, though, did they? No, because Harris can still sneak it out. How are we doing in the House? Oh, we're ahead. I don't know if we've got it won yet. Joseph Finney says that the first thing he needs to do is free all of the J6 prisoners immediately. That was my exact same thought. That is the very first thing I would do on I would do it from the podium of the inauguration stand. I would do it on the podium of the inauguration stand. The second I'm sworn in, I would say, before I begin my remarks, I am pardoning all of the people who were unjustly imprisoned for as a result of what happened last January 6th, last election. Come on, guys. Come on. House 186 to 160, but there's still a lot of, that's not the whole House. There's still a lot of uncounted, votes. I mean, representatives haven't sworn in yet. Turns out that Miami-Dade's record for the popular vote is survived another election cycle. Whoever wins Miami-Dade wins the popular vote. And Trump won that early because Florida can count. See if there's any motion in Arizona. 10 days until they know the results. You need to get a new county. 51.3% of the votes counted in Arizona. Nothing. Where's the sound coming from? Oh, there it is. Okay, so if I turn the sound off here, there we go. Now people are jumping up and down and cheering. Come on, guys. Still waiting for some. They said CNN called Pennsylvania, but they didn't call the election. Oh, here are the leans. Okay, so here's the live forecast on the needles, the moving needles on New York Times. Very likely Trump. The needle is at 97%. It's practically touching the margin. They still won't call it. Electoral College estimate 306 for Trump, 232 for Harris. That's in a high level of likelihood, and they still won't call it. Arizona leans Trump, Michigan leans Trump, Nevada leans Trump, Pennsylvania very likely Trump, Wisconsin leans Trump. This is the New York Times now. The only competitive states the New York Times has called is Georgia and North Carolina. But looking at this is at the New York Times now. Republicans are plus 0.97 in Arizona, but Arizona's frozen, so Arizona just stopped. Michigan Republicans are plus 6, Nevada Republicans are plus 4, Pennsylvania Republicans are plus 3, Wisconsin Republicans are plus 4. We won the entire blue wall. Looks like we won Nevada. And I have no doubt we won Arizona. We were way up. Steve Hooper says I have to stop weeping before they can come out and call it. I'm with you, buddy. I'm just hanging on myself. I'm hanging on by a thread here. By a thread. Just do it. I'm starting to, buzzkill starting to fade, starting to come in. You know what I mean? Starting to feel that buzz starting to wear off a little bit. Like, okay, you're starting to lose me. Let's get this thing in the can here. Thank you very much for Fox 3 Managed Solutions. Fox 3, are you listening to me? My God, I love your servers. You guys are the best. DCS is fantastic. Fox 3 Managed Solutions. Just send in a super chat, and Fox 3 are the guys that host my DCS server. They just installed it. Everything just works perfectly, and you guys have been absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for that super chat. It's the best money I spent. I love it. Really happy. And their customer service is amazing. You call with a question, they get you fixed in a minute and a half. It's unbelievable. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Fly Navy. Come on, I wanna wallow. Mr. Trump is coming out now. This feed may be a few seconds behind. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn the camera around so you guys can watch it, and then I can keep an eye on it because I get the feeling we're like just seconds away here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just spin the camera around. You can watch my monitor. Here he comes. Something's happening. And we'll get the sound up, and I'll be able to talk over it.
Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th Vice President of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
47th President of the United States, former President Trump now defeats Vice President Kamala Harris, who entered this race just over 100 days ago. And for Democrats, they were projecting the possibility of running the table with battleground states. David Plouffe with the Democratic campaign of Harris campaign suggested that just yesterday. Now it is possible that Donald Trump runs the table with these states and builds on a big landslide electoral win. We don't know where the popular vote is going to finish out, but we do know that he will be going back to the White House, and with him, Brit Hume, will be a lot of changes because he will have been there once and will know what he wants to do.
You know, he often accounts for the fact that he had so much turnover in his first term, in his term as president, by the fact that he really know Washington, and he was new to this
Trump
realm
won.
that he had come to run the presidency, and he promises us that now he knows whom he wants to hire.
It's over.
Now he knows
It's
the
over.
kind of people he wants to have
He
around
won.
him. A lot of people are saying that means a lot of very experienced
'Cause of
people
you.
around Washington will be ruled out, or maybe
He
they
hasn't
will.
come out and spoken yet,
it's gonna
but
be
the
very
announcers are
interesting
saying
to
that
see
it's
how
over,
people
that
reaches out to
they
him and
conceded.
step forward and
Trump is the next
take
president.
weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're joined by Kayleigh McEnany and Trey Gowdy and Katie
No.
Pavlich.
It's
Kayleigh,
over.
you've been part of
It's over.
the last
It's over.
administration. You've seen you can see the joy in all these people's faces. Think about the angst and
Isn't that amazing?
all that this campaign has
Still
been
a free
through.
country.
And now there is.
Anyway,
the-
I've still
the
got I've got
prospect
600-700 people
of
watching live. I
creating
just
what
thought I'd call you
wanna
first.
create
He's about to
in a
come out and
second
speak,
administration
but they've
without
announced that it's over.
30 years
That
of this win.
and I thought I'd call you first.
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts, an unlikely
I know, huh?
come from behind victory, and history is made tonight. This
So,
is a huge
I'm
moment.
gonna do some speaking after this is over. I'll probably be home in about an hour.
This is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party, and all of this exit polling
I'm
is
in the
true.
office. I've got
You
600
now
people
have
watching.
black
Say hi,
voters,
wave,
Latino
whatever.
voters,
Yeah,
young voters
they're-
coming in a way that we haven't seen the party
Okay,
bring
we
in
will.
a very long time, and that's due to former
All right, honey.
President now, soon
I
to
love you. I'll
be
talk to you soon.
current
It's a
President
great
Trump.
day. It's a
And
great
I just want
day.
to say this as we wait for him
And it's
to
'cause
come
your
out.
vote is an
I remember
American.
having
You did
a
it.
conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks.
Okay.
And
All right, baby,
before
I'll talk
he
to
went
you
out to
soon.
give those remarks,
Okay.
he had
Bye-bye.
speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kayleigh's right. I hope you're right. And we're gonna get a chance to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show the other day about how one of the things that you hope also is they're a little more prepared this time. They've got a great transition team, and they're going to need it. And I hope that there are a lot of people who want to go in and be helpful.
Trey?
Yeah, I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates. And to Kayleigh's point, I think a liberated Donald Trump, he's never going to be on the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that. But I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States, and he will not be able to run again.
Yeah.
And I think that is another liberating factor potentially for President Trump. Katie.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time around he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he can use to push through his cabinet appointees who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
He could build a wall.
He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition, get the right people around him. He talks about the lessons he's learned about the first time in the White House. So this is a mandate tonight for him, and I think you should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with him.
What do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong?
I think it's going to be agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they've tried to run on against this man that failed. They need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Ben?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious, and you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
Love irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was...
I'm coming back on the camera here because they may be another half hour, who knows. They're just plain, they just won't get it done. I'm just don't go away. And a lot of people are leaving. A lot of people are, certainly welcome to go. If you are checking out now, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to record what I'm going to say as the next hot mic. And I'm just waiting for Donald Trump to show up so that we can broadcast that. But it looks like it's official, and I don't want to talk over the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Wow. So I'll turn it around when he actually is walking on the stage, and until then we'll just stay here and get a wide-angle view of the studio. And he's talking to world leaders. Why don't you come out and talk to the American people first, then you can talk to world leaders. Has anybody, Fox was just talking like this is the next president. And that's why I called Natasha, because that kind of talk is like. But I'm still looking at the New York Times. They won't do it. They won't do it. Those cowards. Those cowards. Stick around, folks. I got a few things to say. Still waiting for this announcement. Has anybody besides? Did CNN call it? Do I think Harris will really certify the win? The honest answer is, Crispy Mofo, I don't. I'm sorry, that wasn't it. It was Timumi. I don't care. I don't care whether she certifies him or not. I hope she doesn't. Her not certifying the win is not the same thing as go ahead. They're in a bind now. They can either do everything they accused us of, or they can just eat it. But they will. They'll it was stolen. It was, in which case, okay. I not only want the January 6th protesters freed. I want an independent investigation into the January 6th trials. I want, if it turned out that you can prove that the FBI was involved with that and that Nancy Pelosi and the rest of them knew it and they sent those people to jail, then I want them to go to jail for that. I don't believe in this banana republic hunting down your political opponents just because they're political opponents, but I have no problem whatsoever sending people to jail who committed actual crimes. And if she put people in jail for 4 years when she knew they were innocent, I'd like to see her go to prison along with the rest of them. The beautiful thing about this is that you immediately get, on day one, you get a Justice Department back. You get the Justice Department back. This was the genius of Barack Obama, was that Obama understood that you didn't even have to have the news media. If you had the Justice Department, you could be as guilty, you could have blood on your hands, and then they could simply say, we decided not to prosecute. Could just simply say, you decided not to prosecute. Come on. Mark Cuban apparently just conceded. Well, that settles it. There was some talking. I hope you could hear it over the microphone, but there was basically a bunch of talking going on that was basically saying that there's a Trump had a kind of a boisterous version, or maybe he was talking about 2016, and then the more subdued version. I am gonna. My comments are going to play to the fact that this is much bigger than an election. That this is a movement, and we need to act now to not win just election tonight. We need to win every election from this point forward. We need to behave ourselves in such a way that we win everything going forward. Now that doesn't mean I'm not going to have a little schadenfreude when it comes to the usual suspects. But Lord Almighty, this is tedious. I mean, this is kind of, it's getting to the point where it's just getting a little annoying. It's like you go to see a concert and then the performer is 15 minutes late. Well, you expect that. 20 minutes late, 30 minutes late, 40 minutes late. Yes, okay, great. And then comes a point when they're an hour or two late, and you start thinking, is this actually starting to get a little annoying? You got a lot of people out here waiting for you. And not just the people in the audience. I've seen this kind of things many times before when I was a public speaker, and I would usually be the featured speaker, which meant I went on last. And this sensation I'm feeling right now is very familiar to me. And what the sensation is this is watching the room cool down. And it is a terrible, terrible feeling. You got everybody all jazzed and ready to go and excited, and you're ready to get out there and just, pop the cork on this thing and get out there and kick some ass. And then people go on and they do the raffles and they do this, and then the politicians speak for 25 minutes, and you sit here and you watch the room cooling down. And it's like, no, don't do this. Don't do this. Eric Blake, Bill, the Daily Wire crew saying the reason Trump is taking so long is he's on the phone with Kamala getting her concession. Okay, well, we've been waiting for an hour. It's over tonight. It's over tonight. When they call Pennsylvania, that's it. It's over. We don't have to wait. We don't have to count the votes. It's over. It's done. It's a big win. Look at Twitch. Look at Twitch. I'd be less impatient if I looked at Twitch. Well, you're right. Probably right. It's nothing worse than just watching. But my point's about, the room is cooling down. Everybody was dancing. Everybody's jumping up and down. Now everybody's just looking at their phones and they're checking the time. And it's like, come on, man. You feel the moment. And obviously, it's the only second time in history that we've had a president become a president again. So, that's pretty cool. That wasn't Coolidge. It was Cleveland. It was Grover Cleveland, I think. Well, I'm just sitting here looking at the TV screen. I'm just waiting for word. But as a show person, I know this feeling, and it's. On the other hand, all you have to do is come out. And the second you come out, I once had a speaking event where I was supposed to go on at 8 o'clock at night, and they had politicians talking, and I didn't go on until 5 minutes till 11. And when it was time for me to finally go on, people had their heads down on the table like this. They were bleary-eyed. They're looking at the exit. They're checking their watches. They put me on 2.5 hours late. And I just remember saying, "Man, I gotta get out there with the defibrillators. I need to not just get out there and open strong. I need to pachung, clear." Eric says, "Here we go. Maybe you're watching something ahead of me here." But let's see what's happening. Dream Big Again is a great slogan. I really, really like it. It's on. Well, it's not on for what I'm watching. Whatever feed I'm watching is behind whatever feed you're watching. I'm about to turn the camera around. But me and 730,000 other people. Let me refresh the page. Yeah. Nope. Me and 733,000 other people still looking at an empty stage here. Come on. Is he actually talking, Eric? Because he's not talking here. They're taking away the teleprompters. Team Harris just confirmed speech tomorrow, no concession tonight. Well, that just means she's not going to say anything tonight. She's doing what Hillary did. She's getting drunk, and then she'll come out tomorrow and she'll say something. So she's not going to concede publicly tonight. She's not going to come out to the stage tonight, but presumably she's made a phone call. If it turns out that she hasn't conceded on the phone, then it's just another data point about what a sad, pathetic weakling she is. As Effendi said, if Trump comes out sporting a giant mohawk, I'm dying happy. How did I fire up that room? I don't remember what I said. I remember I did, though. I remember just like, and people started looking up, and musicians can do this, actors can do this, and I guess I can do it. A decent public speaker can do it. You can actually put energy into a room. You can start talking with so much energy that people wake up. It's like they're falling asleep in their soup. But if you come out there like, this is the greatest day of our lives, you will not believe what just happened, that kind of thing. You can do it. You can actually do it. You can pump energy into a room. AP still has cowards. Marisha says, next step for the left will be to say, we only lost because we underestimated how racist, sexist, white supremacist this country is, and Trump supporters are a dangerous cult. That's exactly what they'll say. And we're going to say exactly the opposite. We're going to scoop them up with nets. Wisconsin's been called. It's over. But they won't do it. Nope, they won't do it. These are the media professionals that are entrusted with keeping the country informed about what's happening. They will not pull the trigger. Pennsylvania, very likely Republican. Michigan, lean right. Wisconsin, lean right. Minnesota, lean, very likely Democrat. This is the New York Times interactive map. Nevada leans right. Arizona leans right. Okay. All right. That's why Hillary did the same. Horizon Scammer says, I went from not voting for him in 2016 to believing Trump belongs on Mount Rushmore, mainly for how he persisted and triumphed in the injustice he's endured. The injustice he has endured is right. Despite his flaws, he's a great American. He is. And you can't fake what happened to him in Butler, Pennsylvania. That was real, genuine courage and leadership. That was his moment. That was his moment of his life. That was the moment of his entire life. Here's a super chat from Darth Bobcat again. Next cope, Trump got more votes in 2020. He lost so much support, and that's way less than Biden. He needs 74 million to match his old total, 81 for Biden. Yeah, LOL, 81 million votes. Fine. It doesn't matter. We don't care. Who's in the White House? And then Didwin Ether says, do you remember Michael Moore's speech of 2016, the biggest FU the world has ever seen? I remember Michael Moore after Bush won his second term in 2004. I remember they said Michael Moore didn't leave his bedroom for 4 days. I can imagine the smell. I bet it smelled like hot dog water in there. Come on. Marion Morrison says, dude, I've been on those teams. That Butler thing was inexcusable. Well, if I understand you correctly, Marion, then God bless you and thank you for doing what you're supposed to do. And I haven't seen much of that lady agent who was a laughingstock. Just a laughing stock. Okay, so I'm checking everything here. Try not to get vapor lock like I was before. Yeah, it's over. There's no question it's over. I just want to hear him now so that I can say a few things that I can go home and get a bite to eat. I have to be back here at 6 a.m. and we'll do probably 45 minutes to an hour. Love you guys too. It's been a fun night. I've been on the air for 7.5 hours now. It's gone like that. It feels like a Stratosphere Lounge. And I'm going to stick around, and I've just got a few things to say and nothing major, and I'm just going to turn that into a hot mic and post it. And I haven't been recording this. It's been recorded automatically on YouTube, but I haven't been recording the official comments, but I'm going to do it. So you guys stick around and tell me how I did here. There's Vivek. Maybe they're waiting for foreign leaders to arrive from overseas. Their jets are in mid-Atlantic. I think there's something big for Vivek in the future. I think he's got presidential material. I'd like to see him Secretary of the Treasury or something, like that. But my God, we've got such a great bench, If he makes Josh Hawley Attorney General, I will be over the moon. Over the moon. I wonder what Joe Biden is thinking right now. I get the feeling Joe Biden's got a kind of a little schadenfreude of his own going, like I told him I could have beaten him, but they forced me out. Congratulations from Spain. All these thoughts coming in from over around the world on the Fox feed. You guys are the best. You're just the best viewers in the world and best audience. And I have been. I'm really, really looking forward to kicking this thing into gear. Needless to say, something like things to come would really be dependent on whether we're looking at 4 more years of damage or whether we can start rebuilding Glacier Girl right now. And now I can. I should just save it. I'll save it. Lapco 92. I keep hearing the name Obama. Didn't he used to be somebody? Also, I got to take some more. Take out some more ashes to the heap. Yeah, exactly. And then Lazarus Long with the super chat says Brian Seltzer's final poll had Dems 395 to 143. Did Brian Seltzer really? Well, he never disappoints. There's some people out there that just have. There's no other way to put it. There's just some people have a very punchable face. And Brian Seltzer looks like the kind of guy that if you put your hand up against his face, you would leave like finger indentations. It'd be like those old Pillsbury Doughboy commercials. It's going to be damn near 3 o'clock in the morning on the Eastern Coast here, which I don't mind you, but it's just it's inconsiderate. Yeah, there's going to be lots and lots of recriminations about whether or not they should have dumped Biden. The reason they had that debate so early, it was clear to everybody why they had it. Was it June, I think, July? The reason they had it so early was they said they know he's going to do badly against Trump. Let's get the debate out of the way so we can say that he debated him, and then we can go 5 whole months and try to reset all of the polling to zero. Just keep Biden under control after that. I don't know if Biden would have done better against Trump. It's a really interesting question. I just don't know. I know I've had a lot of fun tonight, and I ain't done yet. Somebody in the Fox comment section went, "We won?" Yeah, well, actually, turns out we did. All your electors are belong to us. All your electors are belong to us. All your electors are belong to us. Oh yeah, I wonder what's going to happen on The View, huh? I wonder if what's that new woman who's on CNBC, the blonde woman who's crying, you know? And I'm wondering if she's on a plane bound for Moscow or wherever. Because because the killings, the official hits will begin, you know. Please. Joy Reid. The Rough Ryan. Bill Whittle, I have a question. How important is it for Trump to audit and prove to the Democrats that he won this election fairly? For 45% of them, they're never going to be convinced. I wasn't convinced in 2020, but where I'm going with my comments, if assuming we ever get to my comments, is going to be basically looking forward on this and what we do to make sure that this isn't just a 2024 victory. You know, like I said on that outside, the outside inside. We need to make it easy for people to land. We had one of them here, somebody who said they despise Trump, but they voted for him because they just can't stand what Harris is doing. We need to welcome these people. And I don't want to give too much away of what I'm trying to say here, but again, the room is cooling down. I'm cooling down, and I would like to get this thing on the, in the can here. Wouldn't mind getting a bite to eat either, and get a couple hours sleep before I have to be back in the chair again. And I'm not the only one. There's millions of people who are all across the country who have work tomorrow that are staying up late waiting for this to happen. That's what I'm getting a little annoyed about, right? It's like it's not just me. Is that Nigel Farage I see there? It is. Looks like Nigel Farage. There's a lot of people have to work in the morning, and here we sit. Lord Bio says, I'm hearing that Kamala has called to concede. This is a little annoying, honestly. Oh, so Trump is probably writing the speech. Well, we've still got 571 viewers on YouTube, and I'm so grateful for all of you to stick around. It's not, you know, I am. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, frankly, but it's been a great 7 hours and 45 minutes. We're not quite done yet. So, think about what's going to happen with SpaceX. SpaceX was ready to turn that Starship around every 4 weeks, and they held them for 3 months, 4 months, because the FAA was worried about fresh water being dumped into a little bit of the Gulf of Mexico there. Those days are over. Now we're going to have an FAA administrator, we're going to have a NASA administrator who's basically going to say, get out of the way. I hope this is the end of the Artemis program. I suspect it probably is. They've spent billions of dollars on taking reusable rocket engines and throwing them away. They can't build the Starliner. I think this is going to be the era where Donald Trump tells his buddy, listen, you've got the ball, run with it as far as you can, and we're going to keep looking for competition that can outcompete you, because that's what's healthy. Otherwise, you're going to turn into Boeing. But just what it's going to do for space exploration. Just think what it's going to do just for that. Lord Bias now says Twitter is confirming Harris' concession. I wonder if the New York Times has got the news yet. Let's find out. Nope. Nope, nothing. Cowards. Oh, here we go. Cameras are up. Oh, this is Vance. Oh, there he is.
Along with friends and campaign staff.
That Barron is like 9 foot tall or something. Put your phones down, people. Put down your phones. You're there in person. Joe Rogan? Right? No. Is it? I don't need to hear this song anymore, frankly. I really don't need to hear this song anymore. I love this song, but I'm really over it. He's just standing there. God.
Thank you very much. Wow.
I love how our side chants USA while they chant Kamala.
This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. I was proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible, and We did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. And we all think our children are. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Ushabez. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen, he really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're gonna have a great 4 years, and we're gonna turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far, and right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This was unexpected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon could do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold, and especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon, that's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires went down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast, it was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball, a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson! Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC. And came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad, everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we've still got 400 people left, and thanks for staying with us. We've been at this for 8 hours and 15 minutes, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do a hot mic show live. It's not going to be a very long one. You're welcome to go home and get some rest that you've finally heard it's official. But if you want to stay and listen, it's just kind of off the cuff and just kind of thoughts of the moment, but that's what we're about to do. So let me just get this camera framed up. I'm going to hide the comment section so I don't get distracted by them. I'll certainly be looking at them afterwards. But right now, I'm just going to tee this up. I haven't been recording. I'm going to start recording now. And we're going to do a quick hot mic, and then we'll go home, and then I'll be back here in 6 hours, and we'll do our talk with Stephen Scott about what actually happened tonight. So let's let me bring up these background lights just a little bit. Okay. Still got that glitch, but we'll have to deal with that. All right, so I'm going to just hide the comment section. You're welcome to stay and watch. I'm going to record this, and I'll post it, then I'll go home. But these are just some thoughts that I've had and been having for most of the night. There's no way I'm going to get through this without crying. So you're just going to have to forgive me for that. I've always been a person of big emotions. Well, I'll probably save that for the show as well. All right, so we got more or less squared up here. I'll just zoom in a little bit, and we'll get this baby in the can and then post it online. Let's see what we get. Turn off the AC. All right, see if I can remember to record this thing. A little bit tighter. Okay. Okay, here we go. Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to Hot Mike. I'm your host, Bill Whittle, co-host. Went down to the hospital to tell Hot Mike about Donald Trump's election victory, which happened just a few minutes ago as we record this at pretty much midnight Pacific time. We got him out of his medically induced coma. He heard the news, reached under the table, grabbed a tumbler full of ayahuasca, and he jumped through the window. He's outside on the hospital lawn now, and he is tripping balls. Donald Trump was just reelected President of the United States of America, and And the emotion I'm feeling the most is not so much a happiness or joy in his victory. The thing I'm feeling the most is the system worked. 4 years ago, we all sat there when they shut down the election process of America and watched as 5 states decided to stop counting. Now, I maintain there was nothing but nefarious designs behind that, and it's going to take a lot to convince me otherwise. But I remember especially the days and weeks after we woke up the next day to find out that what had looked like a win was actually suddenly a loss, and all of the lame excuses and all of the justifications and so on. And like so many of you, I felt like if that election was stolen, then they will have 4 years to rig the next one. We'll never see another free election in this country again. But we did. There's life in the old girl yet, you know? Over the last 4 years, a number of people, Charlie Kirk and the on-the-ground work, but the Republican Party handled this election so cleverly, so brilliantly. When these early votes and the early voting and the mail-in voting came in consistently and steadily and wore down that early voting firewall that the Democrats had held, we made it impossible for them to cheat. And so my overwhelming emotion is not that we won an election. I would have rather lost an election this time and lost it fairly. If we'd lost and lost fairly, if the system could be counted on to be working, I'd be as happy as I am now. I'm not even happy. I'm just relieved. I'm just enormously relieved that no matter how much pressure was put on the electoral system, it managed to be strong enough to get us to the point where the machine was defeated by the people, where the insiders lost to the outsiders in such a way that they couldn't do anything about it. They just simply couldn't. It was bigger than they are. This entire studio, not just Captain Kirk and Gorn Captain and Dave Bowman on the back wall here, but all the stuff you can't see in the background, all the stuff all around here. The studio is filled with pictures of paintings by a guy named Sid Mead, who is a futurist, and he painted for General Motors. But all of these paintings that I've surrounded myself for the 10 years I've been in this building are pictures of the future that worked. These are elegant drawings. He was an illustrator for General Motors, so they're all cars, but it was a future that was clean, where everybody was wealthy. Everybody was wealthy. Everybody was happy. Things worked. Things weren't broken down. There wasn't garbage in the streets. We had nuclear-powered, motorhomes that we could tour the country, and it was a future to believe in. I grew up in the space age. I thought we would be at Saturn by 70. I thought we'd be in Mars by the mid-1980s. I've watched my entire adult life go by with nothing but less and less and less and less, as the so-called progressives told us that we can't have steak anymore and we got to eat bugs and all of the COVID tyranny and all of the just the garbage that we had to eat for the last 4 years is redeemed. And prior to this election, and prior to this evening, in fact, I had drawn enormous solace from the idea that I have come to believe very much in this idea of the fourth turning, that there are 80-year crises that happen in America. The elevator pitch for which is, in the 1780s, we fought the American Revolution, existential crisis. One human lifetime later, one seculum later, 80 years later, it's the 1860s. Oh, that's the Civil War. There's a second existential crisis. What's 80 years plus 1860s? The 1940s, World War II, another existential crisis. Add 80 years to the 1940s, what do you get? You get the 2020s. And this idea of cyclical history reassured me, because instead of it being on this inevitable decline like the Roman Empire, where we're here and there's nowhere to go but down, I started looking at history as a series of cycles and circles and so on. And I'd always thought up until very recently, just a few days ago, that the crisis of the 2020s is coming, that there's going to be some kind of a crisis that is going to be an ideological crisis. But I'm sorry, I'm a lot like Winston Churchill in this regard. I don't cry when things go bad. I cry when things are beautiful. But what if this was the crisis? I mean, what if the last 4 years, what if that was it? So many times during the last 4 years, I've heard people saying, we've lost the country. It's over. The republic is gone. The voting system doesn't work anymore. We can't count on the process. It's done. We live to see the end of the American experiment. I felt that way too. I stopped feeling that way a while ago. I've been out in the country so many times, and so many times in the country I just see how good people are. So many times here at a 7-Eleven in Los Angeles, I see people holding doors for other people. Black guys will hold doors for me when I go in. I say, hey, thanks, man. They say, hey, you're welcome. All of this stuff that we're told, all of this global warming stuff and the planet's dying and all of this endless fear-mongering and hate-mongering. What if the last 4 years was the crisis? This is not, tonight is not victory. But I think it's midway. I really think tonight is midway. You know, the funny thing about the Battle of Midway, it occurred very early in the war. It was only 6 months into the war. It was only 6 months after Pearl Harbor. All of the real fighting was yet to happen. All the real dying was yet to happen. All of the grief and the casualties and the body bags at Guadalcanal and Peleliu and Tarawa, Iwo, Okinawa, the Saipan, all of it. All of that stuff was going to happen. Hadn't happened yet. All of the grief and the dying was yet to happen. But midway, after Midway, victory was inevitable. And that's how I feel about tonight, you know. I don't just feel good about winning an election. I think that we survived the last 4 years, and I think now that winning is inevitable. It's inevitable. I don't have a bad thing to say about Kamala Harris. I've said all the bad things I need to say about her. I don't have any bad things to say about her anymore. She's gonna live with the consequences of this, and the people that run her. Joe Biden is a mean-spirited old man, and that's how he's going to die. A mean-spirited old man. I got nothing bad to say about him either, other than to call him a mean-spirited old man, and that's not an insult that is particularly novel to him. He was a mean-spirited young man. What I'd like to close with is this. Earlier tonight in the comments section, while we were doing 7 or 8 hours of live election coverage, we had somebody appear in the comment section, and they said, I despise Donald J. Trump. I absolutely despise him. I can't stand him. I've never been able to stand him, but I voted for him because I can't stand what's happening with the state. And I said to that person, well, welcome to the family. I have a lot of problems with Donald J. Trump. What most Democrats don't understand is that virtually no Republicans, almost none of Trump's supporters, think that Donald Trump is a perfect or a great guy. We love Donald Trump not because of who Donald Trump is. We love Donald Trump because he says, let's make America great again. He loves this country. He loves the people of this country. He's been willing to give his life for the people of this country. And he came about that far away from fulfilling that promise. It's not about Donald Trump. We're not voting for Donald Trump. We didn't just vote for Donald Trump. We voted against the tyranny. We voted against the elites that have to tell us what to do. We voted against Dr. Fauci. We voted against all of these celebrities that come out and tell us how we're supposed to think. We voted against Leonardo DiCaprio getting on his private jet to go to global warming conferences to tell us to eat bugs so that the planet doesn't die. That's what we voted against. And now this movement of people away from what the Democratic Party has become, When union workers for the Teamsters vote for the Republican billionaire, they're not voting for the Republican billionaire. They're voting against the people that have spent the last 80 years worming their way into the system so that they could tell us what to do. The FAA has held back Elon Musk and his Starship program, and now we have a president who's going to appoint a new director of the FAA. As one of example among hundreds, I'm going to get to live to see this future that I thought had gone. I'm going to see it. We're going to have a Justice Department again. I don't want the government to protect me. I don't need the government to protect me. I can protect myself. What I need is a government that doesn't persecute me for defending myself. I need a government that doesn't put me in jail if I shoot somebody that comes in through my bedroom window at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's what I need. That is an appointment. It's done like that. You don't need the Senate. You don't need the House. Apparently, we've got all of them. We have 2 years to fix things, and then we have to lock the door. So, I think we should not be... The people who deserve the schadenfreude, the people who deserve the scorn and the ridicule will punish themselves. Joy Behar will punish herself. Joe Scarborough will punish himself. The ones I despise, especially Jimmy Kimmel and Seth Meyer, who took late night talk shows and turned them into oh, for the love of God, the other guy. It's like forgetting Tom Cruise's name. It'll come to me in a second. Those people will punish themselves, and all of the haters will punish themselves because they're going to go nuts. I was prepared to come in tonight and spend this post-election show telling you why it's okay that we lost the election. Because the government is not the country. And that's as true now as it was if we had lost the election. The government's not the country. So I would say this. When I mentioned a minute ago that somebody came into the comment section and said, I despise Donald Trump, but I'm voting for him anyway, this is how we have to treat everybody. We have to be elegant now. We have to be friendly now. We have to be magnanimous now. The entire country is moving away from these evil, evil, evil Marxists, and we have to welcome them with open arms. This is not the time to crow loud to these people. This is the time to say, he's not what you're told he was. We're not either. Welcome. We just want freedom for everybody. We want people to be happy. We want a better future than the past. That's what we want. We need to listen to Abraham Lincoln. You know, we have to hear that voice. With malice towards none. You know, with charity to all. This is how we have to accept the ranks of the millions of people that just love America as much as we do and who belong to a different political party that has lost its way. We need to welcome these people with open arms, and we need to show them what we are and what we represent. I'm just overcome with big emotions like so many of you are. And it's embarrassing, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm just a guy like everybody else. It's embarrassing for me to be this openly emotional about it. But we have a chance with a president who's had 4 years to sit out all of the injustice and all of the lawfare, all of the lies and the Hitler and the Nazis and all of it. This president has had 4 years to reflect on what he did right and what he didn't do right. And when you have people like Elon Musk on his side, we have a chance for a genuine, real golden age. So what I wanted to leave you with, which generally if you know me long enough, you know that once I've told you I'm wrapping up the 6th time, I'm actually wrapping up. But for those of you who haven't heard the story, I'm just going to leave you the story of Glacier Girl. I'm just going to leave you the story of Glacier Girl. Towards the end of World War II, a P-38 Lightning, which is a twin-engine airplane, superb fighter that was built right here in Burbank, California, set down on the tundra in Greenland with an engine failure. The pilot made an emergency dead stick landing. The airplane was more or less intact. He got out. Somebody picked him up in a Jeep. They drove away. The war ended, and they left that airplane out there. It's an extremely rare airplane these days. There are not very many of them left at all. And several years ago, a bunch of aviation enthusiasts realized that there was a P-38 that had been left somewhere out in the field, out in the tundra. So they went looking for it. They found it buried under a lot of ice and a lot of snow. And here are some pictures of what they found. It's just crushed wreckage. It's just a oil stain in the general shape of an airplane. Now, I don't know what the number was on that airplane. I don't think it had a name prior to being buried under all this ice 80 years ago. So just for the sake of the argument, I'm going to call it 91604. 91604, the aircraft, had been utterly flattened and completely destroyed. It was reduced to rust and broken shards of glass and rotten pieces of rubber. But they took those pieces and they put it on a flatbed truck, and these people that loved that airplane took it back and they put it in a hangar. And then what they did was they cut away every single piece of corroded aluminum, every single little square that made up the skin of that airplane. They drilled out all the rivets and they flattened it out, and they took a brand new piece of the same kind of aluminum and they cut it into that exact same shape. They took the ribs and they rebuilt those ribs out of the original material. And over the course of years and years and years of meticulous work with the toothbrush, they basically took that airplane as a template and rebuilt it. And that airplane that used to look like this now has been renamed Glacier Girl, and Glacier Girl looks like this. This ruin, this wreckage, this oil stain in the shape of an airplane now looks like it came off the factory lines 25 minutes ago. It is brand new, and it's not the same P-38. It's better. It's got GPS navigation. It's got advanced radio systems. It's got a much better safety system. It's a better airplane. So my question to you is Glacier Girl 91604? Is it the same thing? Well, that depends on how you look at it. There's not an original part on it. They had to replace everything. If they had to replace everything, is it still 91604? It's not. But it is a P-38. See, this is what I think is happening to the country. We're going to rebuild this country, and it's going to look better than it did before. It's going to be different, but it's going to be the same. It's going to be different materials. It's going to be made out of different people. In the same way that my body is not the same body that I was born with. My cells, not the same cells I was even 10 years ago. I am a completely new creature built on the same pattern. And that's what we have a chance to do now. And I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to restore this country to the glory that it used to have, and I think it's going to be even better. That's what history has shown us. That every time we go through one of these cycles of crisis, when we get to the other side, the country is not only new again, it's new and it's better. Anyway, that's how I feel an hour after the announcement that Donald Trump was reelected President of the United States. I came out here tonight prepared to try to explain to you how I thought we could be good losers. I'm very happy to be able to sit here and say it's up to us now to think very carefully about how we can be good winners. Because I don't want to win just tonight. I want to win forever. I got a funny feeling it's going to happen. We'll see you next time right here on Hot Mic. Okay, well, I'm going to get this posted. Thank you for what? My God, 800 people. 800 people watching that. Sad Wings Raising said, so I can expect my comments to be censored here? Yeah, do it again. Don't waste my time and money like that. I don't know what you're talking about, Sad Wings. I don't know if they censored your comments. I certainly wasn't doing anything. I've got a bunch of super chats here. Let me just read them just real quick, and then I'm going to get this thing posted. My gosh. And then, because it's time to know when to go on, it's also time It's also time to know when to go home. I'm reading the ones as far as I can scroll back for. Here's Matthew Pickard. Hey, Bill Fanderbeer, since PJ Media. While I'm Canadian, I refuse to call myself a conservative because what I'd be conserving is fealty to tyrants. You may have your chance to get your own Donald Trump in there, and I like what I'm seeing up there very, very much. Disco Barbarian said, Bill, thanks for all of your hard work, brother. Thank you very much, Disco. TWB says, perhaps the end of the beginning. Yes, not the end, not the beginning of the end, but the end of the beginning. I wish I'd thought of saying that, but that's exactly right. Thank you. Thank you. Ari Wasserman, geared up for the Republic of Bill. Lots of hearts and smiles and American flags and Israeli flags, and thank you for that. Thank you very much. Aaron M. with a $10 super chat. Crisis averted. Bill, God save the Republic. America is so back. Yes, we are. Sun Wu Hong for the super chat says, Bill, we can now be unburdened by what has been. Yes, you bet. Long Dark Nighter says, Churchill, now is not the end. It is not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning. It'd be nice to think so. I really do believe it. Machine Cone Engineering says, God willing, we here in Oz will throw out the lunatics running this place in 2025. Well done, America. Thank you. We have confidence. This is not an American movement. This is not a European movement. This is a worldwide movement. The entire planet is feeling this. The entire planet has had enough of being told what to do by these narcissist vampires. Trinity Waters says, thanks for the long stream and for sharing your feelings about the USA. Thank you. Russell Jimmy's with a $20 super chat says, we love you, Bill. Let's get to work and make America great again. Yes, let's do that. Justin Green says, DJT taught us to be ourselves, and that is enough. It is enough. Sad Wings Raging, our friend there is at, whoops, did I miss something? I got a little jump there. So I can expect my comments to be censored here, huh? Yeah, well, do it again. I don't waste my time and money like that. Well, I'm hoping that's YouTube because I didn't have anything to do with that, needless to say. Yama says, you're the reason I started my conservative journey, Bill. Trump did it again. I honestly was laughing the whole time. Thank you, Yamath. I was a little more tense than that, but, you know, we got there, so we got there. And I think that's actually it. So I was going to post this and then go to sleep, but there's no rush. I'm going to run home. I'm going to say hi to my beautiful wife. I'm going to get 4 or 5 hours of sleep. But back in the chair tomorrow morning with Stephen Scott. We'll get that posted. I'll get this posted tomorrow morning. And here we are. 618 viewers. Thank you. Sun Wu Wong says, you said the next POTUS would be of perfect character. I made that prediction. I think this man is a different man than the one that got into office in 2016. Let's welcome the people that belong in this party, because this is no longer a Republican Party. This is no longer a Trump movement. This isn't a Trump movement. This isn't a MAGA movement. This is We Love America movement. And anybody who loves America is welcome in this house. And that's how we think we should all behave. And the people that don't love this country will be able to. We don't have to insult them or punish them. They will punish themselves. I guarantee it. Okay, I'm going to sleep. It's been 8 hours and 43 minutes and 8 seconds, and I've enjoyed every second of it. You people are the finest people in the world, and your support over the years, especially as I've been off on projects for other people and other companies, has been just absolutely inspirational to me. It means the world to me, and I'm very, very grateful to all of you. So thank you so much for being with us here this evening. It's been an incredible night. Like any other great event in our lives, it'll take a long time to really process that it actually happened, but it actually did, and there's nobody I would have rather spent it with. I'd much, much, much rather be here with you than be in a studio in Nashville tonight. Much rather. So I'm very grateful for all of that. That'll do it for this edition of our election coverage for our election conversation for 2024. We will see you again live on Thursday night, where it'll be nothing but a celebration and a party. That's only 2 nights away for the Stratosphere Lounge. You can expect to see new right angles that we'll record on Friday morning, but now is the time for us to sit back, relax, and breathe again. Not just at the win. Breathe again because, like I said, there's life in the old girl yet. And there we go. They're not stealing it. It's over. It's done. We won, and that's all there is to it. There's no coming back from this. It's over. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the 500 views. We're up to 700 or 800. If you've never been here before, please hit the subscribe button. We'd love to see you back live, and we do new program almost every day here. So, and for the regulars especially, you know who you are. Thank you. Thank you for keeping me sane and keeping me honest, and we got a lot of work to do. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you guys Thursday on the Stratosphere Lounge.